Looking at the modern view of what was now my empire, one thought crossed my mind. Try stepping over me now, bitches. Spoilers, the villainess wins this time. The first sensation was not the burning agony of poison slipping down my throat, nor the cold steel of the guillotine against my neck. It was the sharp, synthetic blare of an alarm clock, and the stale scent of instant coffee. I opened my eyes, expecting to see the stone ceiling of the Duke's dungeon. Instead, I stared at a water-stained plaster ceiling and a spinning, dusty ceiling fan. I sat up, a blinding headache piercing my skull. As I pressed my hands to my temples, two distinct streams of memories violently collided in my mind. I was Victoria Bennington, the undisputed, tragic villainess of a notoriously melodramatic period novel called Dahlia's Smile. I had spent my life orchestrating brilliant political maneuvers, only to be betrayed by a weak-willed duke who favored a weeping, naive protagonist over my capable hands. My reward for securing his empire had been a public execution for treason. But I was also Anne Baker, a 26-year-old executive secretary living in a cramped, overpriced apartment in a sprawling concrete metropolis. Anne was a doormat. A nervous, trembling creature who worked 80-hour weeks, survived on antacids, and was hopelessly devoted to a man who saw her as less than the dirt beneath his custom-made Italian leather shoes. That man was Arnold Harrison, CEO of Heartline Enterprises. I walked on unsteady legs to the small, poorly lit bathroom and stared into the mirror. The face looking back at me was pale, with dark, exhausted circles under her brown eyes. Her mousy brown hair was pulled into a severe, unflattering bun. She looked defeated. She looked like a victim. I closed my eyes, letting Anne's memories wash over me. The sheer volume of abuse she endured was staggering. Arnold Harrison didn't just overwork her, he verbally abused her, stole credit for her meticulous organizational strategies, and forced her to manage his personal affairs, his mistresses, and his illegal accounting practices. Anne had known about the irregularities. She was the one who reconciled the books. She saw the millions of dollars being siphoned off into shell companies. But when she had timidly brought it up, Arnold had smiled his charming, reptilian smile, patted her on the shoulder, and told her not to worry her pretty little head about grown-up business. And Anne, pathetic, desperate for approval Anne, had stayed silent. But yesterday's memory made my blood run cold, and then, slowly, boil with a familiar, intoxicating rage. Anne had accidentally overheard a phone call between Arnold and the company's chief financial officer. The board of directors was demanding an audit. Millions were missing. The SEC was sniffing around. And Arnold's solution was simple, elegant, and utterly ruthless. "Don't panic, Connor," Arnold's slick voice echoed in my inherited memory. "The paper trail is entirely tied to the secretary's terminal. Baker's signature is on the transfer authorizations. I've been using her login for months. When the auditors come down, she takes the fall. She's too stupid to defend herself anyway." A classic case of an underpaid employee embezzling funds. Anne had locked herself in a bathroom stall and hyperventilated until she passed out. She had come home, swallowed half a bottle of sleeping pills, and simply given up. That was when the soul of Victoria Bennington, a woman who knew a thing or two about being framed by incompetent, arrogant men, stepped in. I leaned closer to the mirror. The pale, frightened girl was gone. A cold, predatory smile stretched across my lips. "Oh, Anne," I whispered to the empty room. "You poor, sweet, foolish girl. You gathered enough ammunition to sink an empire, and you just sat on it. Rest now. I'll take it from here." The first order of business was discarding Anne's armor of invisibility. I flung open her closet. It was a tragedy in beige and gray. Cardigans that swallowed her figure, slacks that were 2 inches too long, sensible flats that screamed subservience. I dragged it all out and threw it on the bed. Buried in the very back, still in a dry-cleaning bag, was a single, tailored black suit. Anne had bought it for a promotion interview 2 years ago, a promotion Arnold had given to his golf buddy's nephew instead. It was sharp, fitted, and unapologetic. I showered, washing away the scent of fear and cheap soap. I applied makeup not to hide, but to strike. Sharp eyeliner, contoured cheekbones, and a shade of lipstick that was a deep, blood-red crimson. I let Anne's hair down, brushing it until it gleamed, parting it sharply down the middle. When I stepped into a pair of black stiletto heels I had ordered express delivery from a local boutique using Anne's emergency credit card, the transformation was complete. I was the executioner. I sat down at Anne's small desk, flipping open her laptop. Her password was Arnold123. I sneered in disgust and immediately changed it. For the next 4 hours, I worked. Anne was a fool when it came to human nature, but as a secretary, she was a savant. She had kept digital backups of everything. Every email Arnold told her to delete, every audio recording of his meetings, every doctored spreadsheet, she had kept them in a hidden, encrypted folder labeled, just in case. She hadn't had the spine to use them. But I had orchestrated the downfall of entire noble houses with half as much evidence. I traced the funds. Arnold had been funneling company capital into a Cayman Islands account under a shell corporation named Cardinal Solutions. He had been using Anne's credentials to authorize the transfers. But he had made one fatal, arrogant mistake. He had used his personal IP address from his luxury penthouse for the final approvals, believing no one would ever look that deep. I compiled it all. The IP logs, the original undoctored financial statements, the emails instructing the CFO to ignore discrepancies, and finally, a neatly formatted document transferring 60% of Arnold's personal voting shares in Heartline Enterprises to one Anne Baker. I printed 6 copies of the dossier and placed them in sleek, unmarked black folders. It was time to go to work. Heartline Enterprises occupied the top 10 floors of a glittering glass skyscraper in the financial district. When the elevator doors pinged open on the executive floor, the usual hum of activity faltered. Joan, the head receptionist who usually took great pleasure in mocking Anne's cheap shoes, stopped mid-sentence on the phone. Her jaw went slack. I strode. My heels clicked against the Italian marble like a metronome ticking down to doomsday. I kept my chin high, my shoulders back, the black folders tucked effortlessly under one arm. "Anne?" Joan gasped, lowering her headset. What are you wearing?" I stopped at her desk, looking down at her. I gave her a look of pure, glacial indifference. "A suit, Joan. I'd suggest you look into acquiring one. That floral blouse makes you look like a neglected sofa." Before she could close her mouth, I walked past her. Whispers erupted like a trail of gunpowder behind me. Junior executives who usually shoved past me in the hallways pressed themselves against the glass walls to let me pass. I reached the double mahogany doors of the main boardroom. Inside, the emergency board meeting was already underway. This was the meeting where Arnold planned to formally present his findings regarding the missing funds. The meeting where the guillotine was supposed to drop on Anne's neck. I pushed the heavy doors open with a sharp, violent shove. They slammed against the wall with a deafening crack. Silence fell over the room instantly. 12 board members, mostly older men in expensive suits, turned their heads in shock. At the head of the long mahogany table stood Arnold Harrison. He was handsome in a slimy, practiced way. Silver hair at the temples, a custom-tailored navy suit, the easy smile of a man who had never faced a consequence in his life. He was mid-presentation, a laser pointer in his hand, a slide titled "Internal Financial Discrepancies" illuminated on the screen behind him. His smile faltered as he looked at me. It took him 3 full seconds to recognize his own secretary. "Anne?" Arnold demanded, his voice dropping into the condescending, authoritative register he used to put her in her place. "What is the meaning of this? You know you are absolutely forbidden from interrupting a closed board meeting. Get out. We will discuss your insubordination later." A few board members murmured in agreement. In the past, Anne would have burst into tears, apologized profusely, and run from the room. I stepped fully into the boardroom, letting the doors swing shut behind me. I smiled. It was the same smile I had given the Duke just before I poisoned his wine. "I apologize for the interruption, gentlemen," I said, my voice smooth, loud, and echoing with absolute authority. "But considering the topic of Mr. Harrison's presentation is my impending termination and subsequent arrest for corporate fraud, I felt my attendance was mandatory." The room erupted into shocked murmurs. Arnold's face turned a mottled shade of red. "How dare you!" Arnold slammed his hands on the table. "Security! Someone call security right now." "I wouldn't do that, Connor," I said, turning my gaze to the CFO, who was sitting near Arnold, looking sweating and pale. Not unless you want them to escort you out in handcuffs instead of me. Connor froze, his hand hovering over the desk phone. I walked slowly around the massive table, the click of my heels commanding the rhythm of the room. I stopped behind an empty leather chair, resting my hands lightly on the back. Mr. Harrison was just about to tell you a very compelling story. I addressed the board, making eye contact with the oldest and most influential members. He was going to explain how his naive, overworked secretary somehow managed to bypass 6 levels of corporate security to siphon $32 million into an offshore account over the last 18 months. Because you did, you crazy bitch. Arnold spat, losing his veneer of calm. We have the digital signatures. We have the IP logs. You have my digital signatures, I corrected gently, pulling the first black folder from under my arm and sliding it across the polished wood to the chairman of the board, an imposing man named Windsor. Because you demanded my login credentials on your second day as CEO, citing a need for streamlined access, an egregious violation of IT protocol which I documented and filed with HR, a report that, strangely, disappeared. I began tossing the other folders onto the table, letting them slide toward the other board members. What you don't have? I continued, my voice cutting through the rising tension like a diamond blade. Is the secondary tracking data. Ann Baker is a loyal, simple woman. But she is also remarkably organized. Windsor opened the folder. His eyes immediately widened. Turn to page 4, gentlemen, I instructed. There was a flurry of turning pages. Arnold stood frozen at the head of the table, his confident posture crumbling as he watched the board members' expressions shift from confusion to absolute horror. Page 4 details the exact transfer authorizations, I said. Note the timestamps. They frequently occur between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. Now, turn to page 7. Those are the IP logs for those exact times. They do not originate from my apartment in the Lower East Side. They originate from a private network in the Diamond Tower, Windsor read aloud, his voice low and dangerous. He looked up, staring directly at Arnold. Your penthouse, Arnold. That's fabricated, Arnold stammered, his eyes darting toward the doors. She's an expert with computers. She hacked the mainframe. I have trouble connecting to the office printer, Arnold. Let's not flatter me. I laughed, a sharp, mocking sound. Turn to page 12. Bank statements from a Cayman Island holding company called Cardinal Solutions. The sole beneficiary listed on the formation documents, complete with a notarized signature, is Arnold Harrison. The silence in the room was absolute. It was the silence of a guillotine blade being raised to its peak. And finally, I said, leaning forward, bracing my hands on the table and locking eyes with Arnold. The terror in his eyes was exquisite. It tasted like vintage wine. Page 22. A transcript of a phone conversation recorded yesterday afternoon between Arnold and CFO Connor Evans, explicitly discussing the plan to frame me for the embezzlement to placate the SEC. Connor made a strange choking sound and buried his face in his hands. Windsor slowly closed the folder. He looked like a man who was about to scorch the earth. Arnold, Windsor said softly, is this true? Windsor, listen to me. This is a setup. Is it true, Connor? Windsor snapped, turning to the CFO. Connor didn't even look up. He just nodded miserably. He said he would handle it. He said she was a nobody. I smiled. A fatal miscalculation. Windsor stood up. The board is taking an immediate recess. Arnold, you are stripped of all executive powers, effective immediately. Do not leave this building. The company's legal counsel will be joining us in 10 minutes. Miss Baker, please remain on the premises. Oh, I'm not going anywhere, Mr. Windsor, I said smoothly. Arnold and I have a brief piece of administrative housekeeping to conclude. The board members filed out of the room in a state of controlled panic, taking their black folders with them. They looked at me with a newfound mixture of fear and deep respect. Connor practically sprinted out of the room. When the heavy doors clicked shut, it was just Arnold and me. He looked deflated, leaning heavily against the whiteboard. The slick CEO was gone, replaced by a cornered, sweating rat. He stared at me as if I had grown a second head. Who are you? He whispered. You aren't Anne. Anne wouldn't do this. Anne cries when I raise my voice. I walked slowly toward him, closing the distance between us until I was standing merely inches away. I was slightly shorter than him, but in that moment, I towered over his soul. Anne is currently indisposed, I said softly, my voice dripping with venom. I am the woman who is going to ruin the rest of your pathetic life. He tried to puff up his chest, a last, desperate attempt at intimidation. You think you've won? You think you can just march in here and take me down? I have lawyers. I have friends in high places. I'll drag you down with me. I'll tie you up in litigation for decades. I laughed. It was genuine amusement. Arnold, your lawyers work for the money you stole. Money that the SEC is going to freeze before you even finish packing your monogrammed golf balls. I reached into my blazer pocket and pulled out a single, perfectly crisp document. I slapped it against his chest. He caught it reflexively. What is this? He muttered, looking down. That is a transfer of ownership, I explained calmly, walking past him to sit directly in his leather CEO chair at the head of the table. I leaned back, steepling my fingers. You currently own 60% of the voting shares of Heartline Enterprises. That document legally transfers all of them to me, irrevocably. He looked at the paper, then at me, then burst into a hysterical, breathless laugh. You're insane. You are actually insane. Why in God's name would I sign this? Because, Arnold, I said, my voice dropping an octave, losing all trace of amusement. The folders I gave the board were the sanitized version. His laughter died in his throat. What? The board cares about the money. The SEC cares about the money. But I care about leverage, I said smoothly. If you sign those shares over to me right now, I walk away. I let the board handle the embezzlement. You'll go to a white-collar, minimum security resort for a few years, play tennis, and write a memoir. I paused, letting the silence stretch, watching the sweat bead on his forehead. But if you don't sign, I continued, I release the other folder, the one I sent to a dead man's switch on my personal server. The one that contains the offshore accounts you hid from your wife. The one that contains the blackmail material you have on 2 sitting senators, and most importantly, the hard drive full of, let's call them extracurricular recreational photos from your trips to Thailand. The color completely drained from Arnold's face. He looked like a corpse. His hands began to shake so violently the paper rattled. You couldn't have found those, he whispered, his voice cracking. Those were on an encrypted hard drive in a physical safe. You made Anne memorize the code to the safe because you kept forgetting it, I reminded him coldly. She thought it was just for petty cash. I knew better. I took a trip to the office at 3 a.m. last night. The security guard, Larry, let me right in. I brought him a box of donuts. He thinks Anne is such a sweet girl. Arnold fell to his knees. The great CEO, the master of the universe, crumpled onto the Italian marble floor, wheezing for breath. Please, he begged, tears welling in his eyes. Please, Anne, you're taking everything. The company, it's my life's work, it's all I have. I looked down at him with utter revulsion. In my past life, the men who betrayed me had at least possessed the dignity to face the executioner with their heads held high. This man was nothing but a parasite dressed in silk. Your life's work is stealing from your employees and abusing women who don't have the power to fight back. I stated flatly, you have exactly 10 seconds to sign that document, or I press a button on my phone and your life goes from a white-collar crime documentary to a federal trafficking investigation. I placed a silver Mont Blanc pen on the edge of the table. 10. He stared at the pen, paralyzed. 9. Anne, please, we can work this out. 8. 7. He lunged for the pen. His hands were shaking so badly he could barely grip it. He pressed it to the paper, his signature a jagged, frantic scrawl at the bottom of the page. He sobbed once, a pathetic, broken sound, and pushed the paper toward me. I picked it up, inspecting the signature. It was legally binding. I tucked it neatly into my blazer pocket. Thank you, Arnold, I said politely. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. I pulled my cell phone from my pocket, unlocked it, and tapped a single icon. There, I said. Done. Arnold let out a massive sigh of relief, wiping his face with the sleeve of his suit. You deleted the other folder? Deleted? I raised a perfectly arched eyebrow. Heavens no, I just sent it to the SEC, and the FBI, and the New York Times, and your wife. Arnold stared at me, his eyes wide with an uncomprehending horror. But I signed. We had a deal. You said you would walk away. I stood up from his chair, smoothing the front of my suit. I looked down at him, letting my aristocratic, villainous soul shine through my modern eyes. I lied, I said simply. Villains rarely keep their promises, Arnold. You of all people should know that. Before he could scream, before he could lunge at me, the heavy mahogany doors burst open. 4 uniformed police officers stepped into the room, followed closely by a pair of men in cheap suits who radiated federal authority. Behind them stood Windsor and the rest of the board, looking grim. Arnold Harrison, one of the officers asked, his hand resting on his utility belt. We have a warrant for your arrest on charges of corporate fraud, embezzlement, and wire fraud. Please stand up and place your hands behind your back. Arnold didn't stand. He remained on his knees, staring at me as if I were a demon clawing its way out of hell. She did it! He shrieked, pointing a trembling finger at me. She's a monster! She took everything! She's not Ann Baker! Get him up, the federal agent sighed, clearly unimpressed. 2 officers hauled Arnold to his feet, roughly wrenching his arms behind his back and snapping the steel cuffs around his wrists. He kicked and thrashed, his custom suit tearing at the shoulder, his silver hair a wild mess. You bitch, he screamed as they dragged him toward the door. I'll kill you. I'll ruin you. I stood perfectly still, offering him a serene, victorious smile as they hauled him past me. Goodbye, Arnold, I whispered, just loud enough for him to hear. Enjoy the resort. His screams faded as the elevator doors closed out in the hallway. The boardroom was silent again. The police and federal agents remained to secure the room, but Windsor stepped forward, approaching me with cautious steps. Miss Baker, Windsor said, his tone entirely different from the one he had used an hour ago. It was respectful, wary. The board owes you a tremendous apology. You saved this company from absolute ruin. If that information had gone public without us taking action first. He shuddered. We would like to offer you a substantial severance package. And excellent letters of recommendation, of course. I reached into my blazer pocket and slowly pulled out the document Arnold had just signed. I handed it to Windsor. Windsor took it, putting on his reading glasses. As his eyes scanned the text, his jaw slowly dropped. He looked at the signature, then up at me, his face pale. He signed over his shares, Windsor whispered. All 60% to you. He was feeling surprisingly philanthropic in his final moments, I said dryly. Miss Baker, this means, Windsor swallowed hard, this makes you the majority shareholder. You effectively own Heartline Enterprises. I am aware of how equity works, Mr. Windsor, I said, walking over to the floor-to-ceiling windows. I looked out over the sprawling city, the glass and steel reflecting the afternoon sun. It wasn't a kingdom of castles and knights, but it would do. What are your orders, Miss Baker? Windsor asked, his voice wavering slightly. He knew the power dynamic had shifted entirely. I turned back to him. The doormat secretary was dead. The tragic Villainess was reborn, and this time, there was no naive protagonist to get in my way, and no foolish duke to betray me. I had the throne, and I intended to keep it. First, I said, my voice ringing with absolute authority, we are going to fire Joan at reception. I don't like her face. Second, summon the legal team. We need to restructure the executive board by the end of the day. I walked over to the head of the table and sat down in the CEO's chair. It was leather, comfortable, and smelled of power. I leaned back and crossed my legs. And third, Mr. Windsor, I smiled, a predator resting after a successful hunt. Get me a cup of coffee, black, and make it quick. We have an empire to run.
Oh, sweetie, it's not that hell hath no fury. It's that hell doesn't have me in it. Call me Kharma, 'cause I'm a bitch. Chapter 1. The Sunset of Abby Crowder. The sunset over the city of Boston was a brilliant, mocking shade of gold, reflecting off the dark, churning waters of the Charles River. Abby Crowder, 24 years old and formerly one of the top medical students at Massachusetts General, stood on the wrong side of the bridge's iron railing. The wind whipped her dark, unwashed hair across her tear-streaked face. Her knuckles were white where she gripped the cold metal, but her other hand held something far more dangerous than the sheer drop below, a half-empty bottle of cheap, corner store scotch. It burned. God, it burned going down. It had been exactly 5 years, 2 months, and 14 days since she had last let alcohol touch her lips. 5 years of grueling sobriety, clawing her way out of the darkness of her teenage years, throwing every ounce of her soul into her medical studies, and for what? To end up right back where she started. Utterly, completely, and permanently broken. Just 6 hours ago, her world had been a triumph. She had completed the final lines of code on her magnum opus, a revolutionary, AI-driven diagnostic algorithm capable of detecting early-stage autoimmune neurodegenerative diseases months before any physical symptoms manifested. It was the culmination of 3 years of sleepless nights, skipping meals, and burning the candle at both ends. It was going to save thousands of lives. It was going to secure her future. Then, she had come home early to the off-campus apartment she shared with her boyfriend James. She had expected to find him studying. Instead, she found him in their bed with Lily. Lily, her best friend since freshman year. Lily, who had held her hand during her worst panic attacks. Lily, who knew every secret Abby possessed. But the infidelity was merely the distraction. While Abby had stood frozen in the doorway, her world shattering, James simply smirked, pulled on his jeans, and handed her a legal document. They had stolen it. While she was at the clinic, James, who had access to her encrypted drives, had downloaded the entire source code. He and Lily had filed the patent that morning, under an LLC they had formed together months ago. They had locked Abby out of the university servers, erased her digital footprint from the project, and claimed the algorithm as their own. "It's just business, Abs," James had said, his voice dripping with that smooth Ivy League condescension she used to mistake for confidence. "You're unstable, a recovering addict. The investors would never back you. We're doing the project a favor, and don't try to fight us." It's your word against 2 of the top students in the cohort. Lily had just stood there, wrapping Abby's favorite silk robe around her naked body. "I'm sorry, Abby. I really am. But I have debts. Real debts. And this is going to make us millions. You'll understand eventually." They had kicked her out of her own apartment. Now, the scotch burned in her chest, a warm, fuzzy blanket wrapping around the icy void of her despair. She looked down at the dark water. The drop was easily 80 feet. She wouldn't feel a thing. The water would welcome her. It would wash away the betrayal, the humiliation, the sheer, crushing weight of being so incredibly stupid and trusting. She took one last, long swig of the amber liquid. The bottle slipped from her numb fingers, shattering against the concrete pier far below. Abby closed her eyes, took a deep breath of the freezing evening air, and loosened her grip on the railing. "Oh, honey, please." The voice echoed directly inside Abby's skull. It was a dark, velvety purr, dripping with centuries of disdain and sharp, razor-wire sarcasm. Abby gasped, her eyes flying open. She clung back onto the railing, her heart hammering against her ribs. Who's there?" She choked out, looking wildly around the empty pedestrian walkway. "Put your hands back on that railing, you pathetic, weeping mess," the voice commanded. It carried an ancient, suffocating weight that forced Abby's fingers to lock around the iron like vises.
Am I hallucinating?
Abby sobbed, the alcohol spinning in her brain.
I'm going crazy.
"You're not crazy. You're just weak," the voice sneered. "I've been watching you all day. Crying in stairwells, buying cheap liquor, letting 2 mediocre, mouth-breathing parasites steal your life's work, and your response is to throw yourself off a bridge. How utterly disappointing."
Leave me alone.
Abby cried out to the empty air. I don't think I will, the voice hummed, suddenly sounding much closer, as if a presence were wrapping itself around Abby's very soul. I've seen a lot of pathetic things in my time, little bird. But a brilliant woman letting a cheating frat boy and a backstabbing bimbo walk over her corpse to get rich? That offends my sensibilities.
I have nothing left,
Abby whispered, her tears falling into the river below.
They took everything.
They took some code and a false sense of security, the voice corrected sharply. And they only kept it because you let them. My name is Kharma, little bird, and because your lack of a spine physically pains me, I am going to show you how these matters are handled.
Handled?
Abby echoed, confusion cutting through her grief. I am a connoisseur of vengeance, Kharma purred, a spirit of retribution. I jump from vessel to vessel, finding women who have been cast aside, trampled on, and broken, and I show them how to bite back. Let me take the wheel, Abby. Give me 12 hours.
Take the wheel?
Let me in, Kharma commanded, the voice suddenly expanding into a terrifying, beautiful roar of pure, unadulterated female rage. It was the rage of 1,000,000 scorned women, burning white-hot and brilliant. Let me in, and I promise you, by sunrise, those two will be begging for a death half as peaceful as the one you just tried to take. Abby felt a strange, terrifying warmth bloom in the center of her chest. For the first time all day, she didn't feel like crying. She felt the seductive, intoxicating pull of anger.
Okay.
Abby whispered into the wind.
Do it.
Instantly, Abby felt her consciousness shoved violently into the back seat of her own mind. Her vision blurred, snapping back into perfect clarity a second later. But the eyes looking out at the world were no longer Abby's. Kharma inhaled a deep, shuddering breath of the cold evening air, stretching Abby's stiff limbs. She rolled her shoulders, cracking her neck with a satisfying pop. She stepped back over the railing, planting her boots firmly on the solid concrete of the bridge.
Wow.
Abby's voice echoed weakly from a small, dark corner of her own mind.
This feels strange.
Quiet, little bird, Kharma said aloud, her voice slipping out of Abby's throat. It didn't sound like Abby anymore. It was lower, smoother, dripping with dangerous intent. Sit back and watch the master at work. Kharma wiped the tears from her face, smearing Abby's ruined mascara, and looked down at the cheap, oversized sweater she was wearing. First things first. Kharma muttered, disgusted. We need caffeine, a shower, and a dress that says, I'm going to ruin your life. The clock is ticking. Let's go hunt. Chapter 2. The wardrobe and the weapon. By 7 p.m., Kharma had marched Abby's body back to her secondary haven, a small, dingy university lab where Abby had spent most of her nights coding. It had a makeshift shower in the adjoining locker room, which Kharma utilized to scrub the smell of cheap scotch and despair off her new host.
They're at the Medical Innovation Gala tonight.
Abby's timid thoughts supplied as Kharma ruthlessly brushed the tangles out of their wet hair.
The dean is going to officially announce our algorithm. They're meeting with the venture capitalists from Boston MedTech.
Perfect. Kharma smiled, her reflection in the cracked mirror looking feral and predatory. Public humiliation. My absolute favorite vintage. Kharma raided the locker of one of the wealthier female postdocs who always left emergency clothes behind. She found a sleek, perfectly tailored black cocktail dress. It was tight, ruthless, and left just enough to the imagination to be dangerous. With a swift application of the spare makeup bag she found, Kharma transformed Abby's exhausted, tear-stained face into a mask of lethal, razor-sharp glamour, dark red lips, piercing cat eyeliner.
I've never looked like that,
Abby thought, a ripple of awe echoing in their shared mind. You've always looked like this. Kharma corrected aloud, slipping into a pair of black stilettos. You were just too busy apologizing for your existence to notice. Kharma sat down at Abby's backup terminal. Her fingers flew across the keyboard with supernatural speed. You may have been locked out of the main servers, little bird, but let me guess. You left a backdoor in the algorithm's root directory.
How did you know?
Abby asked.
I built a failsafe. Just in case the system ever crashed, I needed a manual override. It's tied to my personal biometric signature.
Good girl, Kharma purred. Within 10 minutes, she had bypassed James and Lily's pathetic new passwords. She was back inside the system. Let's see what else these idiots have been up to, Kharma muttered, her eyes darting across the code. She dug into James's personal drives. The university networks, the encrypted messages. Kharma was a spirit of vengeance, but she knew that in the 21st century, the sharpest knife a woman could wield was data. At 8:30 p.m., Kharma hit the jackpot. Oh, James, you sloppy, greedy little boy! Kharma laughed aloud, the sound rich and dark in the empty lab.
What? What did you find?
Abby asked. Your charming ex-boyfriend did more than just steal your IP, Kharma explained, rapidly downloading gigabytes of files onto a secure, untraceable cloud server. He's been forging the signature of Dr. Eris, the head of neurology. He's been siphoning off departmental grant money to pay for that fancy leased Porsche of his. And, oh, look at this. He's been writing illegal prescriptions for Adderall and oxycodone and selling them to undergrads.
Oh my God,
Abby breathed.
he's a felon.
He's a piñata, Kharma corrected. And we have the bat. Now, what about your darling best friend, Lily? Kharma opened Lily's synced cloud account's password she had easily deduced from Abby's memories. She sifted through bank statements, furious text threads, and panicked emails. Well. Kharma clicked her tongue. Lily owes $250,000 to a man named Silas Thorne, an underground bookie operating out of Southie. It seems Lily has a crippling blackjack addiction. Thorne threatened to break her legs last week. She promised him a massive payout from the medtech investors tonight to buy her life.
She told me she needed money for her mother's medical bills.
Abby's voice was small, heartbroken. People lie, Abby, Kharma said softly, the only moment of gentleness she would allow. And then they pay. Kharma spent the next hour orchestrating the trap. She executed a master command in the algorithm's root code. With a single keystroke, the IP was legally transferred out of the LLC James and Lily had created, placed into an impenetrable blind trust in Abby's name, and completely encrypted. If anyone tried to access the software without Abby's biometric scan, the code would self-delete. Next, she sent an anonymous, highly encrypted data packet containing James's embezzlement and illegal prescription ring to the Boston Police Department, the FBI field office, and the university dean. Finally, using a burner number generated online, she sent a simple text message to Silas Thorne. Lily is at the Medical Innovation Gala at the St. Regis Hotel. She's trying to flee with your money tonight. Come collect. Kharma stood up, smoothing the black dress over her hips. She checked her reflection one last time. Showtime. Chapter 3. The Destruction of Lily. The grand ballroom of the St. Regis Hotel was a sea of crystal chandeliers, clinking champagne glasses, and the elite of Boston's medical and financial sectors. At 11 p.m., Kharma pushed open the heavy mahogany doors, slipping into the room like a shadow. She grabbed a flute of champagne from a passing waiter and scanned the crowd. There they were, center of the room. James, looking smug in a tailored tuxedo, was holding court with 3 venture capitalists. Next to him was Lily, wearing a stunning emerald green gown, a gown Abby's memory helpfully supplied, that Abby had bought for herself last month.
She's wearing my dress.
Abby's voice echoed, a spike of fresh hurt rising. Not for long, Kharma promised. Silently, Kharma glided across the room, seamlessly weaving through the crowd until she reached the AV control booth positioned behind a velvet curtain near the main stage. The tech guy was half asleep. A quick, sharp strike to a pressure point on his neck, and he was unconscious before his head hit the desk. Kharma took his seat. She plugged the flash drive she had brought from the lab into the main projection system. On the floor, the dean of the medical school clinked his glass, stepping up to the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen," the dean began, his voice booming over the speakers. "Tonight, we are here to celebrate innovation. Two of our brightest stars have developed an AI diagnostic tool that will change the face of neurology. Please, join me in congratulating them." The room erupted into applause. James smiled brightly, waving his hand. Lily beamed, blowing a kiss to the crowd. Kharma hit the enter key. The massive digital screen behind the dean, which was supposed to display the logo of their new LLC, suddenly went black. A loud screech of feedback echoed through the room, making the wealthy investors wince and cover their ears. Then, the screen flared to life. It was a blown-up, high-definition screenshot of a text message thread between Lily and James. "Lily, did you get the code?" "James. Got it. She was crying in the bathroom. I downloaded the whole thing to the drive." "She's totally locked out." "Lily, thank God. I need the payout from Boston MedTech tonight. Silas said he's going to send his guys to the apartment if I don't have his $250K by midnight. I am literally going to die if we don't sell Abby's work." "James, relax. We sell it tonight. Abby's too weak to do anything about it." A collective gasp sucked the air out of the ballroom. The music stopped. The silence was deafening. On stage, James's face drained of all color. He looked like a corpse. Lily dropped her champagne glass. It shattered on the marble floor with a sharp crack. What is this?" the dean stammered, turning around to look at the massive screen. Kharma pressed the next button. The screen flashed to a series of PDF documents, bank statements, offshore wire transfers, and horrifyingly clear photos of Lily sitting in underground, illegal gambling dens, pushing stacks of chips across the table. Kharma grabbed the tech guy's microphone and flipped the switch. Her dark, silken voice echoed through the grand ballroom, dripping with venom. "Good evening, esteemed guests." Kharma purred, her voice wrapping around the room like a velvet noose. "I do apologize for interrupting the celebration of such brilliant innovators, but it seems there's been a slight oversight in their portfolio." Kharma stepped out from behind the velvet curtain, the black dress clinging to her curves, her eyes blazing with an unholy light. The crowd parted for her like the Red Sea. James stared at her, his jaw unhinged. "Abby?" he whispered, paralyzed by the sheer, terrifying aura radiating off the woman he thought he had broken. "Not quite." Kharma smiled, walking slowly toward the stage. "I just wanted to make sure Boston MedTech knew exactly what they were buying, or rather, what they aren't buying. You see, the algorithm you're trying to sell, the transfer of ownership was reversed an hour ago. It is legally, fully, and exclusively owned by the true creator, Abigail Crowder. The lead investor from Boston MedTech, a ruthless-looking woman in a sharp suit, turned furiously to James. "Is this true? You tried to sell us stolen property?" "No, she's crazy," James panicked, his voice cracking. "She's a drunk. She's making this up." "Am I?" Kharma laughed, clicking a remote in her hand. The screen changed again. This time, it showed the complete security footage from their apartment building, dated exactly 6 hours ago, showing James and Lily carrying Abby's hard drives out of the building. "You sold out the only person in this world who actually loved you, to pay off a gambling debt to the Irish mob." A debt you incurred because you are hollow, greedy, and utterly devoid of a soul. Lily was sobbing hysterically, backing away from the crowd. Stop, Abby. Please, turn it off. Please! I think your guests have arrived, Lily, Kharma whispered into the mic, pointing toward the back of the room. The heavy mahogany doors swung open again. 4 massive, brutally scarred men in cheap leather jackets stepped into the ballroom. Silas Thorne's debt collectors. Lily let out a blood-curdling shriek. She hiked up the stolen emerald dress and bolted toward the kitchen doors. The 4 men immediately broke into a sprint, shoving past the terrified billionaires, chasing her into the depths of the hotel. The dean, trembling with rage, grabbed the podium mic. You are both immediately, permanently expelled from Massachusetts General. I will be contacting the authorities to press charges for academic theft. The ballroom descended into absolute chaos. Investors were shouting. Security was scrambling.
Oh my God,
Abby's consciousness whispered in awe.
she's gone. You ruined her.
Ruined her? Kharma corrected silently, watching the door Lily had fled through. I just turned on the lights. Now, let's deal with the boy. Chapter 4. Destroying James. It was 3 a.m. James had managed to slip out of the ballroom during the chaos. He had sprinted the 10 blocks back to his apartment, the apartment he had kicked Abby out of. He was in a state of sheer, unadulterated panic. His life was over. The university knew. The investors knew. The theft was public, but he still had the money he had embezzled. If he could just pack a bag, grab his passport, and get to Logan Airport, he could disappear. He could start over in Europe. He shoved clothes violently into a duffel bag, his hands shaking so hard he could barely zip it. Going somewhere, James? James shrieked, spinning around. Kharma sat in the corner of the dark bedroom, nestled comfortably in a leather armchair. She had poured herself a glass of water. She wouldn't disrespect Abby's sobriety by touching the whiskey on the shelf. She crossed her long legs, staring at him with eyes that glowed like predatory embers in the dark. How did you get in here? James gasped, backing against the wall. I changed the locks. Locks are for honest people, James, Kharma purred, taking a slow sip of water. And neither of us are honest people. Though, I must admit, I am vastly better at being wicked than you are. You ruined everything. James screamed, his handsome face twisting into an ugly, pathetic mask of rage. He lunged toward her, raising a fist. I'm going to kill you, you crazy bitch. Kharma had no reason to flinch. As James closed the distance, she moved with supernatural speed. She stood, grabbed his wrist mid-swing, twisted it brutally until a sickening crack echoed in the room, and slammed her heel into his knee. James collapsed to the floor, screaming in agony, clutching his shattered wrist. Don't ever raise a hand to me, Kharma whispered, leaning over him, her voice vibrating with ancient, terrifying power. You are an insect. You are a parasite that feeds on the brilliance of women because you are too incompetent to create anything of your own. Please, James sobbed, rolling on the floor. Please, Abby, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Abby isn't here right now. Kharma smiled, a cold, terrifying expression, and apologies bore me. I prefer consequences. I'll give the code back. I'll tell them it was all my fault. Just let me leave. Oh, you're not leaving, James, Kharma said, walking over to his open laptop on the desk. You see, while you were busy stealing Abby's algorithm, you were incredibly sloppy with your own digital footprint. James froze, his face paling even further. What did you do? I sent a little care package to the FBI, Kharma said lightly, tapping the screen. A complete unredacted ledger of the $400,000 in university grants you embezzled using Dr. Eris's forged signature. And, just to ensure they took it seriously, I included the client list from your little side hustle selling oxycodone to freshmen. James stopped breathing. His eyes bugged out of his head. No, you didn't. That's federal prison. Abby, please. That's 20 years. I believe the mandatory minimum is closer to 25, Kharma corrected casually. But who's counting? Suddenly, the red and blue flashing lights of multiple police cruisers illuminated the bedroom window, painting James's terrified face in neon colors. The heavy thud of boots echoed in the hallway outside the apartment. Police! Open up! A voice boomed from the other side of the door. They're very punctual, Kharma noted with a satisfied smirk. James begged, crawling toward her on his knees, his broken wrist dangling uselessly. Tell them it's a mistake! Tell them I didn't do it! Goodbye, James, Kharma whispered. The front door of the apartment was violently breached, exploding inward in a shower of splinters. 6 armed officers flooded into the room, their weapons drawn. James Caldwell, get on the ground. Do it now. James collapsed, sobbing hysterically as the officers slammed him onto the hardwood floor, wrenching his arms behind his back. The metal handcuffs clicked shut with a sharp, final sound. An officer turned to Kharma, lowering his weapon slightly. Are you Abigail Crowder? Kharma nodded, her face immediately softening into the perfect picture of a traumatized, innocent victim.
Yes, officer,
she said, her voice shaking just the right amount.
I came to get my things, and he attacked me. I think he was trying to flee the country. He has a bag packed.
The officer looked at the duffel bag, then at James in disgust. Get him out of here, he barked at his men. James was hauled to his feet. He looked back at Kharma, tears streaming down his face, a look of absolute, shattering defeat in his eyes. Kharma simply offered him a tiny, imperceptible wink. James screamed in frustration as the cops dragged him out the door, his voice echoing down the stairwell until he was thrown into the back of a cruiser, alone in the apartment. Kharma let out a long, deeply satisfied sigh.
We did it,
Abby's voice echoed in her mind, sounding lighter, clearer than it had in years.
They're gone.
We did it, little bird. Kharma agreed, picking up Abby's coat. Now, I believe we have an appointment with a sunrise. Chapter 5, The Sunrise. By 6 a.m., the cold Boston night began to surrender to the dawn. Kharma drove Abby's car back to the exact same bridge where they had met 12 hours prior. The city was quiet, peaceful, bathed in the soft, bruised purples and pinks of the early morning. Kharma stepped out of the car, walking over to the iron railing. She didn't look down at the dark water this time. She looked up at the horizon, watching the sun break over the skyline, casting golden rays across her face. She took a deep breath, savoring the crisp, freezing air. She felt the beat of Abby's heart strong, steady, and alive.
It's beautiful,
Abby thought. It always is. Kharma murmured aloud, closing her eyes. There is nothing quite like the feeling of the sun on your face after you've burned your enemies to the ground.
Why did you do this?
Abby asked, her internal voice filled with a profound, quiet gratitude.
You don't know me. You could have possessed anyone. Why spend your time saving me?
Kharma opened her eyes, watching the golden light dance on the water. Do you want the poetic answer or the honest one?
The honest one.
Because it's fun. Kharma smiled, a genuine, fiercely vibrant smile. I am not alive, little bird. I don't get to taste the coffee, or feel the wind, or fall in love. I exist in the ether. But this thrill of retribution, the look in a predator's eyes when they realize they've just become the prey, this is my hobby. It's my art. It's my way of finding enjoyment in a world I no longer belong to. Kharma leaned against the railing. And because, once upon a time, centuries ago, I was standing on a bridge, just like this one, and I jumped, and I have spent eternity wishing I had turned around and fought instead. A warm, gentle silence fell between them. The algorithm is secure in a trust, Kharma said, her voice beginning to soften, to fade at the edges. Boston MedTech left 3 voicemails on your phone while we were driving. They want to offer you $10 million for the exclusive rights, with you remaining as head of the project. Lily is likely in a shipping container on her way to pay off her debts in a very unpleasant manner, and James will be eating prison food until his hair turns gray.
Thank you.
Abby whispered.
Thank you, Kharma.
Don't thank me. Just promise me something, Kharma said, her presence beginning to retract, pulling away from the physical edges of Abby's mind.
Anything.
Abby spoke aloud this time, her own voice returning to her throat. Never let them step on you again, the spirit whispered, the voice fading into the gentle morning breeze. You have teeth, Abigail. Use them. Be brilliant. Be ruthless. And if anyone ever tries to take what is yours again, remind them that Kharma is a bitch, with a final warm pulse of energy. The foreign presence vanished entirely from Abby's mind. Abby gasped, staggering slightly, as the full weight of her own consciousness settled back into her body. She gripped the railing, her heart pounding. She was alone. She looked down at her hands. She touched her face. She felt the cold wind, the warmth of the rising sun, the sheer, undeniable reality that she was alive. She was alive. More than that, she was victorious. Abby looked down at the dark, churning water of the river one last time. The pull was gone. The abyss had nothing to offer her. She turned her back to the ledge, walked toward her car, and stepped into the light of her new life. If they saw us now, the hero trying to remember and the monster looking to forget, the old gods would howl in fury. Good. Behind these eyes. Chapter 1, The Final Gaze. Ironically, my story began at its ending. It was ancient Greece, the 14th century BC, though such mortal measurements of time meant nothing to me then. The air inside my crumbling, shadow-drenched temple was thick with the copper stench of my own blood and the suffocating musk of my serpentine scales. The final moments of my battle with Perseus were not playing out like the triumphant, glorious songs the bards would one day sing. It was a brutal, desperate, and agonizing dance of survival. Despite the arsenal of divine gifts the so-called hero had at his disposal, I had not made it easy for him. The gods had cursed me, yes, but in their cruelty, they had forged a terrifyingly powerful apex predator. My lower half, a massive muscular coil of shimmering emerald and obsidian viper scales, made me impossibly fast. I flowed like dark, violent water over the cracked marble floors. My scaly body acted as an impenetrable armor, deflecting the glancing blows of his blade. But my greatest advantage was my crown. The writhing, hissing nest of vipers that sprouted from my scalp gave me full spatial awareness. I had no blind spots. Every flicker of heat, every vibration in the air, every microscopic shift in the damp temple atmosphere was relayed to my brain in a chaotic, brilliant symphony of sensory input. I was hunting him. He had thought his helm of darkness, granting him invisibility, would be his ultimate trump card. He was a fool. The helm hid his physical form from mortal eyes, but to me, he was a blazing beacon. I could smell the cold sweat of his terror, the salt of the Aegean Sea clinging to his tunic, the metallic tang of his divine weaponry. I could hear the frantic, rabbit-like thudding of his heart echoing against the stone pillars. Much like in the myths that would later distort the truth of that day, he was using his polished bronze shield as a mirror. He was walking backwards, stumbling over debris, desperately avoiding looking directly into my face. He knew the curse. One look into my eyes that poets had once compared to the clear summer sky, and his flesh would calcify, turning him into yet another tragic statue in my garden of the damned. My vipers hissed in unison, tasting the air. There, I tracked him effortlessly. I heard the sharp scrape of his leather sandal against a loose pebble. Knowing he'd been spotted, he removed his helmet, making himself visible again. He was inviting my attack. It was a desperate, suicidal gamble, but my fury overrode whatever caution I had left. The millennia of isolation, the betrayal of Athena, the brutal violation by Poseidon, it all boiled up into a blinding, suffocating rage. I lunged. My massive serpentine tail coiled like a spring, launching me forward with the force of a battering ram. I soared through the damp air, my claws extended, ready to tear the arrogant boy to shreds from behind. But at the very last moment, as I descended upon him, I caught a glimpse of the polished bronze shield he held up in defense. I saw myself. For a fraction of a second, the world seemed to stop. The reflection was distorted by the curve of the metal, but the horror of it was undeniable. I saw the monstrous, gaping maw filled with venomous fangs. I saw the terrifying, unblinking glare of my own cursed eyes. I saw the writhing, chaotic mass of serpents that had replaced my beautiful, pink-golden hair. In that infinitesimal pause, my predatory focus shattered. A wave of profound, crushing sorrow washed over me, heavier than the ocean that had birthed my tormentor. Is this what I am? I thought, the realization hitting me harder than any physical blow. What is the point of continuing this? What is the point of a cursed, lonely life, forever a monster in the dark? I stopped fighting, just for a heartbeat. I let my guard drop. But a heartbeat was all Perseus needed. With a roar of panicked exertion, the invisible hero swung harp, the adamantine sickle sword given to him by Hermes. The blade cut through the damp air, singing a deadly, high-pitched note. The pain was a brief, blinding flash of white-hot agony, separating my consciousness from my coil. The last thing I recalled before dying was the terrifying sensation of weightlessness. I felt my head separate from my body, and then everything turned dark, suffocatingly dark, as I was unceremoniously shoved into his divine cabesus sack. Then there was only the void. Chapter 2. The Awakening. The void ended with a beep. It was a steady, rhythmic, electronic beep that made absolutely no sense to a mind forged in antiquity. I tried to open my eyes, but I couldn't. A heavy, thick fabric bound my vision, wrapped tightly around my head. Panic, cold and sharp, spiked in my chest. For a terrifying, disorienting moment, I thought I was still just a severed head, rotting away inside Perseus's dark sack. Then I felt it. The rise and fall of my own chest, the steady thrum of a heartbeat vibrating within a rib cage. I inhaled sharply, my lungs expanding, pulling in air that smelled strange, clean, sterile, completely devoid of the damp earth and salt I was accustomed to. I twitched my fingers. They brushed against a soft, woven material. Sheets. I moved my arms. They felt heavy, sluggish, but they were there. Carefully, tremblingly, I brought a hand up to my face. Skin. Smooth, warm, human skin. I traced my jawline, my cheeks, the bridge of my nose. There were no scales. I reached higher, feeling the top of my head. Instead of the thick, writhing, scaly bodies of my sisters, my fingers tangled in strands of fine, soft hair. Human. I was human. I gasped, a ragged, desperate sound, and tried to sit up. The unseen world spun dizzily around me. I threw my legs over the edge of whatever elevated surface I was lying on. My feet, bare and soft, touched a smooth, incredibly cold floor. "Wait!" a voice called out, but I didn't listen. I pushed myself off the bed, intending to run, to flee this incomprehensible dark place. But the moment I put my weight on my legs, they folded underneath me like wet clay. I had human legs, two distinct separate limbs, but they possessed no strength, no muscle memory. They were entirely foreign to me. I had slithered for thousands of years. I had forgotten how to walk. I crashed to the hard floor with a pained cry. Instantly, the steady beeping transformed into a frantic, high-pitched alarm. The sound was piercing, entirely alien, and utterly terrifying. Heavy footsteps pounded against the floor, rushing into the room. I scrambled backward on my elbows, my breath coming in panicked, shallow gasps. I reached up, my fingers clawing frantically at the blindfold. I needed to see. I needed to know who was coming to kill me now. No, 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 don't do that. Please, stop. A pair of strong, warm hands grasped my wrists. The grip was firm but surprisingly gentle, halting my frantic tearing at the fabric. I thrashed, crying out, expecting the cold bite of a sword to follow. "It's okay. You're safe. Please, calm down. Let me help you," the voice said. It was a man's voice, deep, resonant, and laced with an urgent, soothing quality. "Who are you? What is this place? Where is the sack?" I screamed, my voice hoarse and raspy from millennia of disuse. "You're not in the sack anymore," the man said softly. His hands moved to support my back and shoulders. He lifted me with astonishing ease, pulling me up from the cold floor and gently depositing me back onto the soft bed. "My name is Clay Magos. You are in a hospital of sorts. My private facility. You are safe." I shrank back against the pillows, pulling my knees to my chest, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. "Why can't I see? Take this off me." "I can't do that yet," Clay said, the medical alarm abruptly silenced, likely shut off by a press of a button. The sudden quiet was heavy and oppressive. "Listen to me very carefully. You have your body back. You are human again, mostly, but the curse, it still lingers in your eyes. If you take that blindfold off and look at me, or the medical staff outside that door, you will turn us all to stone." I froze. The air left my lungs. The curse. The agonizing, isolating curse. Athena's final lingering spite. "How?" I whispered, the fight draining out of me, replaced by a profound, trembling exhaustion. "How is this possible?" I heard the sound of a chair scraping against the floor, followed by the rustle of clothing as Clay sat down beside my bed. "It took a very long time," Clay began, his voice calm, steadying my frazzled nerves. "I am an archaeologist and a sculptor. I found your remains, your head. It was locked away in a forgotten, subterranean vault deep in Persia. It had been stolen from Athens during the Greco-Persian Wars millennia ago and buried beneath the sands, lost to history." I squeezed my eyes shut beneath the blindfold, the memory of the dark sack threatening to swallow me again. "I brought you out," Clay continued. "I gathered elements intrinsically linked to your mythos. I traveled to the island where you once lived and gathered the soil. I procured specific strains of serpent blood, fragments of ancient Aegean coral reefs. I used them, along with the soil, to sculpt a new body for you, a vessel." I listened, my mind struggling to grasp the impossibility of his words. Magic. It sounded like the magic of the gods, the very beings who had destroyed me. I connected your head to the vessel, Clay said, his voice dropping to a near whisper, carrying a weight of awe and exhaustion. And through a process that blended ancient alchemy with modern science, you woke up. Why? I asked, my voice cracking. Why would you do that? I am a monster. You were made into a monster against your will, Clay corrected me gently. And you have human legs again, but they have not been used in over 3,000 years. You need physical therapy to remember how to use them. Until then, you are safe here, I promise you. I sat in the darkness, the heavy fabric pressing against my eyes. I was alive. I was human, but I was still blind, still cursed, and completely at the mercy of a strange man in an era I did not understand. Chapter 3. Reflections in the Dark. The next day, the sterile scent of the medical room vanished, replaced by the faint, comforting aroma of jasmine and green tea. The bustling sounds of doctors and nurses had ceased entirely. The medical staff has been dismissed, Clay's voice announced from the doorway. They were necessary for your initial stabilization, but it's too dangerous to have sighted people around you. I have arranged for specialized care. I sat up, my back against the plush headboard. I could hear the soft, synchronized rustle of silk approaching my bed.
Lady Medusa,
A sweet, melodic voice chimed.
we are here to serve you.
A second voice, identical in tone and pitch, echoed immediately after. This is Shin Shin and Yi Yi, Clay explained. They will be your personal attendants. They will help you bathe, dress, and navigate the apartment until you are comfortable. And you may remove your blindfold. My hands shot up to the fabric, my fingers trembling. Are you sure? I asked, my voice laced with fear. If I look at them. They are completely blind, Clay said softly, by birth. They cannot see your eyes, and your curse requires visual contact to take effect. They are perfectly safe. I heard Clay's footsteps retreat, the heavy wooden door clicking shut behind him. I was alone with the twins. Slowly, agonizingly, I reached behind my head and untied the knot. The thick velvet fell away. I blinked against the sudden onslaught of light. The room was breathtaking. It wasn't a hospital ward, but a massive, sun-drenched bedroom suite. Floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a skyline of impossible, towering structures of glass and steel piercing the clouds.
The mirror is to your left, my lady.
One of the twins, Shin, perhaps, said gently, holding out a delicate hand to guide me. I slid my legs off the bed. They helped me hobble toward a massive, ornate floor mirror standing in the corner. I braced myself, taking a deep, shuddering breath before lifting my gaze to the glass. A gasp escaped my lips. Staring back at me was a ghost from a forgotten age. From the neck up, I was exactly as I had been before Athena's wrath had descended upon me. My face was an ethereal, flawless oval. My eyes, the source of my devastating curse, were a breathtaking, pale cyan, the color of glacial ice under a winter sun, and my hair, it cascaded down my shoulders in thick, lustrous waves of pink, golden silk. In ancient Greece, that unnatural, radiant hair color was the undeniable mark of my divine bloodline, a beauty so profound it had incited the jealousy of goddesses and the fatal lust of gods. But below my neck, things were different. The body Clay had sculpted for me was not the lithe, somewhat awkward frame of the teenager I had been when I was cursed. This body was mature. It was the body of a woman in her mid to late 20s. It was fuller, softer, yet possessed a statuesque, delicate grace that made my breath catch. My collarbones were sharply defined, my waist tapered flawlessly into gently flared hips. It was a body designed by an artist, an idealized vision of classical beauty, yet entirely human. I touched my own cheek, the glass reflecting the movement perfectly. He accounted for the time, I realized, a strange flutter in my chest. He gave me the body of the woman I should have grown up to be. I ran a hand down my smooth, unblemished thigh. It was beautiful, but it felt weak, disconnected. I looked at my reflection, a beautiful woman trapped in a gilded cage of her own making, still carrying the deadliest weapon in history behind my pale blue eyes. I assumed the beauty standards of this modern era must be astronomically demanding if Clay felt the need to craft a vessel this flawless. It made me feel simultaneously revered and deeply, uncomfortably objectified.
Is it to your liking, my lady?
Yi Yi asked softly, sensing my stillness. I looked away from the mirror, my expression hardening. I had been beautiful once before, and it had brought me nothing but ruin. It is adequate, I replied coldly. Help me back to the bed. My legs ache. Chapter 4. The Skyscraper Sanctuary. Days bled into a routine defined by struggle and silence. The guest room I occupied was merely one fraction of a sprawling, opulent penthouse apartment perched atop an exclusive skyscraper in Hong Kong. Through the massive windows, I could see the entire city, a chaotic pulsing sea of neon lights, crawling metal chariots, and a harbor choked with massive ships. It was a world entirely alien to me, a world that had moved on, forgotten the gods, and built its own mountains of glass. Xin and Yi Yi explained that the entire floor belonged to Clay Magos. He was a man of immense wealth and seemingly limitless resources. He was also my tormentor, in a way. Every afternoon, Clay arrived for my physical therapy. He was a tall man, 32 years old, with broad shoulders, dark, unkempt hair, and hands calloused from chiseling stone. He was patient, methodical, and incredibly gentle, but I hated every second of it. Push against my hands, Clay instructed. He was kneeling on a padded mat on the floor, holding my bare feet. I gritted my teeth, my brow slick with sweat. I pushed, my leg muscles trembling violently, burning with the effort of firing synapses that had been dormant for millennia. I was wearing a loose silk tunic and shorts, my eyes securely covered by a sleek, modern silk blindfold that Xin had fashioned for me. I offered him nothing but cold, polite compliance. I spoke only when spoken to, answering in clipped, monosyllabic tones. "You're doing very well," Clay said, his thumbs massaging the arch of my foot to ease a cramp. The muscle tone is developing faster than I anticipated. The magic in the clay is accelerating the healing. I pulled my foot back sharply. I am tired. We are done for today. Clay paused, his hands hovering in the empty air. He let out a slow, quiet breath. Of course. Sin will bring you some tea. Get some rest." As he walked away, I sat on the mat, massaging my own aching legs. I trusted no one, least of all a powerful man who claimed to want to help me. My history with powerful men, Poseidon, Perseus, was etched in trauma and blood. I assumed Clay wanted something from me. My beauty, my power, I was just waiting for the other shoe to drop. Later that evening, while Xin brushed my golden pink hair, I finally asked the question that had been bothering me. "Why do you serve him?" I asked, my voice quiet, in the sprawling bathroom. "He is a man. Men are inherently dangerous." Xin's brush paused. I sensed her stillness.
Mr. Magos is not like other men, my lady,
Xin said gently. She resumed brushing.
Yi Yi and I, we were not always maids. We were born into a very dark world. A few years ago, we were slaves.
I turned my head toward her. Slaves?
to a Macau sex trade gang.
Xin whispered, her voice trembling slightly.
It was a nightmare. They used our blindness. They thought it made us compliant. For reasons we still do not fully understand, the leaders of our gang tried to have Mr. Magos assassinated. They failed.
Xin set the brush down, her hands clasping in front of her.
The very next day, the leaders of the gang mysteriously disappeared. Mr. Magos walked straight into their heavily guarded headquarters in Macau. He dismantled the entire operation. He didn't use guns, he just broke them apart. He freed over 50 girls that night. He gave us money, new identities. But many of us, including my sister and I, had nowhere to go. We asked to stay and work for him. He took us in.
I sat in silence, the weight of the story settling over me. My fear was still there, but for the first time, a hairline fracture appeared in the ice wall I had built around Clay Magos. Chapter 5. The Mantra in the Dark. My newfound humanity came with human frailties. Insomnia was the worst of them. My mind, accustomed to the hypervigilance of a monster who slept with one eye open for centuries, refused to shut down in the quiet luxury of the penthouse. One particularly stifling night, unable to endure tossing and turning any longer, I tied my blindfold securely into place and wandered out of my suite. I navigated the apartment by touch and sound, my bare feet making no noise on the plush carpets. My hearing, while no longer enhanced by a head of vipers, was still remarkably sharp. As I drifted down a long hallway, I caught a sound. A low, rhythmic muttering. I followed it, pressing my back against the cool wall, inching toward an open doorway. It was Clay's bedroom. I strained my ears to listen. He was talking to himself. His voice was strained, breathless, laced with a quiet, desperate panic. My name is Clay Magos, the words tumbling over each other in a frantic loop. I am 32 years old. I live in Hong Kong. I like sculpture. I like the sight of landscapes. I like the smell of petrichor. I hate loud noises. I hate reggaeton music. I hate Indian food. My name is Clay Magos. I am 32 years old. I frowned beneath my blindfold. It was a litany, a mantra. He was reciting his own personal information over and over again, as if clinging to a lifeline in a turbulent sea. He sounded utterly terrified, as if he were fighting a war inside his own head just to remember who he was. I stood there for a long time, listening to the powerful man reduce himself to a frightened boy reciting facts in the dark. A strange pang of empathy twisted in my chest. He was haunted by something just as I was. The next morning, a spark of my ancient, petty spite returned. It was a defense mechanism, a way to regain control when I felt vulnerable. As I sat in the living area, waiting for Xin to bring my breakfast, I decided to investigate his strange mantra. Xin, I called out, "What is reggaeton music?"
It is a very rhythmic, loud style of music, my lady,
the maid replied.
Very popular in certain parts of the world. Why do you ask?
Find some, I commanded. I want to play it loudly during my physical therapy session today. I wanted to annoy him. I wanted to crack his unflappable patience, to prove that his gentle demeanor was an act. Xin hesitated but complied, using a voice command to cue up a playlist on the apartment's state-of-the-art sound system. A heavy, synthesized drum beat blasted through the room, accompanied by aggressive, rapid-fire vocals in a language I didn't recognize. The bass vibrated in my chest, jarring and unpleasant. It lacked the melody of the lyre, the poetry of the ancient choruses. It was chaotic, abrasive noise. After exactly 30 seconds, I rubbed my temples, a headache blooming behind my eyes. "Turn it off," I snapped. "By the gods, turn it off!" The music died instantly. I sighed, slouching into the sofa. I had wanted to punish him, but I had ended up punishing myself. In a strange, twisted way, I realized Clay Magos and I shared the exact same distaste. It was a tiny, insignificant detail, but it made him feel annoyingly more human to me. Chapter 6. The Blood of Perseus. The breaking point arrived 3 days later. The physical therapy session was brutal. Clay was pushing me harder, forcing me to support my own body weight on a set of parallel bars. My muscles were screaming, sweat soaking through my tunic. My legs felt like lead, shaking uncontrollably. "One more step," Clay encouraged. He was standing close behind me, his hands hovering near my waist to catch me if I fell. "Just one more, Medusa. You have it." "I cannot," I gasped, my knuckles white as I gripped the bars. "You can. Push through the burn," he urged, his voice firm. Something inside me snapped. The pain, the exhaustion, the utter humiliation of being weak and dependent on a man, it all boiled over. I let go of the bars and collapsed. Clay caught me instantly, his arms wrapping securely around my waist, lowering me gently to the mat. I scrambled away from him. "Why?" I screamed, my voice echoing off the high ceilings. I was panting, tears of frustration hot on my cheeks. "Why are you doing this? Why bring me back? Why endure the cost, the time, the effort? What do you want from me?" Clay remained kneeling on the mat, his breathing heavy. "I told you, I want to help you. Men do not help without a price." I spat, my hands curling into fists. "Tell me the truth. Why me?" A long, heavy silence filled the room. When Clay finally spoke, his voice was hollow, stripped of its usual warmth. "Because I am plagued," he said quietly. "Every night, when I close my eyes, I am not Clay Magos. I am a monster wearing a hero's skin. I dream of blood on a bronze shield. I dream of severing a woman's head, then stuffing it in a bag like a trophy. I dream of the screaming, the darkness, the rot." I froze, my heart stopping in my chest. "I am trying to undo the errors of ancient history," Clay continued, his voice thick with self-loathing. "Errors that have been celebrated for millennia. I am trying to clear the ledger of my ancestor." "Your ancestor?" I whispered, a cold dread seeping into my bones. "My bloodline traces back to Argos," Clay said. "I am a direct descendant of Perseus." The name hit me like a physical blow. Perseus, the butcher, the thief, the man who had ended my life and turned my head into a weapon. Before rational thought could intervene, centuries of buried trauma and blind, feral panic seized control of my body. With a primal shriek, I lunged at him. My fangs and claws were gone, but I had the pure, unadulterated fury of a cornered animal. I aimed for his throat, intending to tear it out with my bare hands. But Clay was not a soft, modern man. He was trained, fast, and incredibly strong. As I collided with him, he shifted his weight, using my own momentum against me. In one fluid, expert motion, he twisted me around and pinned me against the smooth glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. His forearm pressed against my collarbone, holding me firmly in place. His other hand gripped both of my wrists above my head. Our faces were mere inches apart. The sudden, violent restraint triggered an explosive flashback. The cold marble floors of Athena's temple, the crushing weight of a massive body pressing me down, the smell of brine and sea foam. The cruel, mocking laugh of Poseidon as he tore my robes, ignoring my pleas, ignoring my tears. I froze. The fight completely drained out of me, replaced by a paralyzing, icy terror. I stopped breathing. I squeezed my eyes shut so tight it hurt, whimpering pitifully, expecting the violation, expecting the pain. "Medusa," Clay said. His voice dropped an octave, losing all aggression. "Medusa, stop. Breathe." I expected him to tighten his grip, to press closer, but none came to happen. "You no longer have your monster powers," Clay said softly, rationally, trying to break through my panic. "Attacking a fully grown man is not a good idea, but I am not going to hurt you. Do you hear me? I am not him." In one swift, deliberate motion, Clay let go of my wrists and reached up. His fingers grazed my temples, and he removed the blindfold from my face entirely. "Look at me," he commanded softly. I gasped, a sound of pure horror. "No! You'll die! You'll turn to stone! Look at me!" I opened my eyes. The pale cyan light of my curse flared, a deadly, petrifying energy surging from my gaze straight into Clay's face. I waited for his skin to turn gray, for his eyes to harden into marble, for the life to drain out of him. Nothing happened. Clay stared back at me, his dark eyes unflinching. He was breathing steadily. His skin remained warm and flushed. "How?" I choked out, my knees going weak. "It seems my cursed bloodline has one benefit. I am immune to your petrification. You cannot hurt me, Medusa. And I will never hurt you." I stared at him, truly seeing him for the first time without the barrier of the blindfold. I expected to see the arrogant, triumphant smirk of Perseus. Instead, I saw a man who looked utterly exhausted. His eyes were deeply sad, carrying a heavy, depressive weight that made him look older than his years. With the adrenaline suddenly leaving my system, my unpracticed legs finally gave out. I crumpled toward the floor. Clay was there in a flash. He caught me before my knees hit the mat, scooping me up into his arms as effortlessly as if I were made of air. He carried me down the hall, his chest warm and solid against my cheek, and laid me gently on my bed. He pulled the duvet over my shivering form. He turned to leave. His shoulders slumped. "Wait!" I croaked, reaching out. My fingers grazed his forearm, weakly gripping his sleeve. He stopped, looking down at me. "You haven't actually explained it," I said, my voice shaking. "Why go this far? Why bring me back just to clear a ledger?" Clay sighed, looking out the window at the glittering city lights. "Because I want out," he said, his voice ragged. "Every time I have those dreams, I forget who I am. I wake up thinking I am in ancient Greece. I forget my name. I forget what era I'm in. The memories of Perseus are overriding my own. I have to drink myself into a stupor just to get a dreamless night, or I have to sit in the dark and mutter my own personal information like a madman just to ground myself in reality." He looked back at me, his dark eyes pleading for understanding. "I am losing my mind, Medusa. I hoped that by undoing his greatest sin, by giving you your life back, the gods or fate or whatever curse runs in my blood would be appeased. I just want the dreams to stop. I want a life where I am simply Clay Magos and nothing more." He gently pulled his arm from my grasp and walked out of the room, leaving me staring after him, my heart aching for the grandson of my murderer. Chapter 7. The Emerald Gaze. Time passed differently after that night. The ice between us, it had shattered. My physical therapy progressed with astonishing speed. I found myself actively trying, pushing my limits, eager to impress him. Clay was no longer just my captor or my doctor. He was a fellow prisoner of fate. With every bit of physical contact, his hand steadying my waist, his fingers correcting my posture, my arm draped over his shoulders for balance, a quiet, crackling energy grew between us. I realized I was no longer flinching when he touched me. Instead, I found myself anticipating the warmth of his skin. I was falling for the descendant of my killer. It was absurd, it was terrifying, and it was undeniable. One afternoon, a month after my awakening, I was walking unassisted across the living room, my stride fluid and graceful. Clay watched me from the sofa, a rare, genuine smile playing on his lips. "You're ready for the final step," Clay announced. Standing up, he walked over to a sleek glass coffee table and picked up a digital tablet. "The final step?" I asked, turning to face him. "I've figured out how to suppress the curse," Clay said. "I can't cure the magic in your gaze, but I can contain it. Have you ever heard of the Emperor Nero?" "A Roman? Yes. Long after my time," I replied. "He was known to watch gladiatorial games through emerald lenses to protect his eyes from the glare," Clay explained. "But mythologists believe the original emerald sunglasses he possessed were forged with mystic properties, capable of dampening magical optics. They suppress curses. And you know where they are? They are the centerpiece of an exclusive, highly illegal underground auction happening next week," Clay said, his tone turning serious. "In Greece." My breath caught. Greece, the land of my birth, the land of my death. "We are going together," Clay said, placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "You will wear a heavy veil, but when we get those shades, you will finally be free to look at the world without fear." 3 days later, we were stepping out of a private jet onto the tarmac in Athens. The air was warm, smelling faintly of the sea and dry earth. Even through my heavy, opaque morning veil, I felt a profound, emotional jolt. I was home. The auction was held in a sprawling, heavily guarded subterranean compound carved into a cliffside overlooking the Aegean. It was a gathering of billionaires, crime lords, and black market antiquities dealers. Clay, dressed in a sharp black tuxedo, guided me through the opulent crowd. I wore an elegant, flowing black gown, and my thick veil. "Keep your head down," Clay murmured into my ear, his hand resting protectively at the small of my back. "There are dangerous people here." As if summoned by his words, a man detached himself from the crowd and blocked our path. "Clay Magos," a slick, overly confident voice purred. "I never thought I'd see you show your face in the Mediterranean again." I stiffened. Through the thin mesh of my veil, I observed the man. He was striking, in a predatory sort of way. He had slicked back dark hair, a sharp beard, and wore a garish white suit. But it was his aura that repulsed me. He radiated an arrogant, suffocating entitlement. Everything about him, the way he looked at me, the swagger in his stance, even his name, as Clay hissed it under his breath, screamed, "Danger!" "Reynaldo de la Mar," Clay said, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. "De la Mar, King of the Sea." The translation echoed in my mind. A wave of nausea washed over me. He even looked a bit like Poseidon. "You stole from me, Magos," Reynaldo sneered, taking a step closer. "That vault in Persia belonged to me. I had the map. You just got there first and took the grand prize." I realized then the magnitude of what Clay had done. He'd done more than just finding my head. He had stolen it from a powerful, dangerous billionaire. He had risked his life long before he even resurrected me. "It didn't belong to you, Reynaldo," Clay said, his body tensing, stepping slightly in front of me to shield me. "It belonged to history." "Don't give me that self-righteous academic garbage," Reynaldo scoffed. He leaned to the side, trying to get a better look at me through my veil. "Is this why you survived the hit I put on you in Macau? You dismantled my sex ring just to show off for your new pet?" My blood ran cold. He was the one who had tried to kill Clay. He was the monster who had enslaved Shin Shin and Yi Yi. Reynaldo smiled, a predatory gleam in his eyes. I hear she's a masterpiece, Clay. A perfect reconstruction. I tell you what, I'm a forgiving man. Sell her to me. Name your price. I've always wanted a living statue for my private collection. Clay's hands balled into fists. He took a menacing step forward, ready to strike the billionaire right there in the middle of the gala, but I moved faster. I stepped in front of Clay, placing a gentle, restraining hand on his chest. Do not ruin your life for this insect, I thought. I turned to Reynaldo, reaching out from beneath my veil. I brushed my hand against his lapel. As I did, I subtly slipped a small, folded piece of paper, a napkin I had snagged from a tray earlier, into his breast pocket. Mr. Delamar is a very busy man, Clay, I said smoothly, my voice a sultry, hypnotic purr that I hadn't used in millennia. Let us not waste his time. Reynaldo's eyes widened slightly at my touch and my tone. He grinned, assuming he had already charmed me. Smart girl. I'll see you around, Magos. He swaggered away. Clay looked down at me, furious and confused. What are you doing? He hissed. Fixing a problem, I whispered. Win the auction, Clay. Get the shades. I will handle the king of the sea. Chapter 8. The Stone Garden. The note had specified the estate's sprawling, isolated sculpture garden at midnight. Reynaldo Delamar arrived exactly on time, a smug, victorious grin plastered on his face. He walked past marble statues of nymphs and satyrs, the gravel crunching beneath his expensive shoes. He assumed the beautiful, mysterious woman in black had recognized his superior wealth and power, ready to defect from the brooding archaeologist. I stood at the far end of the garden, bathed in the pale light of a full moon. I had removed the heavy mourning veil. In its place, I wore my simple silk blindfold. The sea breeze whipped my pink golden hair around my shoulders like a halo of spun fire. You are even more breathtaking in the moonlight, my dear, Reynaldo said, stepping into the clearing. He looked me up and down, his eyes filled with raw, unfiltered lust. Magos is a fool to hide you away. I felt a profound, absolute calm. I was no longer a victim. I was the predator. I can give you everything, Reynaldo boasted, stopping a few feet away from me. He reached out, his fingers grazing my bare shoulder. Palaces, jewels. You will be the crown jewel of my collection. You will serve only me. The touch of his hand, the entitlement in his voice, it mirrored Poseidon so perfectly it was almost poetic. But this time, I was not in a temple, and I was not helpless. I serve no one, I whispered. With a swift, fluid motion, I reached up and tore the blindfold from my face. I opened my eyes, fixing my icy cyan gaze directly upon him. Reynaldo gasped, a sound of profound shock. For a split second, he stared into my eyes, mesmerized by their unnatural glowing beauty. Then the curse took hold. It was fast, brutal, and entirely silent. The color drained from his face, replaced by a sickly, ashen gray. The smirk froze on his lips. The lust in his eyes crystallized into dull, unseeing spheres of granite. The transformation cascaded down his body, turning his expensive suit, his skin, his very blood into solid, unyielding stone. Within 3 seconds, Reynaldo Delamar was nothing more than a statue, a monument to his own arrogance and greed, blending perfectly into the garden of nymphs and satyrs. I stood before him, my chest heaving slightly. I felt no remorse. I felt only a deep, profound sense of closure. I had killed the man who tried to murder Clay. I had avenged Shin Shin and Yi Yi. And I had finally struck back at the archetype of the men who had ruined me. I heard footsteps running down the gravel path. I quickly tied the blindfold back over my eyes. Medusa! Clay burst into the clearing, panting, clutching a sleek black velvet box in his hand. He stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes falling on the new statue in the garden. He looked from the stone face of Reynaldo de Lamar to me. I told you, I said calmly. I handled him. Clay stared at the statue for a long moment. Then, slowly, a heavy, relieved sigh escaped his lips. I thought he'd reprimand me, that he'd look at me with fear. Instead, he simply walked up to me, opened the velvet box, and pulled out a pair of dark, intricately carved emerald sunglasses. Turn around, he said softly. I turned. He gently untied my blindfold, letting it fall to the grass. Before I could open my eyes, he slid the emerald shades onto my face. The frames were cool metal, the lenses thick and heavy. Open them, he whispered. I opened my eyes. The world was tinted a rich, vibrant green. I looked at Clay. He was standing right in front of me, looking back. It's hard to put into words, but my body could sense it. I could feel the curse radiating from my eyes, trying to reach Clay despite of his resistance. I could feel it fruitlessly hitting the emerald surface, bouncing back onto my face, and finally fading away, like exhaling onto a face cover. It was weird, but it wasn't bothersome. I knew I could get used to the sensation before long. It worked. From this point onward, I could look at another human being without the fear of destroying them. Tears welled up in my eyes, spilling over the bottom rims of the emerald lenses. Clay smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. He reached out and gently wiped a tear from my cheek. Let's go see the world. Chapter 9, The Empty Cage. The next 48 hours were a whirlwind of color and light. With the emerald shades firmly in place, I was reborn. Clay took me on a private tour of modern Greece. We walked through the ruins of the Acropolis, and I traced the ancient stones with my fingertips, mourning the past, but marveling at the present. We ate fresh olives and feta at a seaside taverna, the taste exploding on my tongue. We laughed, truly laughed. When we returned to Hong Kong, he took me to the peak of Victoria Mountain, showing me the city skyline I had only ever seen from my window. He bought me street food, taking joy in watching me experience the chaotic, vibrant life of the modern era. I felt alive, and I knew, with absolute certainty, that I loved him. I loved his kindness, his strength, his tortured soul. I was ready to tell him. But when we returned to the penthouse apartment, the air felt different. Heavy, empty. Clay had gone to his study to handle some paperwork. I went to my room to change out of my travel clothes. When I emerged into the living room, Clay was nowhere to be found. Instead, Shinshin and Yi Yi were standing by the coffee table, their faces somber. Shinshin held out a thick, cream-colored envelope.
Mr. Magos asked us to give this to you, my lady,
Shinshin said quietly. I took the envelope, a cold knot forming in my stomach. I tore it open. Medusa, if you are reading this, I am already gone. The transfer papers are on the desk. This apartment, the bank accounts attached to it, everything, it is all yours now. You have enough wealth to live 100 lifetimes in absolute luxury. You will never lack for anything. I have seen the way you flinch when men look at you. I know the traumas you carry, the horrors inflicted upon you by gods and kings. I brought you back into this world, but I refuse to be another man who cages you, even if that cage is made of gold. You are free, Medusa, truly free. You depend on no one. You need fear no one. You have your sight, your life, and your independence. Build a life for yourself. Find happiness. As for me, the dreams, they are getting worse. Seeing Greece again triggered something. I cannot let my madness endanger you. I am going away to a place where I cannot hurt anyone when my mind finally breaks. Do not look for me, just live. Yours in penance, Clay. I dropped the letter, the paper fluttering to the floor. He had left me. He had given me the world, and then walked away from it because he thought he was protecting me, because he thought I needed to be free of him. "He's an idiot," I whispered, my voice cracking. I didn't want the apartment, nor the money. I wanted the man who had pulled me from the dark. I looked at Shin Shin and Yi Yi. "Pack a bag," I commanded, my voice hardening with ancient resolve. Chapter 10. The Anchor. It took 3 weeks and several $1 million in private investigators to find him. He had retreated to the edge of the world. The helicopter landed on a bleak, wind-swept ridge in the remote highlands of Ireland. The air was biting cold, smelling of peat bogs and rain. I, bundled in a thick cashmere coat, my emerald shades shielding my eyes from the weak sun, hiked up the muddy path toward a small, isolated stone cabin. I pushed the heavy wooden door open without knocking. The cabin was freezing. The fire in the hearth had died down to embers, and sitting in a worn armchair by the window, staring blankly out at the setting sun, was Clay. He looked terrible. He was unshaven, gaunt. Dark, bruised bags hung under his eyes. He looked like a man who hadn't slept in a month, completely consumed by exhaustion and madness. He slowly turned his head as I entered. He blinked, staring at me as if I were a mirage. "Medusa?" he rasped, his voice weak. Am I dreaming again?" I walked over to him, pulling off my gloves. I knelt beside his chair and took his cold, calloused hands in mine. "You are an absolute fool, Clay Magos," I said fiercely, though tears pricked my eyes. "You shouldn't be here," he mumbled, trying to pull his hands away, but he was too weak. "I don't know who I am anymore. Last night, I thought I was in the Gorgon's lair. I thought I had the sickle." "You are Clay," I said firmly, squeezing his hands. "You are an archaeologist. You like the smell of petrichor. You hate reggaeton music, with good reason, by the way. And you are the man I love." He stared at me, the words struggling to penetrate the fog in his mind. "I am not a victim who needs to be hidden away for her own protection." I continued, my voice unwavering. "I am Medusa. I have survived gods and monsters, and I am not going to let you be destroyed by your own mind." I stood up, pulling him gently to his feet. He swayed, completely drained. I wrapped my arm around his waist, supporting his weight, and guided him toward the small bed in the corner of the room. "I'm tired," he whispered brokenly, like a frightened child. "I'm so tired of fighting him." "Then stop fighting," I said softly. I helped him lie down on the mattress, pulling the thick woolen blankets over him. "I will fight him for you." I kicked off my boots, took off my coat, and climbed into the bed beside him. I left my emerald shades on the nightstand. I curled my body against his, resting my head on his chest, directly over his heart. I draped my arm across his torso, holding him tight. "Sleep, Clay," I whispered into the darkness. "I am here. I am your anchor. If you dream of the past, I will pull you back to the present. You are safe." He let out a long, shuddering sigh, his arms instinctively coming up to wrap around me. Within minutes, the exhaustion claimed him, and he fell into a deep, heavy sleep. I stayed awake for a long time, listening to his breathing. A few times during the night, he twitched, letting out a distressed whimper as the ancient memories tried to claw their way to the surface. But every time, I tightened my grip, whispering his name, reminding him of who he was and where he was. And every time, he settled down. When the gray light of dawn finally crept through the window, I was awakened by a strange shifting beneath me. I opened my eyes, blinking sleepily. Clay was awake, looking down at me. The bruised, haunted look in his eyes was gone. He looked rested. He looked like himself. "How do you feel?" I asked softly, pushing myself up slightly. Clay stared at the ceiling for a moment, a look of profound wonder crossing his face. "Quiet," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "My mind is quiet. There were no dreams, just you." He smiled, a genuine, radiant smile that warmed the freezing cabin, but then his brow furrowed and he winced slightly. "Although," he added, a hint of amusement in his voice, "I am currently experiencing a different kind of paralysis." I panicked, my heart leaping into my throat. I scrambled back. "The curse? Did the immunity wear off? Are you turning to stone?" Clay let out a sudden, booming laugh. It was a beautiful sound. "No, Medusa. You fell asleep with your head directly on my bicep, and you put all of your weight on it. You cut off my circulation. I can't feel my arm. It's completely dead." I stared at him, my panic evaporating, replaced by a flush of hot, embarrassed color rising in my cheeks. He was joking. He was actually joking. "Ugh, you idiot!" I cried out, playfully punching him in the chest. Clay laughed harder, his good arm pulling me back down against him. I couldn't help it. A laugh bubbled up from my own chest, joining his. We lay there in the freezing Irish cabin, tangled in blankets, laughing until our sides ached. Epilogue. We stayed in the Irish cabin for 3 weeks. Every night, we slept wrapped in each other's arms. My presence acted as a flawless tether to reality. With me acting as his anchor, Clay's mind finally began to heal. The intrusive thoughts of ancient Greece faded away, replaced by the warmth of my skin and the sound of my steady heartbeat. The nightmares stopped entirely. When we finally packed our bags to leave, Clay looked healthier, happier, and completely free of the ghosts of his ancestry. We returned to Hong Kong together. The penthouse apartment felt different when we walked through the doors. It was no longer a gilded cage. It was a home. Shin Shin and Yi Yi greeted us with bright smiles, having already prepared a feast to welcome us back. Later that evening, as the city lights twinkled outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, I stood on the balcony, the warm breeze ruffling my pink golden hair. I was wearing my emerald shades, watching the boats navigate the harbor. I felt Clay's arms wrap around my waist from behind, his chin resting on my shoulder. "What are you looking at?" he asked softly, kissing the side of my neck. "The future," I replied, leaning back against his solid chest. I placed my hands over his, lacing our fingers together. "It looks beautiful." And behind the emerald lenses, my pale cyan eyes, once the bringers of death and despair, reflected nothing but the vibrant, pulsing light of a long-awaited life. The end. Well, let's just say that, after tonight, I might add miracle worker to my resume. Healer, killer, frost in magma. Chapter 1. The Interrogation. The Arctic wind howled against the reinforced polyglass windows of the Borealis research station, a sound I had spent the last 2 years trying to tune out. Call me Julia, Julia Frost. At 28, I was the youngest lead researcher Borealis had ever contracted, stationed hundreds of miles from civilization in a facility that felt more like a fortress than a laboratory. But isolation was the price of innovation. Here, surrounded by endless miles of white, my team and I had achieved the impossible. 3D bioprinting viable, fully functional artificial organs and skin grafts. I was used to the cold. I thrived in it. But the chill radiating from the man sitting across the metal table in the station's makeshift interrogation room was entirely different. It wasn't environmental. It was profoundly, unapologetically human. His name was Malcolm Magnus. Let us review this one more time, Dr. Frost, he said, his voice a low, smooth baritone colored by a slight, elegant Hispanic accent. He didn't look up from the file he was reading. Magnus was a stark contrast to the sterile, utilitarian aesthetic of the station. He wore a meticulously tailored charcoal suit that probably cost more than my first year of medical school. A dark gray fedora rested deliberately on the table beside his leather portfolio, and a pair of sleek, wire-rimmed glasses framed dark, fiercely intelligent eyes. He was 30, perhaps, with sharp jawlines and a demeanor that practically screamed classified. There isn't much to review, Mr. Magnus, I said, folding my arms across my white lab coat, trying to project a warmth and confidence I wasn't entirely feeling. The sudden lockdown of the station that morning had put everyone on edge. We were told an important member of Imperia's political class, my home country, was being brought in, and security protocols had escalated from 0 to absolute paranoia in the span of an hour. I am a doctor. I print organs. I save lives. I don't know anything about whatever security threat has you turning my research station upside down. Magnus finally looked up, his dark eyes locking onto mine. There was a cynical depth there, a natural suspicion that made me feel like I was a puzzle he was determined to dismantle piece by piece. Everyone has secrets, Doctor. Even prodigies. He leaned back, his movements fluid and predatory. You are remarkably trusting. I've read your psychological profile. Warm, empathetic, easily forms bonds. It's a wonderful trait for a healer. It is a terrible vulnerability in my line of work. Good thing I'm in my line of work, then, I countered, refusing to look away. I assume the best in people until they give me a reason not to. And I assume the worst, he replied, his tone devoid of apology. Because when I am right, people stay alive. Which brings us to your associations. He flipped a page in his file. Stella Kwan. My heart gave a treacherous little stutter. I kept my face carefully neutral. Stella was a college roommate. We shared a dorm at the Imperial University. Stella Kwan is a highly skilled cyber terrorist, Magnus corrected smoothly, removing his glasses and cleaning them with a silk handkerchief he produced from his breast pocket. A hacker who, 3 years ago, leaked the personal, medical, and financial records of 4 members of Imperia's royal family, a seditious act that nearly destabilized the sovereign economy. She was a 19-year-old kid who liked playing with firewalls. I said defensively, though my palms were growing clammy. I haven't spoken to Stella in 6 years, long before any of that happened. Proximity leaves a residue, Dr. Frost, Magnus said, placing his glasses back on his face. The glass caught the harsh overhead light, masking his eyes. In my experience, no one is entirely innocent. You have a clearance level that gives you access to the most secure networks in this facility. A facility that is currently housing a very, very sensitive VIP. I need to know that your loyalties lie with Imperia, and not with the ghosts of your rebellious collegiate past. My loyalties, I said, my voice hardening, lie with my patients. I don't care about politics, Mr. Magnus. I care about cellular regeneration and vascular scaffolding. He stared at me for a long, agonizing moment. The tension in the room was palpable, a thick, invisible wire pulled taut between us. Our philosophies were worlds apart. I built things. He clearly dismantled them. I trusted. He suspected. Yet, beneath my frustration, I couldn't deny a spark of pure, unadulterated curiosity about the man. Before he could push the interrogation further, the heavy metal door of the room hissed open. A man in tactical gear stepped in, his face pale. He ignored me entirely, marching straight to Magnus and leaning down to whisper frantically in his ear. I watched Magnus's face. His eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. The temperature in the room seemed to drop another 10 degrees. He gave the tactical officer a curt nod, dismissing him. Magnus sighed, closing his leather folder with a decisive snap. He picked up his fedora, tracing the brim with a gloved thumb. It seems, Dr. Frost, that our conversation will have to be tabled, he said, his voice stripped of its previous interrogatory cadence, replaced by a grim urgency. The situation has escalated. Your unique skills are required immediately. What happened? I asked, already out of my chair, my medical instincts overriding my annoyance. Our VIP has arrived, Magnus said, opening the door and gesturing for me to follow. And he is dying. Chapter 2. The Impossible Task. I followed Magnus through the pristine, white corridors of the Borealis station. The usual quiet hum of the facility had been replaced by a chaotic symphony of shouting voices, the clatter of gurneys, and the blaring of a localized medical emergency alarm. Who is the patient? I demanded, matching his long, urgent strides. Philip Ferguson. Magnus replied without looking back. I stopped dead in my tracks. Ferguson, the Minister of Defense? But he was just announced as Imperia's next Prime Minister. He was, Magnus said, stopping and turning back to me, his expression grave. Until 3 hours ago, when an assassin slipped a synthesized neurotoxin into his morning tea. The poison was designed to mimic a massive myocardial infarction. It was incredibly effective. My mind raced. If it's a massive cardiac failure, you don't need a bioprinter. You need a transplant surgeon and a donor, or a mechanical pump. A mechanical pump will not sustain him long enough for the transport back to Imperia, and the nearest viable human donor is 2,000 miles away, Magnus explained, his dark eyes boring into mine. The toxin has necrotic properties. It is literally eating the muscle tissue of his heart. He is currently on a cardiopulmonary bypass machine, but his body is rejecting the artificial circulation. We have, at best, 12 hours before his brain is starved of oxygen. He stepped closer, his presence suddenly overwhelming in the narrow corridor. They told me you were a miracle worker, Dr. Frost. They told me you could build a heart. In theory, in trials, I stammered, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the demand. I've printed functional cardiac tissue, yes. We've done animal models. But a full, human-sized heart? The vascular complexity alone, it takes days to print, and weeks to incubate, and vascularize in a bioreactor. At most we have hours, Magnus said softly but with the weight of an anvil. If Ferguson dies, the political vacuum will tear Imperia apart. This wasn't just an assassination. It was a prelude to a coup. I am here to ensure that doesn't happen. You are here to give him a heart. Can you do it? Or did I waste my time interrogating the wrong prodigy? It was a challenge. A deliberate, calculated challenge designed to bypass my panic and hit my pride. It worked. I swallowed hard, my mind already running through the algorithmic matrices of hydrogel bioinks and stem cell differentiation. I need a tissue sample, I said, my voice steadying. A biopsy of the healthy tissue remaining in his heart. And I need absolute, uninterrupted access to the main MRI terminal and the primary biofabricator. Magnus gave a sharp, almost imperceptible nod of approval. You have it. Go. I ran. The medical bay was a war zone. Ferguson lay on the central operating table, an array of tubes and wires snaking from his chest to a massive bypass machine that hummed and clicked, doing the work his ruined heart no longer could. The man who was supposed to lead my country looked gray, frail, and entirely mortal, My team was already assembled. Dr. Parker, my chief bioengineer, looked at me with wide, terrified eyes. "Julia, they want us to print a full organ," he whispered as I scrubbed in and snapped my latex gloves into place. "We haven't perfected the left ventricle wall thickness yet. We perfect it today," I said, grabbing a biopsy tool. "Parker, prep the stem cell centrifuges. I want our highest yield of pluripotent cells. Mix them with the type 4 vascular hydrogel." I approached the patient. The surgeon on duty stepped aside, allowing me access to the open chest cavity. It was a mess. The heart tissue was mottled black and purple, the necrosis spreading visibly. I carefully extracted a core sample from the healthiest-looking section of the apex, placing it into a sterile transport vial. "Get this to the lab," I ordered a tech. "Extract his specific DNA matrix. We are going to use his own cellular blueprint so his body doesn't reject the print." For the next 4 hours, the world outside the laboratory ceased to exist. I sat in the darkened imaging room, staring at the holographic projection of Ferguson's heart, derived from his previous medical records and the new scans. Using a pair of haptic gloves, I digitally carved away the necrotic tissue from the model, mapping the intricate web of veins, arteries, and valves. Initiating print sequence, I finally said into my comms unit, my voice hoarse. Through the thick observation glass, I watched as the primary biofabricator, a machine the size of a small car, whirred to life. 6 robotic arms, tipped with microscopic needles, began to dance in a sterile chamber. They laid down the heart, layer by microscopic layer. First the flexible scaffolding, then the living, breathing bio-ink infused with Ferguson's own rapidly multiplying cells. It was mesmerizing. It was the future, and it was agonizingly slow. "Print time is estimated at 6 hours, Parker reported, looking at a tablet. "And we still have to shock it into a rhythm." I rubbed my burning eyes, a headache throbbing at my temples. "Keep monitoring the cell viability. I need a break. 5 minutes, or I'm going to collapse." "Take 10, Doc," Parker said kindly. "We've got the babysitting covered." I stripped off my lab coat, leaving me in my scrubs, and stepped out into the main corridor. The air felt heavy, recycled. I needed actual air. The Borealis station had a large, glass-domed atrium that housed an indoor botanical garden used for both oxygen recycling and psychological relief for the staff. I made my way there, the silence of the outer corridors a stark contrast to the buzzing energy of the lab. As I passed the intersection of Sector 4, my gaze snagged on 2 figures walking briskly down a secondary hallway. They were wearing full, bright, yellow Level A hazard suits, their faces obscured by the reflective visors of their respirators. That wasn't unusual in a facility that handled dangerous biomaterials. What caught my eye were the names stenciled in bold black letters across the backs of the suits: Walker and Mendez. I stopped, a frown creasing my forehead. Mendez, one of our waste disposal technicians, was currently 7 months pregnant. She had gone on maternity leave and flown back to the mainland 2 weeks ago. And Walker was a towering, broad-shouldered man who used to play rugby. The person wearing the suit marked Walker was easily 6 inches shorter and significantly leaner. Something doesn't add up. My heartbeat kicked up a notch. I remembered Magnus's words. This wasn't just an assassination, it was a prelude to a coup. Driven by a terrifying mix of curiosity and dread, I silently altered my path, keeping to the shadows of the utility pipes lining the walls, and followed the 2 yellow suits. Chapter 3: The Hangar. They led me away from the primary research sectors, down into the bowels of the station toward the loading hangars. The temperature dropped here, the air smelling of aviation fuel. I peeked around the corner of a massive steel bulkhead into Hangar Bay C. The two men in the hazard suits had stopped near a stack of wooden supply crates. Out from behind the crates stepped 4 other men. These men were not wearing station uniforms. They wore tactical black, heavy boots, and most terrifyingly, they were heavily armed. Matte black assault rifles hung from slings across their chests. I froze, the blood draining from my face. My breath caught in my throat, sounding deafeningly loud to my own ears. "The security perimeter is locked down," one of the armed men said, his voice echoing slightly in the cavernous hangar. "But the medical bay is completely exposed. We move in 10 minutes. Kill the power to the bypass machine. Put a bullet in Ferguson to be sure. Anyone in a white coat gets neutralized." Neutralized. He meant us. My team. Panic, cold and sharp, flooded my veins. I backed away slowly, my hands trembling. On the wall, not 10 feet from me, was a bright red fire alarm pull station. If I pulled it, it would trigger a station-wide lockdown. Thick blast doors would seal the medical bay. It would protect Ferguson and my team, but it would also alert the men. I took a step toward the alarm, my hand reaching out, my fingers shaking violently. "Just pull it," I told myself. "Pull it, and run." Before my fingers could even brush the red plastic, a large, gloved hand clamped down hard over my mouth. A scream died in my throat as a powerful arm wrapped around my waist, hauling me backward with terrifying strength. I thrashed, kicking my legs, but the person holding me was like a wall of solid granite. I was dragged backward, into the deep shadows behind a towering stack of supply boxes. "Do not make a sound," a low, urgent voice whispered directly into my ear. The accent, the calm, icy authority. I went limp, with a mixture of shock and profound relief. It was Magnus. He slowly released his hand from my mouth but kept a firm grip on my arm. I spun around to face him. He had discarded the suit jacket and the fedora. He wore a dark tactical vest over his dress shirt, and a suppressed pistol was gripped loosely in his right hand. He looked entirely different than the elegant interrogator from hours ago. He looked like a predator in its natural habitat. "Are you insane?" he breathed, his dark eyes flashing with a terrifying intensity. "If you hit that alarm, they will panic. They have automatic weapons. This entire sector will become a slaughterhouse. We have civilian scientists everywhere." "They're going to the medical bay," I whispered back fiercely, my voice shaking. "They're going to kill Ferguson and my team." "I am aware," Magnus said, his gaze flicking to the corner where we could hear the men talking. He looked back at me, his expression softening just a fraction, a glint of genuine surprise in his eyes. "How did you find them?" "The security cameras in this sector were looped 20 minutes ago." "The hazard suits," I whispered, trying to control my breathing. "Mendez is on maternity leave. The real Walker is built like a tank. The guy in his suit was too small." Magnus stared at me for a second, and then, impossibly, a small, impressed smile touched the corners of his mouth. "You are remarkably observant, Dr. Frost. Perhaps my profile on you was incomplete." "What do we do?" I asked, looking at his gun. I had never been this close to a firearm in my life. It looked heavy, lethal. Magnus reached into his vest pocket and pulled out a small, encrypted USB drive. He pressed it into my hand, his fingers briefly brushing mine. They were warm, a stark contrast to the freezing hangar. "You are going to turn around, and you are going to walk calmly back up to the Central Security Office on Level 2, he instructed, his voice a steadying anchor in my sea of panic. "You will hand this drive directly to Chief Steele. It contains a counter-virus that will break the loop on the cameras, and grant him localized control of the blast doors without triggering the audible alarms. What about you? I asked, my fingers tightening around the drive. The procedure for replacing the Prime Minister's heart cannot be stopped. If Ferguson dies, these men win, Magnus said, his eyes turning cold again as he looked toward the hangar. I will handle the matter down here. Handle the matter, I repeated, horrified. There are 6 of them. They have rifles. You have 1 gun. I am very good with 1 gun, he said dryly. He stepped closer, looking down at me. Dr. Frost, listen to me. To obtain those hazard suits, those men had to bypass Walker. Given their methods, Walker is likely injured, or worse. You need to do what you do best. Save the minister, and save any collateral damage. He was asking me to walk away, to leave him to face 6 armed killers alone while I went back to my bioprinter. Be careful, the words slipped out before I could stop them. Magnus paused, looking at me with an expression I couldn't quite decipher. The cynicism was gone, replaced by something that looked dangerously like gratitude. Go, Julia, he said softly. I turned and ran. Chapter 4. Blood on the Ice. I didn't stop until I reached the Level 2 security office. I burst through the doors, breathless and sweating despite the chill. Chief Steele, a burly man with graying hair, jumped up from his console. Dr. Frost, why aren't you in the surgical suite? I slammed the USB drive onto his desk. Plug it in, Magnus sent me. We have 6 armed hostiles in Hangar Bay C. They've compromised the camera loop. This will fix it. Steele didn't ask questions. He jammed the drive into a port and his fingers flew across his keyboard. A second later, the massive wall of monitors flickered, the static clearing to reveal the hangar. I gasped. On the screen, the 6 men were fanning out, moving toward the primary elevator shafts. But Magnus was nowhere to be seen. Chief, I said, my medical brain re-engaging. Magnus said they likely hurt the real Walker to get his suit. Send a discreet team to the primary hazmat storage locker. Now. Steele nodded, barking orders into his radio. 5 minutes later, my comms unit chirped. It was Parker. Julia, where are you? The print is in its final phase. We need to prep for the surgical transfer. I'm on my way, I said. I practically sprinted back to the medical bay. The atmosphere inside was tense, but oblivious to the impending violence below us. I scrubbed back in, my hands shaking so badly I could barely snap the gloves on. Focus, I ordered myself. You are a doctor. Save the life in front of you. Just as I stepped up to the operating table, the double doors of the med bay crashed open. 2 security guards rushed in, pushing a gurney. On it was a mountain of a man, his blue station uniform soaked black with blood. It was Walker. Stab wound to the right upper quadrant, one of the guards yelled. He's losing blood fast. Pressure is dropping. My mind fractured into 2 distinct paths. On the central table lay the future Prime Minister of Imperia, his life dependent on a machine and a 3D printed organ that was just finishing its final cell layering. On the secondary gurney lay Walker, a man I shared coffee with in the cafeteria, bleeding to death from a terrorist's blade. Dr. Parker, initiate the decellularization wash on the printed heart. Prep Ferguson for organ reception, I barked, my voice echoing with an authority that surprised me. I turned to the secondary surgical team. Bring Walker here, now! They wheeled him parallel to Ferguson. I stepped between the 2 tables. Walker's liver is lacerated. We need to pack the wound and clamp the hepatic artery, I ordered, grabbing a scalpel. For the next 20 minutes, it was a blur of blood, monitors, and frantic precision. We were performing 2 critical surgeries simultaneously in the same room. I had my hands inside Walker's abdomen, desperately trying to find the source of the bleeding, while barking instructions to Parker on how to handle the delicate bioprinted heart. "We're losing Walker," a nurse shouted. "Heart rate is 160 and thread-like. Give him another unit of O-negative. Clamp that bleeder there." I pointed with a bloody glove. "Julia!" Parker called out, panic edging his voice. "The print is done. We need to implant now, or the cells will begin to necrotize outside the bioreactor." I tied off a suture in Walker's liver, my hands moving with muscle memory. "Okay, pack Walker's abdomen. Keep pressure on it. I'm moving to Ferguson." I stepped to the other table. Parker carefully carried the bioprinted heart over in a sterile containment field. It was beautiful. A perfect, pale, pink replica of a human heart, pulsing faintly as the artificial electrical current shocked the printed muscle fibers into action. "Okay, let's bring him back to life," I whispered. I began the meticulous process of anastomosing the artificial heart to Ferguson's major vessels, the aorta, the pulmonary artery, the vena cavas. Suture by tiny suture, I tied the bleeding edges of humanity to the marvel of technology. And then it happened. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of gunfire, muffled but unmistakable, vibrated through the metal floorboards beneath our feet. Everyone in the operating room froze. Parker dropped a pair of forceps. A nurse let out a small, terrified sob. "Don't stop!" I yelled, my voice slicing through the sudden, paralyzed terror. "If you stop, they both die! Suture, Parker! Now!" Crack, crack. More gunfire. It sounded closer this time. A heavy thud echoed from the corridor outside, followed by a sickening crunch. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I imagined the blast doors failing. I imagined the men in black bursting in. I imagined Magnus lying bleeding on the cold metal floor. Tears pricked my eyes, but I blinked them away, forcing my focus entirely onto the millimeter of tissue I was sewing. "Grab the radio," I told a circulating nurse, my voice eerily calm. "Ask Chief Steele for a situation report." The nurse fumbled with the wall-mounted radio. "Chief Steele, this is Medbay. We hear gunfire. What is happening?" Static hissed through the speaker. Silence. The silence stretched for 10 agonizing seconds. It was heavier than the gunfire. It felt like a death sentence. I tied the final knot on Ferguson's aorta. "Initiate blood flow to the new organ," I ordered, my voice trembling now. "Remove the bypass clamps." Parker released the clamps. We watched, holding our collective breath, as Ferguson's blood rushed into the pale, 3D printed heart. The organ flushed a deep, vibrant crimson. And then it beat. Thump thump, thump thump. A cheer went up in the room, but it was immediately silenced as the radio crackled to life. "Medbay, this is Steele," the chief's voice came through, sounding breathless but steady. "The situation is under control. I repeat, the hostiles have been neutralized. No civilian casualties. The lockdown remains in effect, but you are safe." A collective, shuddering sigh of relief swept through the room. Colleagues hugged each other, weeping openly. I slumped against the operating table, my knees suddenly weak. "How is Walker?" I asked the secondary team. "Vitals are stabilizing, Dr. Frost. Bleeding is controlled," the surgeon replied, offering me a bloody smile. We had done it. Against all odds, the bleeding had stopped, and the heart was beating. Chapter 5. The Spectacle. It took another 3 hours to close both patients, stabilize them, and move them to secure recovery pods. By the time I finally stripped off my blood-soaked surgical gown and scrubbed my hands, I felt like I had run a marathon through wet cement. Every muscle ached, and my brain was a foggy mess of adrenaline crash. When Parker and I finally pushed through the double doors of the surgical suite into the main corridor, we were met with a wall of sound. Nearly the entire station's staff, scientists, technicians, maintenance crew was gathered in the hallway. As I stepped out, they erupted into applause. People were cheering, clapping, wiping away tears. I offered a weak, overwhelmed smile, nodding my thanks as I pushed through the crowd. I was proud of what we had done, but my mind was elsewhere. I scanned the faces. I was looking for a sharp suit, a fedora, a pair of wire-rimmed glasses. I finally spotted him, far away from the celebrating crowd, near the end of the corridor. Magnus was sitting on the floor, his back propped up against the pristine white wall. His legs were splayed out in front of him. I pushed past the last of the well-wishers and hurried toward him. As I got closer, the full extent of his condition became clear. He looked awful. His tactical vest was scored with what looked like knife slashes. His dress shirt was torn at the shoulder, the white fabric stained a dark, rusty red. His face was bruised, a nasty cut splitting his lower lip, and a dark purple shadow blooming over his left cheekbone. He looked as if he had been tied to the bumper of a snowcat and dragged across the tundra. Yet, as I approached, he looked up at me. He didn't have his glasses on. His dark eyes were soft, exhausted, but profoundly calm, at peace. Chief Steele was standing a few feet away, talking quietly into a radio. He saw me approaching and stepped over. "How is he?" I asked Steele, pointing at Magnus. Steele let out a low whistle, shaking his head. "I've been in security for 20 years, Doc. I've seen some things. But what he did down in Sector 4 and the primary stairwell, it was quite the spectacle. He took on 6 trained mercenaries in close-quarters combat, single-handedly, disarmed 3 of them before they could even get a shot off. The gunfire you heard was him funneling them into a blind alley." I looked down at Magnus, the ruthless interrogator, the man who assumed the worst of everyone. He had thrown himself into a meat grinder to protect a station full of strangers. "I need my medical kit," I told Steele. "A fresh one, now." I knelt beside Magnus. Up close, he smelled of sweat, dirt, and blood. I gently touched his shoulder, examining the torn fabric and the sluggishly bleeding wound beneath it. He winced slightly, his eyes fluttering shut for a moment. "Not that I'm not thankful, but I'm pretty sure I asked you to take care of the PM. The minister has a brand new, bio-printed heart beating in his chest," I said, my voice soft. "Walker is stable and in recovery. You told me to save the collateral damage, Magnus. Looks like you're the collateral." Steele arrived with the med kit. I popped it open, pulling out antiseptic wipes, gauze, and a surgical needle. "This is going to sting," I warned, pressing an antiseptic wipe to the cut on his lip. He didn't flinch. He just watched me, his gaze intensely focused on my face. "You did it. You actually built a heart in 6 hours." "I had good motivation," I murmured, moving to the slash on his shoulder. I carefully cut away the ruined fabric of his shirt. It was a clean slice, deep, but missing the major arteries. It needed stitches. "You're lucky this blade didn't go half an inch deeper." "I make my own luck," he said, his voice raspy. I prepped the needle with local anesthetic and began to stitch the wound. We sat in silence for a few minutes, the only sound the distant chatter of the relieved station crew and the soft pull of the thread. "You were wrong, you know," I said quietly, tying off a knot. "I frequently am," he replied, a hint of his dry amusement returning. "About which part specifically?" "About my trusting nature being a vulnerability," I said, looking him in the eye. "I trusted my team. I trusted my science. And I trusted you to keep those men away from those doors. That trust saved the Prime Minister." Magnus looked at me. The cynical walls he kept so carefully erected seemed to crumble just a fraction, revealing the weary, remarkably human man underneath. Perhaps, he conceded softly, or perhaps you are just the exception to my rules, Dr. Frost. I finished bandaging his shoulder and moved to examine the bruising on his face. As my fingers gently probed his cheekbone, I realized how close we were. I could feel the warmth radiating from him. I could see the individual lashes framing his dark eyes. The tension that had existed between us in the interrogation room was still there, but it had fundamentally changed. It was no longer antagonistic. It was heavy, magnetic, and undeniably electric. Your glasses, I noted, my hand lingering a moment too long on his jaw. They're gone. Crushed, he sighed, leaning his head back against the wall, in a rather ungraceful scuffle near the elevator. You look better without them, I said. The words slipped out before my brain could censor them. Magnus froze. His eyes locked onto mine, a sudden sharp heat flaring in their depths. A slow, genuine smile spread across his bruised face, transforming him from intimidating to devastatingly handsome. Is that a professional medical opinion, doctor? He murmured, his voice dropping an octave. Absolutely, I whispered back, a flush creeping up my neck. I have a very highly trained eye. For a long moment, neither of us moved. We just existed in that quiet, bruised space after the storm, the unspoken connection between us vibrating like a plucked string. He reached up, his large hand gently covering mine where it still rested near his face. His thumb brushed lightly across my knuckles. Thank you, Julia, he said, using my first name again. It sounded entirely different coming from him. For saving him, for saving all of us. Thank you, I replied, for making sure I had the time to do it. Chapter 6. Departure. The next 4 days were a whirlwind of media blackouts, intense medical monitoring, and government debriefings. The Borealis station was crawling with Imperial military personnel. Philip Ferguson's recovery was nothing short of miraculous. The bioprinted heart integrated perfectly, his body accepting his own cellular matrix without the need for heavy immunosuppressants. He was weak, but he was alive, and the political crisis back home was averted. Walker, too, was sitting up in bed, complaining loudly about the hospital food. Magnus had largely vanished during those days. I knew he was busy coordinating the massive cover-up and investigation into the mercenaries, but a selfish part of me felt the sting of his absence. After the intensity of the hangar and the quiet intimacy of patching his wounds, the silence between us felt deafening. On the 5th morning, I stood on the frigid tarmac of the station's runway, wrapped in a heavy parka. The sleek, unmarked military transport plane that was taking Ferguson back to Imperia was idling, its engines whining over the howling wind. I watched as the medical team loaded the Prime Minister's specialized stretcher onto the ramp. Dr. Frost. I turned. Magnus was walking toward me. He was back in his element. The bruises on his face had faded to a dull yellow, and he was wearing a pristine black topcoat over a dark suit. A new pair of wire-rimmed glasses sat on his nose, and the familiar gray fedora was pulled low against the wind. He stopped a few feet away, his hands tucked into the pockets of his coat. He's stable for the flight? Magnus asked, nodding toward the plane. His vitals are perfect, I said, suddenly feeling incredibly awkward. The professional interrogator was back. The man who had held my hand in the hallway seemed locked away again. He'll be making his inaugural address from a hospital bed next week. Good. You have done your country a great service, Julia, he said. Are you flying back with him? I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. I am, he nodded. There is much work to be done in Imperia, a rat problem to exterminate in the capital. Right, your line of work. I offered a small, polite smile. Well, Safe travels, Mr. Magnus. Try not to get stabbed again. Magnus stood there for a moment, the wind whipping the hem of his coat. He looked at me, and slowly, he reached up and took off his glasses, folding them into his breast pocket. Without the barrier of the lenses, his eyes were incredibly warm. My line of work rarely affords me the opportunity to meet people like you, Dr. Frost, he said quietly, his accent curling around the syllables. People who build instead of destroy. It has been an unexpected privilege. He took a step closer, closing the distance between us. He didn't touch me, but the sheer gravity of his presence made my breath hitch in the freezing air. If you ever find yourself back in Imperia, Magnus said, his voice dropping to that low, intimate register that made my toes curl in my boots, and you are tired of the ice, look for me. Before I could form a coherent response, he took a step back. He reached up, grasped the brim of his gray fedora, and executed a slow, deep, impeccably elegant bow of respect. It was old-fashioned, it was incredibly dramatic, and it was absolutely perfect. He straightened up, offered me one last, devastatingly handsome smile, and turned, walking up the ramp of the transport plane without looking back. I stood on the icy tarmac, watching the plane taxi and roar into the gray Arctic sky. The freezing wind battered against me, biting at my cheeks, but I barely felt it. I touched my fingers to my lips, smiling to myself, a warmth blooming in my chest that had nothing to do with the heavy parka. I turned back toward the research station, my mind already spinning with new formulas, new procedures, and the sudden, undeniable desire to book a flight back to Imperia the moment my contract was up. A Veil and an Iron Mask. Chapter 1. The Veiled Viper. The great desert of Izdihar was a merciless ocean of crushed gold, baking beneath a sun that felt more like a blacksmith's anvil than a star. Heat shimmered in the distance, distorting the dunes into undulating waves of mirage. To the untrained eye, it was a wasteland of death. To me, it was a hunting ground. I lay flat against the crest of a sweeping dune, the abrasive sand seeping through the woven linen of my garments. The fabric of my veil, a deep, bruised purple, clung to the lower half of my face, fluttering violently in the arid wind. I am Aisha, though the terrified merchants and weeping nobles of this stolen land knew me only as the Veiled Viper. I was 19 years old, and my heart was a hardened stone of vengeance. Below us, crawling through the valley of dunes like a bloated, glittering centipede, was a caravan. "They are heavy, Saida," murmured Tariq, his voice barely rising above the whistle of the wind. He was my second in command, a boy no older than myself, yet his eyes carried the ancient exhaustion of our people. Silks, spices, perhaps even gold from the eastern reaches. I narrowed my eyes against the glare. The caravan was massive, a procession of groaning camels and ornate, enclosed carriages lumbering toward the grand entrance of the Izdihari capital. It looked like a merchant's dream returning from the Silk Route. The guards walking alongside the beasts seemed lethargic, sweltering in the midday heat, their spears dipping lazily toward the sand. "Too heavy," I whispered, a prickle of unease crawling up my spine, "and too careless." But I looked back at the 20 faces pressing into the sand behind me, the cinnamon birds, my family. They were thin, their eyes hollowed by the harsh life of the desert, their clothes patched and repatched. They were the exiled children of Al-Hudud, a kingdom swallowed whole by the Izdihari war machine 5 years ago. We needed the coin. We needed the supplies. If we let this prize slip into the capital, we would starve before the moon turned. "We take them," I commanded, my voice slicing through the wind with absolute authority. "Standard flanking maneuver. Nobody dies unless they force our hand. We are thieves. not butchers. Tariq nodded, signaling down the line. We moved as one, a silent, deadly shadow detaching from the dune. We descended upon them like a sudden sandstorm. With a piercing ululation that echoed off the dunes, the cinnamon birds crested the hills on all sides. We rode down on our agile desert mares, our swords drawn, catching the sun in blinding flashes of steel. The caravan guard shouted in sudden panicked disarray, camels brayed, thrashing against their reins. I rode at the vanguard, my black mare, Midnight, kicking up a storm of dust. I drew my scimitar, the curved blade humming a familiar, deadly song. We encircled them in a matter of seconds, tightening the noose until the entire caravan was trapped in a ring of leveled spears and drawn swords. "Drop your weapons!" Tariq roared, his horse prancing nervously. "By the grace of the veiled viper, surrender your cargo and keep your lives." A few of the guards dropped their spears immediately, raising their hands to the sky, but the thrill of the ambush soured in my throat. Something was wrong. The panic was too thin. The disarray felt rehearsed. My gaze snapped to the front of the caravan, settling on the lead rider. He sat atop a massive, coal-black stallion that dwarfed my own mount. He wore a heavy, charcoal-gray cloak that draped over his broad shoulders, seemingly impervious to the suffocating heat. He hadn't flinched. He hadn't shouted. He simply sat there, watching me with a stillness that made my blood run cold. I rode toward him, keeping my sword raised. "Are you the master of this caravan?" I demanded, my voice ringing out, muffled slightly by my veil but dripping with aristocratic pride I had never truly unlearned. The man did not answer. Slowly, deliberately, he raised a gauntleted hand. He snapped his fingers. The sound was surprisingly sharp, cracking like a whip over the terrified braying of the camels. Instantly, the world shifted. The sides of the ornate, enclosed carriages collapsed outward with a deafening crash of splintering wood. From within the supposed cargo holds, a terrifying sea of polished armor and drawn steel erupted. The merchants and guards simultaneously threw off their loose robes, revealing the crimson and gold tunics of the elite Izdihari Royal Infantry. We were outnumbered 5-1 in the blink of an eye. "Trap!" Tariq screamed, pulling his horse around, but a wall of heavy shields had already formed, cutting off our escape route to the dunes. I spurred my horse forward, fury igniting in my veins. "Fight them!" I cried, though I knew it was a hopeless command. I would not be taken. I would not let them parade me in chains. I launched myself from my saddle, my scimitar leading the way, aiming straight for the cloaked man who had orchestrated our doom. I landed gracefully on the sand, rolling to absorb the impact, and sprang to my feet. The man finally moved. He swung down from his stallion with terrifying, fluid grace. As his boots hit the sand, his heavy cloak caught the wind and billowed back. A collective gasp rippled through the cinnamon birds. He wasn't just a commander. He was a monster out of our darkest tavern tales. His face was entirely obscured by an intimidating, masterfully forged iron mask. It was a cruel thing, shaped into a permanent, snarling visage of a demon, heavily engraved with Izdihari runes of war. I had heard the whispers. Everyone had. This was Khalid, the bastard son of the Sultan, the Iron Prince. Rumor said he had been fighting on the blood-soaked eastern fronts for years, sent there by a father who wished him dead. Rumor said the mask hid a face so horribly disfigured by battle that grown men wept at the sight of it. Rumor said he had returned to the capital only months ago to crush the rebellion and secure the borders, and I had just ambushed him. "Surrender, veiled viper." His voice resonated from behind the iron mask. It was deep, rough like grinding stones, carrying a chilling lack of emotion. "I'd rather choke on this sand," I spat, tightening my grip on my hilt. I attacked. I was fast, trained by the finest sword masters of Al-Hudud before my kingdom fell. I moved like water, launching a flurry of strikes, a high arc, a low sweep, a thrust aimed for the joints of his armor. He didn't just parry, he absorbed my momentum. He moved with a brutal, terrifying economy of motion. Our blades clashed, the sound ringing out over the silent, watching armies. Sparks flew as my scimitar slid against his heavy broadsword. I gritted my teeth, spinning to deliver a roundhouse strike to his ribs, but he wasn't there. He sidestepped with impossible speed for a man wearing so much armor. Before I could recover my balance, the flat of his blade slammed hard against my wrist. My hand went entirely numb. The scimitar flew from my grasp, embedding itself point first into the sand. Instantly, a heavy, iron-clad forearm smashed into my chest, knocking the wind from my lungs and sending me sprawling to my knees. Before I could even draw a breath, the cold, razor-sharp edge of his broadsword was pressed firmly against the bare skin of my throat, just beneath my veil. "I am a man of profound impatience," Khalid said, his mask looming over me, eclipsing the sun. He didn't even sound winded. "If your birds do not drop their weapons this instant, I will separate your head from your shoulders." "No." I rasped against the blade. "Fight. Run." But my cinnamon birds were not soldiers. They were family. Tariq threw his sword into the sand with a curse of despair. One by one, the clatter of dropped steel echoed across the dunes. They surrendered. For me. Pride turned to ash in my mouth. I glared up at the emotionless iron demon, hatred burning so bright it blurred my vision. "Bind them," the Iron Prince commanded, not moving his blade from my throat until heavy iron chains were secured around my wrists. We returned to the capital. Chapter 2. The Iron Mask. I expected the spectacle. I expected to be dragged through the sun-baked, bustling streets of the capital, pelted with rotting fruit and the jeers of the Izdihari citizens. I braced myself for the humiliation, holding my chin high despite the heavy chains dragging at my wrists, but the spectacle never came. Instead of parading us through the grand gates, the royal guard blindfolded us. We were shoved into the back of heavily reinforced wagons, the scent of hay and old wood suffocating in the heat. The ride was rough, the wheels clattering over cobblestones for what felt like hours. We were being smuggled into the city like contraband. When the blindfold was finally ripped from my eyes, I found myself alone. They had separated me from the cinnamon birds. Panic, sharp and cold, flared in my chest. I rushed the heavy wooden door of my cell, slamming my fists against the iron grating. "Tariq! Amina! Where are they? What have you done with my people?" Only silence answered me. I spun around, taking in my prison. It was strange. It wasn't a dungeon. It was a small, windowless stone room, but the floor was covered in a rich, woven rug. There was a basin of fresh water, a platter of dates and bread, and a cot laden with soft silk cushions. It smelled of jasmine and burning frankincense, not urine and despair. I paced the room like a caged tigress. This made no sense. Why hide us? Why treat the notorious veiled viper to a room fit for a minor noble? Hours bled into one another. I refused to touch the food, suspecting poison. I sat on the edge of the cot, my knees pulled to my chest, my mind spinning through 100 desperate plans of escape. The heavy thunk of a bolt sliding back shattered the silence. I leaped to my feet, my muscles tensing, ready to fight with my bare hands. The door swung open, and he stepped inside. The Iron Prince. He was alone. He closed the door behind him, plunging us into the dim light of the single lantern hanging from the ceiling. Without his heavy cloak and armor, dressed in a simple, perfectly tailored tunic of dark indigo, I could see the sheer, intimidating breadth of his shoulders and the lean, predatory grace of his build. But the mask remained, that horrifying metal demon staring back at me. "Where are my people?" I demanded, my voice steady despite the frantic beating of my heart. "They are safe, fed, unharmed," he replied, his voice still that grating, emotionless rasp. "For now. What do you want, monster?" I spat, taking a step toward him. "Why? The secrecy. Is the great bastard prince afraid to show his prizes to the city? Or are you just afraid they'll look at your face and vomit in the streets?" I wanted to hurt him. I wanted to pierce that impregnable armor. "I've heard the stories, Khalid. They say you're more beast than man under that iron. That your father's enemies carved you like a roasted pig. Tell me, do you sleep in the mask to avoid scaring yourself in the dark?" He stood perfectly still, letting my venom wash over him. Then, slowly, he raised his hands. His fingers found the clasps at the back of his head. With a metallic click, the bindings released. He pulled the heavy iron mask away and let it drop to the carpeted floor with a muffled thud. The insult died on my lips. My breath caught in my throat, all the air suddenly sucked from the small room. I had prepared myself for melted flesh, for a missing eye or a nose cleaved in two. I had prepared for a monster. Instead, I was staring at the most breathtakingly handsome man I had ever seen. He was young, perhaps only 3 or 4 years older than me. His skin was the color of warm bronze, smooth and unblemished by the horrific ravages of war I had imagined. He had a strong, aristocratic jawline, high, sharp cheekbones, and lips that were full but pressed into a grim, stoic line. His hair was a shock of thick, dark waves, slightly damp with sweat from the mask. But it was his eyes that truly paralyzed me. They were a piercing, luminous amber, framed by thick, dark lashes. They were the eyes of a hawk, intelligent, deeply sorrowful, and terrifyingly cold. There were no massive, disfiguring scars, only a single, thin, silver line, a small cut slicing diagonally through his right eyebrow. I stared at that scar. A strange, phantom memory tugged at the edges of my mind. A flash of a marble courtyard, a boy bleeding, a shout. The memory slipped away before I could grasp it, leaving behind a profound sense of confusion. "Speechless, veiled viper?" Khalid asked. Without the mask, his voice was entirely different. It was no longer a metallic rasp, but a deep, smooth baritone that vibrated right through the soles of my feet. It was a voice made for reciting poetry in dark, silk-draped rooms, not commanding armies. "You," I stammered, completely thrown off balance. I pulled my veil up slightly, a sudden, foolish urge to hide myself washing over me. "You're not disfigured. Disappointment is a bitter pill," he said dryly, stepping further into the room. He towered over me, his presence suffocatingly intense. "My brothers find the rumors of my hideousness comforting. My father finds it convenient. I find it useful. Fear is a far more effective shield than iron, Aisha al-Sharif." My blood turned to ice. My real name, spoken aloud for the first time in 5 years. I stepped back, my spine hitting the cold stone wall. "How?" Khalid's amber eyes pinned me in place. "Because I make it my business to know everything in this wretched kingdom. I know that 5 years ago, when my father's generals sacked al-Hudud, The 14-year-old princess gathered the survivors and fled into the treacherous dunes. I know the cinnamon birds are not mere bandits, but refugees, your people. He stepped closer. The scent of him, sandalwood, leather, and a sharp tang of ozone enveloped me. I also know, he continued, his voice dropping to a dangerous, intimate murmur, that if the Sultan discovers your identity, he will not just execute you, he will torture every single one of your people in the public square to make an example of all Hudud's defiance. Then do it! I yelled, tears of absolute rage and terror pricking my eyes. Turn us in! Collect your father's praise like the good little lapdog you are! Khalid's expression didn't change, but a muscle feathered in his jaw. I have no intention of turning you in, princess. I have a proposition for you. I barked a harsh, disbelieving laugh. A proposition from the Iron Prince to the exiled princess? I will pardon you. I will grant your people safe passage, gold to rebuild, and a pardon signed with the royal seal. In exchange, you will do something for me. And what could the Sultan's greatest weapon possibly need from a thief? Khalid looked away, staring at the flickering lantern light. For a fraction of a second, the stoic veneer cracked. An expression of such profound, acidic hatred twisted his beautiful features that I actually shrank back. You will pretend to be my bride, Khalid said softly, returning his gaze to mine. My foolish, vapid trophy wife, and together we are going to assassinate my father and my 2 brothers. The silence in the room was absolute. I stared at him, my mind struggling to process the treason he had just casually uttered. You want to kill the Sultan, I whispered. Your own blood. They share my blood. They are not my family. If you kill them, I reasoned, my mind racing through the political implications, you become the sole heir. You assume power over the entire nation of Izdihar, over my conquered home. I looked into his amber eyes, searching for the tyrant. What happens then? What do you plan to do when you have absolute power? Khalid stepped back, his broad shoulders rising as he took a deep breath. His face hardened, returning to the impenetrable mask of stone. If it were entirely up to me, he murmured, a terrifyingly cold smile playing on his lips, I would sit on the throne and watch it all burn to ash. A genuine shiver of fear racked my body. He wasn't joking. He was entirely serious. But, Khalid continued, his voice flattening out to a businesslike tone, I will decide what to do with the ashes when the time comes. For now, I am only interested in the mission. Do we have a deal, Aisha? Your life and the lives of your people, for your sword and your deception. He held out a large, calloused hand. I looked at it. I thought of Tariq, of the starving children hidden in the desert canyons. I looked at the man who possessed the face of a god and the heart of a ruin. I reached out and placed my hand in his. His grip was firm, warm, and dangerous. We have a deal, I said. Chapter 3. The Feast of Vultures. The transformation was agonizing. For 3 days, I was scrubbed, perfumed, and polished by a cadre of silent handmaidens who asked no questions. The calluses on my hands from years of sword fighting were filed down. My sun-darkened skin was oiled with jasmine and rose. The rough linen of the desert was traded for garments so exquisite they felt like spun air. I stared at myself in the gilded bronze mirror. I wore a gown of midnight blue silk, embroidered with silver threads that mimicked the starry sky. Sapphires rested heavy against my collarbones. My dark hair, usually braided tight to keep out the sand, fell in loose, shining cascades down my back. Even my veil had been replaced. It was now a sheer, glittering wisp of silver organza that hid nothing, serving only to frame my face, I looked like a princess again. I looked like prey. It suits you, a deep voice rumbled from the doorway. I turned. Khalid stood there. He was dressed in ceremonial armor, dark steel etched with silver filigree, a crimson sash tied at his waist, and upon his face rested a new mask. This one was elegant, covering only the upper half of his face like a masquerade piece, forged from polished silver. It hid his eyes in shadow but left his strong jaw and those maddeningly expressive lips visible. It feels like a shroud, I replied coldly. Play the part well tonight, and it will be a weapon. He offered his arm. My brothers are arriving. The Sultan is away on diplomatic business, which gives us the perfect opportunity to announce our engagement. I rested my hand lightly on his forearm. Through the silk of my dress and the steel of his bracer, I could feel the coiled tension in his muscles. We walked through the palace, a sprawling labyrinth of white marble, trickling fountains, and arches decorated in dizzying mosaics. It was beautiful, but it smelled of blood and stolen wealth. We entered the grand banquet hall. The sheer opulence was nauseating. Mountains of roasted meats, towers of glazed fruits, and fountains of sweet wine dominated the center of the room. Nobles lounged on silk cushions, laughing and gossiping. The moment we walked in, a hush fell over the room. All eyes darted to Khalid, then to me. I could hear the whispers buzzing like locusts. The Iron Prince, a bride. Who is she? How did she stomach his face? Smile, Khalid murmured, his lips barely moving. Look at me, as if I am the sun. I forced a brilliant, blinding smile, gazing up at his silver mask. I fluttered my eyelashes. Oh, my fierce prince! I cooed loudly enough for the nearest nobles to hear. The music is so wonderful. I felt him stiffen slightly in amusement or annoyance. I couldn't tell. We made our way to the head table, where two men were already seated. These were the legitimate heirs. My targets. Omar, the eldest, was a mountain of a man, his flesh spilling over the sides of his ornate chair. His face was slick with sweat and grease from the roasted lamb he was aggressively tearing apart with his bare hands. His eyes were small, piggish, and instantly roved over my body with sickening entitlement. Beside him sat Hassan. He was a stark contrast, tall, impossibly skinny, with a face like a hatchet. His movements were precise, nervous, and his dark eyes burned with a malicious, calculating intelligence. Ah! Omar boomed, wiping his greasy hands on his silk tunic. The conquering bastard returns! And he brought a pet. Omar laughed at his own joke, spraying crumbs. Hassan merely smiled, a thin, cruel slash across his face. Khalid did not react. He pulled a chair out for me, seating me with infuriatingly perfect chivalry before sitting down himself. Omar, Hassan, I present Aisha. She is the daughter of a wealthy merchant from the southern coasts. We are to be married. A merchant's daughter? Hassan sneered, taking a delicate sip of wine. How pedestrian. But I suppose a man with your afflictions, little brother, must take what he can get. I gripped the silk of my dress under the table to stop myself from reaching for a dining knife. I looked at the two brothers. It struck me as bizarre. They mocked his disfigurement. Yet looking at them, I realized they genuinely believed the rumors. They don't know, I realized with a shock. His own brothers don't know what his actual face looks like. She is certainly a beauty, Omar slurred, leaning heavily over the table, his fetid breath washing over me. He reached out a thick, sausage-like finger. Tell me, sweet thing, does he wear the iron in bed, or do you just close your eyes and pretend he's a real man? Before I could formulate a vapid response, Omar's hand darted forward, his fingers hooking under the edge of Khalid's silver mask, intending to rip it off. Lightning fast, Khalid's hand shot up. He grabbed Omar's thick wrist. The silence at the table was sudden and absolute. I watched, fascinated and slightly terrified, as Khalid's grip tightened. He didn't say a word. He didn't even shift in his seat. But the muscles in his forearm corded like iron cables. Omar's piggish eyes widened. His face flushed a dark, mottled purple. A soft, high-pitched whine escaped his throat as the bones in his wrist audibly ground together. He tried to pull back, but he was trapped in a vice. Hassan half rose from his seat, alarm flashing in his eyes. The tension in the air was thick enough to choke on. If Khalid broke the crown prince's arm in front of the entire court, our plan was dead before it began. I had to act. I let out a high, drunken giggle, slumping sideways into Khalid's shoulder. "Oh, my mighty prince!" I slurred loudly, wrapping both my arms heavily around his arm, the one holding Omar. I pressed my chest against him, looking up with wide, foe-adoring eyes.
"Please, don't crush your poor brother. You promised me a dance. You promised."
Khalid looked down at me. From behind the silver mask, those amber eyes burned into mine. For a long, breathless moment, we stared at each other. Then, slowly, the tension bled from his arm. He released Omar's wrist. Omar snatched his hand back, cradling it against his chest, panting heavily, his eyes full of venomous fear. "My apologies, brother," Khalid said, his voice smooth and deadly. "I am unaccustomed to courtly touches. My reflexes are calibrated for the battlefield." He stood up, effortlessly pulling me to my feet with him. My bride wishes to dance. Chapter 4. The Edge of a Blade. The feast eventually ended, a blur of sycophantic nobles and too sweet wine. I had played the part perfectly, giggling, hanging off Khalid's arm, acting every bit the brainless beauty enamored by a monster. But when the heavy oak doors of Khalid's private chambers closed behind us, the charade shattered. The room was vast, draped in heavy crimson velvets and dark woods. A massive bed dominated the center, covered in a fortune of silk sheets. A cool breeze drifted in from an open balcony overlooking the sprawling, moonlit city of Izdihar. Khalid reached up, unclasped the silver mask, and tossed it onto a table. He ran a hand through his dark hair, suddenly looking exhausted. Without a word, I reached into the hidden slit of my silk gown, strapped to my thigh. My fingers found the familiar, comforting grip of a small, wickedly sharp silver dagger I had stolen from the banquet table. I spun around and closed the distance between us in 3 rapid steps. Before he could react, I slammed him back against one of the heavy wooden pillars supporting the canopy bed, bringing the dagger up and pressing the flat of the blade directly against his throat. Khalid didn't flinch. He didn't raise his hands to defend himself. He simply looked down at me, his amber eyes calm and unreadable. "We need to establish boundaries," I hissed, my chest heaving, the adrenaline of the night finally spilling over. "I am your partner in this treason, Khalid. I am not your whore. You will not touch me. We will not share that bed. If you try, I swear by the sands of Al-Hudud, I will open your throat while you sleep." He stared at me. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. Then, his expression completely blank, he took a step forward. I gasped. He moved so suddenly, pushing himself forward, driving his own neck directly against the sharp edge of my blade. A tiny bead of blood bloomed on his bronze skin, right above the collar of his tunic. Instinctively, to prevent slitting his throat and dooming myself and the cinnamon birds, I stepped back. I didn't lower the blade, but I yielded the ground. He took another step. I stepped back again. My shoulders hit the cold stone wall of the chamber. I was trapped. Khalid didn't stop. He stepped into my space, closing the gap until his large body was pressing flush against mine. The heat radiating off him was immense. The smell of sandalwood and sweat clouded my senses. He leaned down, his face coming so close to mine that I could feel the ghost of his breath against my lips. My heart hammered a frantic, desperate rhythm against my ribs. The blade was trapped horizontally between our chests, pressing dangerously into his neck and my collarbone. "You are a fierce little viper," he murmured, his voice a low, gravelly vibration that sent a shockwave down my spine. "But you are foolish." His eyes dropped to my lips. It was a microscopic movement, but in the electrified air between us, it felt like an earthquake. A sudden, terrifying jolt of pure desire pierced through my anger. We were enemies. He was the son of the man who destroyed my life. Yet, pressed against him in the dark, staring into those golden eyes, I realized with absolute horror that the only thing stopping us from kissing was the thin piece of silver between us. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't look away. Khalid's gaze flicked back up to my eyes. The stoic mask returned. He reached his left hand over my shoulder. For a terrifying second, I thought he was going to snap my neck. Instead, his hand bypassed me entirely, plunging into a silver bowl resting on a table just behind my head. He pulled back, holding a bright green apple. He took a casual bite. "I prefer sleeping in the open air," he said, chewing slowly, his voice entirely devoid of the tension that was currently turning my blood to lava. He stepped back, instantly shattering the suffocating intimacy. The sudden loss of his body heat left me shivering. He walked toward the open balcony doors. "Keep your dagger, princess. You'll need it. Meet me in the courtyard before dawn. Wear common clothes." He stepped out onto the balcony and vanished into the night, leaving me alone, gasping for air against the wall, my hand trembling so hard I dropped the dagger to the floor. Chapter 5. The Mad Honey. The city of Izdihar was entirely different in the pale blue light of dawn. The stifling heat had not yet risen, and the streets were filled with the quiet bustle of bakers, merchants, and laborers starting their day. I walked beside Khalid. He wore a simple, rough-spun brown tunic and loose trousers, a drab woolen cloak thrown over his shoulders. I wore a modest gray dress, my hair braided simply, a plain linen veil covering only my hair and neck, leaving my face exposed. And Khalid's face was exposed too. It was surreal. We walked through the crowded bazaar, pushing past people who would throw themselves on the ground if they knew who was bumping into them. The great Iron Prince, the monster of the East, was buying flatbread and haggling over the price of figs. Nobody looked twice at him, because nobody knew. "It's brilliant," I murmured, tearing off a piece of the warm bread he handed me. "A prince who is a ghost in his own kingdom. The mask is your cage, but it's also your greatest freedom." Khalid looked at me, a ghost of a genuine smile touching the corners of his mouth. It made him look devastatingly young. "It is the only time I am simply a man, the only time nobody expects me to kill or be killed." We navigated the winding, spice-scented alleyways until we reached a small, dilapidated apothecary tucked away in the shadow of the city wall. The bell chimed as we entered. The air inside was thick with the smell of dried herbs, sulfur, and sweet decay. An old man with eyes clouded by cataracts shuffled out from the back. When he saw Khalid, his wrinkled face broke into a massive, toothless grin. "Ah, the wanderer returns," the old man croaked. "I have it, just as you requested a moon ago." The man reached under the counter and pulled out a small, sealed clay jar. Khalid placed a heavy gold coin on the counter, too much for whatever was in the jar. "My thanks, Yusuf." When we were back on the street, I eyed the jar. What is that? Khalid held it up to the light. The clay was slightly warm to the touch. It is a rare delicacy from the high mountains of the north, a reddish-brown syrup. It is a gift. A gift? Khalid's eyes darkened, the easy demeanor of the marketplace vanishing. A gift for my sweet-toothed brother, Omar. They call it mad honey, gathered from bees that feed exclusively on toxic rhododendron flowers. I understood immediately. Poison? Not entirely. In small doses, it is intoxicating. In large doses, it causes severe hallucinations, madness, and an uncontrollable surge of adrenaline. Khalid tucked the jar into his cloak. Omar loves chocolate. He loves his pleasures. And tomorrow is the day before our wedding. He will be feeling celebratory. The plan was falling into place. It was ruthless. It was perfect. Chapter 6. The Fall of the Boar. The afternoon sun was bleeding red across the marble floors of the palace when the royal guards knocked on my chamber door. Lady Aisha, the guard announced, refusing to meet my eyes. Prince Omar requests your presence in his private gardens. He wishes to present you with a pre-wedding gift. I smoothed the skirts of my emerald green silk gown. I had painted my lips a deep crimson and lined my eyes heavily with kohl. I looked every bit the seductress. I glanced around the room. Khalid was nowhere to be seen. He had made himself scarce, as planned, to ensure Omar felt emboldened. Lead the way, I said softly. As I followed the two guards down the long, echoing corridors, I kept my eyes peeled. We passed an alcove where a third guard was stationed. As we walked by, I caught his eye, flashed a brilliant, conspiratorial smile, and winked. I discreetly tapped the right side of my chest. The guard looked down, his eyes widening in faux panic. He hurriedly rubbed at a small, dark stain on his tunic, a stain that looked remarkably like dried blood. He gave me a barely perceptible nod. It was Tariq. The cinnamon birds had infiltrated the palace staff, slipping into the roles Khalid had quietly emptied for them. My heart swelled with fierce pride. We were inside the belly of the beast. Omar's private gardens were a decadent oasis of flowering vines, caged songbirds, and plush silk divans. Omar was lounging on a massive settee, sweating profusely despite the shade, wearing a sheer silk robe that left far too much of his bulk exposed. Ah, the beautiful bride, he purred as I entered, waving the guards away. Come, sit with me, little bird. I forced my revulsion down, locking it in an iron box deep in my chest. I pasted on a coy, glittering smile and glided over to him, settling onto the cushion beside his feet.
You honor me, Prince Omar,
I murmured, batting my eyelashes. My brother is a fool, Omar sneered, reaching out to stroke a lock of my hair. I had to force myself not to flinch from his greasy touch. He is a scarred monster who knows only mud and blood. You are meant for silk, for jewels, for power.
Power is very attractive,
I whispered, leaning in slightly. Just then, a servant approached, keeping his head bowed low. Another cinnamon bird. He carried a silver tray, bearing an ornate gold plate, piled high with rich, dark chocolates. Ah, perfect, Omar grunted, taking a massive handful of the chocolates. Have one, my dear. Brought all the way from the Western Isles.
Oh, I couldn't,
I demurred, putting a delicate hand to my stomach.
I must fit into my wedding gown tomorrow. But please, you enjoy them. You look so strong. You must need the energy.
Omar puffed out his chest, utterly failing to look dignified. He shoved 3 chocolates into his mouth at once, chewing loudly. The mad honey. Khalid had laced the entire batch. I sat there for 20 agonizing minutes, playing the sycophant, laughing at his terrible jokes, marveling at his boastful lies, all while encouraging him to eat, and eat he did. He consumed the entire plate. Slowly, a change came over him. He stopped mid-sentence, his brow furrowing. Sweat began to pour down his face in rivers. He blinked rapidly, rubbing his eyes. "Is the sun? Is it too bright?" he muttered, his voice suddenly sounding thick and slurred.
"It is quite pleasant, my prince,"
I said softly. Omar stood up abruptly, swaying on his feet. He looked at the caged songbirds. "Why are they screaming?" He roared suddenly, clapping his hands over his ears. "Stop the screaming! The demons! They have fire in their mouths!" The mad honey was taking effect. The hallucinations had begun. He whirled around to face me, his piggish eyes blown wide, the pupils dilated to black pits. But he didn't see me. He saw whatever horrors the toxin was feeding him. "You!" he bellowed, spittle flying from his lips. He lunged at me, his massive, meaty hands reaching for my throat. "You brought them here! You witch!" I moved faster than him. I ducked under his clumsy grab, pivoting on my heel. My hand shot out, grabbing a heavy, solid gold jewelry box resting on a nearby table. Using my momentum, I swung it in a vicious arc, slamming it directly against his temple. The hollow thunk was sickening. Omar's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the marble floor like a felled tree, unconscious. I stood over him, my chest heaving. I placed the jewelry box back precisely where I found it. Then, I sat back down on the divan. I waited. 10 minutes passed. Omar began to twitch. He groaned, thrashing his head from side to side. The honey was still in his system, trapping him in a nightmare. I reached into a small pouch at my waist and pulled out a vial of sharp-smelling salts. I cracked it under his nose. Omar jolted awake with a blood-curdling scream. He scrambled backward like a crab, his eyes fixed on thin air, screaming about shadowy beasts and burning flesh. It was time to perform. I ripped the sleeve of my own gown, let out a piercing, terrified shriek, and bolted for the garden doors.
"Help! Guards! Help me!"
I screamed, bursting out into the corridor, tears of manufactured terror streaming down my face. I collapsed into the arms of the first guard who arrived.
"The prince! He's gone mad! He tried to kill me! He's fighting shadows!"
A crowd of servants and guards rushed to the garden entrance. Inside, Omar had drawn his ceremonial sword. He was spinning in circles, hacking at the air, screaming incoherently. The adrenaline surge from the honey gave him terrifying strength. He smashed the bird cages. He shattered the fountains. "Die, demons! Die!" he roared. He spun, his eyes locking onto the expansive, open balcony that overlooked the palace cliffs. In his mind, it must have been an escape route, or perhaps another enemy. He charged forward with a battle cry, not slowing down for a second. The guards yelled out, reaching for him, but they were too late. Omar vaulted over the low marble balustrade. He didn't even scream as he fell. The sickening crack of his impact on the stone courtyard several stories below echoed up the cliffs. I buried my face in my hands, sobbing loudly, hiding the cold, triumphant smile spreading across my lips. One brother down. Chapter 7. Shadows and Scars. The palace was in uproar. The oldest prince was dead, a victim of sudden, tragic madness. Hassan, the second son, immediately seized control of the palace guard, demanding answers, searching for assassins, but there was no poison to be found in the cups, no wounds on the body save the fall. Khalid and I stayed in the periphery, playing the shocked, grieving family members. Hassan had quickly dispatched a fast rider to find the Sultan, who was still 2 days away. Night fell over Izdihar, thick and oppressive. I couldn't sleep. The adrenaline of the kill still buzzed in my veins. I threw on a dark robe and wandered out into the labyrinthine hallways of the palace, seeking the cool air of the courtyards. The corridors were eerily quiet, too quiet. I turned a corner into a long, moonlit colonnade and stopped dead. Blocking my path at both ends were a dozen elite royal knights. They wore heavy plate armor, their faces obscured by visored helms, their halberds resting on the stone floor. From the shadows between the pillars stepped Hassan. He looked triumphant. "Lady Aisha," Hassan said smoothly, his voice echoing in the empty hall. Or, should I say, Princess Aisha al-Sharif. My blood ran cold, but I kept my face an emotionless mask.
"I don't know what you are talking about, Prince Hassan."
Hassan chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. "You have grown into a beautiful woman, but the eyes never change. The fiery, hateful eyes of the desert. I couldn't place you at the feast. But today, when you looked at my brother's broken body, the pieces fell into place." He stepped closer, flanked by his massive guards. "I remembered a diplomatic trip 10 years ago. Our father dragged us to Al-Hudud to intimidate your father. I was 15. Omar was 18. And Khalid. Khalid was 12. Hassan's smile grew cruel, lost in the memory. Khalid was always so quiet, so defiant. Omar and I decided to teach the bastard his place. We cornered him in your palace courtyard. We beat him with training swords. We beat him until the wood splintered, until his face ran with blood. A visceral shock hit me. The memory I had been grasping for finally snapped into focus. A sun-drenched marble courtyard, a boy, curled into a ball on the floor, absorbing horrific blows without making a single sound, and me, a 9-year-old girl in a sundress, running out from the balconies. "I remember," I whispered, the words slipping out before I could stop them. "Yes," Hassan hissed. "You ran out like a feral cat, a 9-year-old girl, screaming at us, threatening to have your father throw the princes of Izdihar in the dungeons. You threw yourself over his bleeding body. You were the only person in his entire miserable life to ever stand up for him." Hassan gestured to my face. "That is why he spared you. That is why the veiled viper was brought to his bed instead of the executioner's block. It's poetic, really, but it ends tonight." He turned to the captain of the guard. "Take her. Throw her in the deep dungeons. She murdered my brother, and I will have her confess to it before I take her head." The knights didn't move. Hassan frowned. "Did you hear me, Captain? Seize the assassin!" The captain of the guard slowly turned his head to look at Hassan. He did not draw his weapon. He simply stood there like a statue of iron. "They hear you, Hassan," a voice rumbled from the darkness behind me. I spun around. Khalid stepped into the moonlight. He wore his battle armor, the terrifying iron demon mask clasped firmly to his face. He looked like the god of death himself. "But they do not answer to you," Khalid finished. He raised a gauntleted hand. In perfect unison, the 12 elite knights turned their halberds away from me and leveled them directly at Hassan's chest. Hassan staggered back, his face draining of all color. "What is this? Treason! I am the heir to the throne. I command the royal guard." Khalid let out a low, terrifying laugh that vibrated off the stone walls. "You command the parade soldiers, brother, the fat lords who buy their commissions, but the elite? The men who actually bleed for Izdihar? Who do you think my father sent me to die with on the front lines for the last 6 years? Khalid walked slowly toward Hassan, the heavy clank of his boots sounding like a death knell. "I didn't just survive the wars you sent me to. I commanded them. I bled with these men. I saved their lives, and they saved mine, The military belongs to me. You planned this, Hassan stammered, backing up until he hit a pillar. Omar's death was tragic, Khalid said coldly, but yours will be a scandal. Evidence will be found in your chambers tomorrow. Letters detailing how you poisoned Omar to secure the throne for yourself, realizing father favored him. And when the guards came to arrest you, it will appear you fled into the night with as much gold from the treasury as you could carry. No, Hassan shrieked. Father will know. He will hunt you. Take him, Khalid commanded the guards, to the smugglers' caves on the coast. Lock him in with the stolen gold. Let him starve amidst the wealth he coveted so much. 2 massive knights grabbed Hassan, dragging him kicking and screaming into the shadows, silencing him with a brutal blow to the head. Silence fell over the corridor once more. I looked at Khalid. The demon mask stared back. Without a word, he reached up, unclasped it, and let it fall. His amber eyes found mine. They were burning with an intensity that took my breath away. He closed the distance between us, stopping only inches away. He reached out, his bare, calloused hand gently tracing the line of my jaw. You remembered, he said softly, his voice thick with emotion. The boy in the courtyard, I whispered, leaning into his touch instinctively. I gave you the scar above your eye. I threw a ceramic pot at Hassan, but it shattered, and a shard hit you. A genuine, beautiful smile broke across his face. You were terrible at aiming, but it was the bravest thing I had ever seen. I never forgot you, Aisha. He leaned down, and this time, there was no blade between us. He kissed me. It was desperate, fierce, and consuming, a collision of 2 survivors forged in fire. I wrapped my arms around his armored neck, pulling him closer, letting the taste of him, the heat of him, wash away the blood and shadows of the night. Chapter 8. The Pyre of the Sultan. 2 days later, the trap was set. The Sultan had returned in a fury, riding ahead of his main caravan with his personal, fanatically loyal Kingsguard. He had received word of Omar's death and Hassan's treasonous flight. He rode straight for the Grand Hall, demanding answers. I stood with Khalid on a high, hidden balcony overlooking the vast, domed banquet hall. The room below was set up for our grand wedding ceremony. Hundreds of figures sat at the tables. The Sultan burst through the heavy brass doors, flanked by 30 heavily armed guards. Khalid! The Sultan roared. He was an older man. His beard shot with gray, but his body was still thick with muscle and power. Where are you, you useless bastard? Explain this madness. He stormed down the center aisle, but something made him pause. The room was utterly silent. The figures at the tables weren't moving. The Sultan reached out and grabbed the shoulder of a noble sitting near him. The figure toppled over. It was a dummy, stuffed with straw, dressed in fine silks. The entire room was filled with decoys. The Sultan froze. He flared his nostrils, inhaling deeply. Naphtha, he whispered. Out, he screamed to his men. It's a trap! Fall back! The guards rushed the doors they had just entered, but as they hit the brass handles, heavy iron portcullises slammed down from the ceiling on all exits, sealing the room. From the balcony, Khalid raised a flaming torch. He looked down at the man who had sired him, the man who had murdered my family. There was no hesitation in his eyes. He dropped the torch. The naphtha, soaked into the rugs and the straw dummies, caught instantly. A roaring inferno exploded across the room, a sea of violent orange and red. The heat hit us like a physical blow. The Kingsguard screamed below, trapped in the burning cage. But the Sultan was not an ordinary man. He was a survivor. Seeing us on the balcony, he didn't panic. With surprising agility, he sprinted toward the wall, grabbed the heavy tapestry hanging there, and began to climb. The fire licked at his boots, but he pulled himself up, hauling his heavy body over the marble railing of our balcony, his scimitar already drawn. He was soot-stained and furious. "You," he spat, glaring at Khalid. "I should have drowned you in a sack the day you were born." "You tried, father," Khalid said calmly, drawing his broadsword. "You just kept missing." The Sultan roared and charged. He was incredibly fast, his blows heavy and fueled by pure rage. Khalid met him blow for blow, the clash of steel ringing out over the roar of the fire below, but the Sultan fought dirty. He kicked Khalid's knee, throwing him off balance, and brought his sword down in a lethal arc. I didn't think, I acted. I drew my silver dagger and threw myself into the fray. I deflected the Sultan's killing blow, the impact jarring my arm to the shoulder. I spun, slashing at his unprotected flank. The Sultan roared in pain, stepping back. He looked at me, his eyes widening in recognition. "The Al-Sharif girl, you survived. To see you burn?" I hissed. Khalid recovered, and we attacked together. We fought in a deadly, beautiful synchrony, moving around each other without needing to speak. I was the viper, quick and distracting, landing shallow, bleeding cuts. Khalid was the iron, delivering brutal, heavy strikes that battered the Sultan's defenses. Finally, the Sultan tired. His parry was a fraction of a second too slow. Khalid's broadsword slipped past his guard, burying itself deep into the Sultan's chest. The old man gasped, his sword clattering to the floor. He dropped to his knees. Khalid pulled the sword free, the blood hissing as it hit the hot marble floor. He stood over his dying father, the flames from below casting demonic shadows across his face. "Why?" the Sultan choked out, blood bubbling on his lips. You take my throne." "I don't care about your throne," Khalid said, his voice terrifyingly calm. He knelt down so he was eye level with the dying man. "I remember the night my mother died. I was 5 years old. I hid in the closet. I watched you cut her throat, and the throat of the man she was married to, simply because you discovered I was your bastard." The Sultan's eyes widened in horror. "You took me in, not out of love, but because I was a tarnish on your reputation," Khalid whispered, his words colder than ice. "You sent a 14-year-old boy to the vanguard, hoping the enemy would do your dirty work. But I learned to be the monster you made me, and I brought that monster home." Khalid stood up. "Burn in hell, father. I'll see you there eventually." We turned our backs on him, slipping out the balcony door into the cool night air as the grand hall finally collapsed into a roaring pyre, taking the tyrant of Izdihar with it. Chapter 9, The First Sultana. We stood on the highest tower of the palace, watching the dawn break over the desert. The sky was painted in bruised purples and brilliant golds. Below us, the city was waking up to chaos. Smoke plumed from the palace, but the military, Khalid's military, had already secured the streets. The deed was done. The nightmare was over. I looked at Khalid. The blood of his father was still on his armor, but the heavy weight that had always seemed to crush his shoulders was gone. He looked toward the eastern horizon. "The day I escaped Al-Hudud," I said quietly, the wind whipping my hair. "My father forced me into the escape tunnels because he received an anonymous note." I turned to him. "It was you, wasn't it?" Khalid finally looked at me, his amber eyes soft. "I was a junior commander in the invading force. When I learned the target was Al-Hudud, I couldn't stop the army. I didn't have the power then. All I could do was send the warning. I rode into the city myself during the chaos, trying to find your palace, but you were already gone." Tears pricked my eyes. He had been trying to save the girl who saved him, even back then. What do we do now? I asked, looking out over the sprawling kingdom. The Sultan is dead. The heirs are gone. The throne is yours. Will you let it burn like you said? Khalid stepped closer, taking my hands in his. He lifted them, kissing my knuckles gently. He murmured, his voice a rich, vibrating hum. I only know how to destroy things. I am a weapon, Aisha. If I sit on that throne, I will only become my father again. I will rule with fear and iron. He looked deep into my eyes, and there was a terrifying, beautiful vulnerability there. But you, he said, his grip tightening, you know how to survive. You know how to care for people who have nothing. You lead the cinnamon birds not with fear but with love. You are the fire that builds, not the fire that consumes. He dropped to one knee on the cold stone, the Iron Prince, the monster of Izdihar, kneeling before a thief. Take the nation, Aisha, he said, looking up at me. I offer you Izdihar. Let the people of Al-Hudud return not as refugees, but as royalty. I will be your general. I will be your sword in the dark. I will be your husband, if you will have me. But you will rule. My breath hitched. My heart felt like it was going to burst from my chest. I looked at the man I had sworn to kill, the man who had given me back my life, my people, and now an empire. The first female sultan of Izdihar, I whispered, the words tasting like victory. The sultana, Khalid corrected, a devastating smile breaking across his face. I reached down, tangling my hands in his dark hair, and pulled him up to his feet. I kissed him, sealing the bargain, sealing our fate, as the first rays of the sun hit the golden domes of our new kingdom. The end.
In a broken world, I saved a broken man, who then became a broken monster, who then I made a complete god. A god of death and darkness. The wind howling across the desolate plains of what used to be Montana carried the bitter scent of ash and dried earth. It was a constant reminder of the world we had lost, a world I barely remembered anymore. At 23, my memories of the time before the sky tore open were faded, like photographs left out in the harsh, unforgiving sun. I remembered the concept of green grass, the idea of a sky not perpetually choked with a thin layer of gray smog, but those were just concepts now. The reality was this endless, fractured wasteland, a graveyard of humanity left behind by the beings we called the Lamias. They had come from the stars, bringing fire and destruction in ships that blotted out the sun. The war had been short, brutal, and entirely one-sided. And then, as suddenly as they had arrived, they vanished, retreating into the cosmos. But they didn't leave us in peace. They left behind a parting gift, a bioweapon that seeped into the soil, the water, and the air. It warped mankind. It took human beings and twisted them into horrors. We called them the Rattlers. The bioweapon stripped them of their humanity, leaving behind translucent, emaciated husks. Their skin was pulled so tight over their deformed, elongated bones that you could see the dark, sluggish blood pumping through their black veins. They were blind, running on some alien instinct, moving with terrifying, unnatural agility and strength, but the worst part was the sound. A low, wet, clicking, rattling noise they made from the back of their ruined throats as they hunted. It was the sound of a death sentence. One scratch, one bite, and you joined their endless, mindless horde. Survival in this world meant constant motion. I lived by moving from one fortified settlement to another, a nomad in a land of predators, trading scavenged goods for a few cans of beans or a handful of clean water. It was a lonely, hard existence, until I fell in with a group of scavengers, Jackson, Elle, and Roland. They were the closest thing I had to a family, or so I had thought. Our current job was supposed to be our golden ticket. A wealthy enclave up north, rumored to be built around a crashed military bunker, had offered a bounty that could feed us for a decade. The cargo? A man. He sat in the rusted iron cage we had strapped to the back of our scavenged flatbed truck, his knees pulled tightly to his chest. His name was Castor. I sat on the tailgate, my boots dangling over the edge, watching him as the truck bumped along the cracked asphalt of a ruined highway. Castor was a pitiful sight. He was draped in filthy, oversized rags that looked like they had been scavenged from a corpse decades ago. He was painfully thin, his skin pale and marred with grime. His dark hair was a tangled, matted mess that fell over his eyes, hiding them from the world. He spent most of his time rocking back and forth, whispering erratically to himself. Sometimes he would softly cry, other times he would just stare blankly at his own hands, his fingers twitching in an unseen rhythm. Jackson, who fancied himself the leader and the undisputed alpha of our little group, insisted the man was mentally handicapped, a broken toy we were delivering for a paycheck. But I spent more time watching him than the others did, and I saw something different. When Castor muttered to himself, the words were fragmented, but they painted pictures. I heard him whisper about skies turning red, about flesh melting, about the metallic taste of alien steel. I didn't think he was born broken. I thought the world had broken him. I believed he had witnessed so much death, so much unimaginable carnage, that his mind had simply fractured to protect itself. The people up north believed there was something in his blood, some anomaly that made him resistant to the Lamia's bioweapon. They wanted to test him. They wanted to dissect him, though they hadn't explicitly used that word. Every time I looked at Castor, a heavy knot of guilt tightened in my stomach. I was selling a shattered man to scientists who would likely torture him, all for a few crates of rations. "Stop staring at the freak, Angie," Jackson's voice boomed over the rattle of the truck's engine. He leaned out of the driver's side window, flashing me a cocky, uneven grin. Jackson was a big man, built like a linebacker, with a square jaw and a penchant for asserting his dominance at every opportunity. "He ain't gonna suddenly turn into a prince." "I'm just making sure he's okay," I called back, my voice flat. I was exhausted, we all were. "He's a payday. That's what he is," Jackson scoffed, pulling his head back inside. Elle, sitting in the passenger seat, didn't say anything, but I saw her roll her eyes in the side mirror. Elle was practical, sharp-edged, and fiercely protective of Roland, the youngest among us. Roland was barely 19, a kid who had grown up knowing nothing but the wasteland, clutching a rifle that looked too big for him. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the smog-filled sky in bruises of purple and dark red, the engine sputtered, coughed, and died. "Damn it!" Jackson slammed his hands against the steering wheel. The sudden silence of the dying engine was deafening, leaving only the sound of the wind whipping across the plains. We had stalled out right on the edge of a ruined city. The skeletal remains of a massive department store loomed over us, its glass facade long gone, leaving a gaping black maw that seemed to swallow the fading light. "Radiators blown," Jackson announced after popping the hood. A cloud of foul-smelling steam hissing into the air. "We're not going anywhere tonight." "We can't stay out in the open," Elle said, her hand instinctively dropping to the handle of her machete. "It's getting dark." "We'll hole up in the store," Jackson decided, pointing a meaty finger at the towering ruin. "It's got walls. We can fortify a room on the second floor. Bring the cage." Moving the heavy iron cage was a nightmare. It took all four of us, straining and cursing, to drag it off the truck and haul it over the rubble-strewn entrance of the department store. Castor just curled into an even tighter ball, his eyes squeezed shut, trembling like a leaf in a hurricane. We managed to haul the cage into what used to be a high-end cosmetics department. Shattered display cases and the dusty remnants of perfume bottles littered the floor. We shoved the cage into a corner and set up a meager camp in the center of the room. I handed Castor a piece of stale flatbread through the iron bars. He didn't look up, but a filthy hand darted out, snatched the bread, and pulled it back into the darkness of his rags. I sighed, leaning against the cold metal bars. "You're too soft on him, Angie," Jackson said, sauntering over. The firelight flickered across his face, highlighting the arrogant smirk he always wore when he thought he was being charming. He stopped too close to me, invading my personal space. The smell of his unwashed body and stale tobacco made my nose wrinkle. "Back off, Jackson," I muttered, crossing my arms over my chest. "Come on now," he purred, reaching out to tuck a stray lock of my dirty blonde hair behind my ear. I swatted his hand away. We're going to be rich soon, we could be comfortable. You and me, we could run our own settlement. With the right backing, a man like me could be a king out here, and every king needs a queen. I'd rather eat glass, I said, stepping away from him. His eyes hardened, his pride wounded. He took a step toward me, his hand reaching out to grab my arm, but before he could make contact, a sound froze the blood in my veins. Click, clack, tick 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 tick. It was faint at first, echoing through the cavernous emptiness of the department store. The sound of 100 wet stones grinding together, the rattling. "They're here," a voice whispered. I whipped my head around. The voice hadn't come from Jackson, Elle, or Roland. It had come from the cage. Castor was suddenly on his feet, his hands gripping the iron bars so tightly his knuckles were white beneath the grime. His eyes, usually clouded and distant, were wide and filled with a stark, lucid terror. "They are here," he repeated, his voice rising in panic. "The hungry ones. The empty ones. They smell the blood in the air." "Shut him up!" Jackson hissed, drawing his heavy revolver. But it was too late. The rattling grew louder, multiplying. It was coming from below us, from the escalators, from the shadows clinging to the walls. "Rattlers!" Roland screamed, his voice cracking as he raised his rifle. Through the shattered glass of a nearby doorway, I saw the first one. It crawled on all fours, its translucent skin practically glowing in the dim moonlight filtering through the ceiling. I could see the black bile pumping through its neck. It snapped its jaws, revealing rows of jagged, broken teeth, and let out a deafening rattle. Then, there were 5. Then 10. They poured out of the woodwork like a plague of locusts. "Fire, fire!" Jackson yelled, pulling the trigger of his revolver. The boom was deafening in the enclosed space. The bullet struck a rattler in the chest, pushing it back, but it barely slowed down. "There are too many," Elle shouted, firing her own weapon. "We have to run, to the roof." "Leave the cage," Jackson ordered, already backing toward the stairwell. "Leave the freak, he'll distract them." "No!" I yelled, my heart hammering against my ribs. "We can't just leave him to be eaten alive!" "Watch me," Jackson snarled, turning his back and bolting for the stairs. Elle grabbed Roland by the collar, dragging the terrified boy after Jackson. "Angie, come on!" Elle screamed over her shoulder. I took a step toward the stairs, but a pitiful whimper stopped me dead in my tracks. I looked back at the cage. The rattlers were swarming into the room, their blind, featureless faces turning toward the smell of our panic. Castor was curled in the corner of his cage, banging the back of his head rhythmically against the iron bars. Thud, 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 blood. He whimpered, tears streaking through the dirt on his face. So much blood, the flesh tearing, the screaming. I hear it all, I see it all. The carnage, the suffering, the endless, bottomless pit of suffering. The rattlers were closing in. 3 of them lunged toward the cage, their claws scraping against the metal. I couldn't leave him. I just couldn't. With a feral cry of my own, I drew the heavy iron key from my pocket, dodging a swiping claw from a translucent monster, and jammed the key into the padlock. I twisted it, yanked the lock free, and threw the cage door open. "Run, Castor, run!" Children, eating their mothers, lovers killing each other. I've seen death, I've caused death, I've been death. I turned to follow my group, but a heavy weight slammed into my back, throwing me to the floor. The wind was knocked out of me. A rattler was on top of me, its foul, rotting breath washing over my face. I screamed, kicking wildly, holding my forearms up as its jagged jaws snapped inches from my nose. Its putrid saliva dripped onto my cheek. I've drank the blood. I've ripped the flesh. I've eaten the corpses. This was it. I was going to die. I was going to be ripped apart and turned into one of these nightmares. But in the cage, the whimpering stopped. Castor's head stopped banging against the bars. The fearful, broken litany of horrors ceased. A terrifying silence stretched for a fraction of a second, broken only by a chillingly calm, impossibly dark voice that echoed from the back of the cage. "And I want more." The change was instantaneous. It was as if an entirely different soul had possessed the frail body. The man who stepped out of the cage stood tall, his spine snapping straight, his shoulders broadening. The rags that had looked like a shroud now looked like the tattered cape of a conqueror. He lunged. He moved with a speed that blurred the air, faster than the rattlers, faster than anything human. He collided with the monster on top of me like a freight train. His bare hands clamped around the creature's skull, and with a sickening crunch that echoed through the room, he twisted. The rattler's neck snapped, and he tossed the heavy, thrashing body away like it was made of paper. I scrambled backward, pressing myself against a shattered display case, my breath catching in my throat as I watched the impossible unfold. The man who had been Castor dove into the swarm. He had no weapons, no armor, just his bare hands and an aura of absolute terrifying violence. He fought to destroy. He was a whirlwind of brutality, feral and bloodthirsty. He caught a leaping rattler by the throat, his fingers digging deep into the translucent flesh, crushing its windpipe before ripping its throat out entirely. Black blood sprayed across the floor, painting his pale skin and tattered clothes. The rattlers, creatures that knew nothing but hunger and aggression, suddenly hesitated. For the first time in my life, I saw the monsters experience fear. They hissed, backing away from the man standing amidst their dead. Whether they tried to fight or turned to flee, it didn't matter. He hunted them down. He moved with a predatory grace, a sadistic joy radiating from every brutal strike. He was laughing a deep, booming, terrifying laugh that made my bones vibrate. Within minutes, the room was silent. Dozens of rattler corpses littered the floor, oozing black fluid. The man stood in the center of the carnage, his chest heaving, his fists dripping with black gore. Slowly, he turned his head to look at me. His hair was slicked back with sweat and alien blood, revealing sharp aristocratic features that I had never noticed beneath the grime, but it was his eyes that locked me in place. They were sharp, piercing, and burned with a dark, intense fire. They were the eyes of an apex predator looking at his prize. He closed the distance between us in 3 long strides, crouching down in front of me. I flinched, expecting him to rip me apart just as easily as he had the monsters. Instead, he reached out with a surprisingly gentle hand. He used the clean back of his knuckles, rather than his bloody palm, tracing the line of my jaw. His touch was electric, sending a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with fear, and everything to do with a sudden, overwhelming heat pooling low in my belly. "You stayed," he murmured. His voice was completely different from Castor's. It was deep, gravelly, and hummed, with a dark, confident masculine energy. "You opened the door. You tried to save the weakling. Who are you?" I stammered, my heart thumping wildly against my ribs, trapped in the magnetic pull of his gaze. A slow, wicked smile spread across his lips, revealing perfectly white teeth. "Castor is the boy who cries in the dark. I am the monster that comes out to play. You can call me Pollux." He leaned closer, his nose grazing my jawline. He inhaled deeply, a long, drawn-out breath that made my skin prickle. "You smell of fear, ash, and something incredibly sweet," Pollux whispered, his lips brushing against my ear. "You are beautiful, much too beautiful for a world this ugly. I think I'm going to keep you." The raw, possessive certainty in his voice should have terrified me. Instead, a wave of warmth washed over me. I had spent years being tough, being independent, constantly fighting for my life, constantly fending off creeps like Jackson. And now, this impossibly strong, lethal creature was kneeling before me, claiming me, declaring me his to protect. It was a dark, thrilling fantasy, come to life, in the midst of a nightmare. "Angela!" The shout broke the spell. I snapped my head toward the doorway. Elle and Roland were standing there, their weapons raised. They had come back. "Angie, get away from it!" Elle yelled, her machete trembling in her grip. "It's infected. Look at the blood. It's turning into one of them. We have to kill it." Pollux slowly stood up, placing his body squarely between me and their weapons, a physical shield of muscle and malice. "I don't think you want to do that, little girl," Pollux purred, the sadistic edge returning to his voice. "Shoot him, Roland," Elle screamed. Roland squeezed the trigger of his rifle, but Pollux was already moving. He crossed the room before the bullet had even left the chamber. He slapped the barrel of the rifle upward, the shot blowing a hole in the ceiling. With his other hand he grabbed Elle's wrist, twisting it sharply. She shrieked, dropping the machete. In the blink of an eye, he had stripped Roland of his rifle and snapped the metal barrel over his knee as if it were a dry twig. He grabbed Elle by the throat, lifting her off the ground with one hand. She gagged, her legs kicking uselessly in the air. Roland drew a small knife, crying, but Pollux just swatted him aside with the back of his hand, sending the boy crashing into a wall. "Pollux, no! Stop!" I screamed, scrambling to my feet and running toward them. Pollux paused, his grip tightening on Elle's throat. He looked over his shoulder at me, his dark eyes searching my face. "Please," I begged, grabbing his massive bicep. It felt like grabbing a pillar of warm granite. "Don't kill them. They're my friends. They came back for me." Pollux held my gaze for a long moment. Then, slowly, his wicked smile returned. "Whatever you ask of me, little bird." He opened his hand, letting Elle drop to the floor. She scrambled away, coughing and gasping for air, crawling backward toward Roland. They both looked at Pollux as if he were the devil himself. What is he?" Elle gasped, clutching her bruised throat. "Where's Jackson?" "Jackson ran," I said, my voice cold as I remembered the betrayal. "And this is Pollux." Pollux stepped back to my side, casually wiping a streak of black blood from his cheek. "I plan to continue north, to the facility. Something there is calling to me, a pull in my blood. You can tag along if you want. I won't kill you, as long as you don't annoy me." "Why are you going to the facility?" I asked, looking up at him. "They want to cut you open. They want to study you." Pollux chuckled, a dark, rich sound. "Let them try. But as for your questions, beautiful, you'll have to ask Castor in the morning. He's the brains of the dream team. I'm just the muscle." We didn't stay in the department store. The smell of the dead rattlers would only attract more. We ventured out into the ruined city, the moonlight guiding our path. It was the most surreal walk of my life. We were stalked. I could hear the rattling in the alleys, in the shattered windows above us. Dozens, perhaps hundreds of rattlers were following us in the shadows, but none of them dared to get close. They formed a wide, invisible perimeter around us. They were terrified of the man walking by my side. Pollux strolled through the apocalypse like a king walking through his garden, occasionally shooting a predatory smirk into the darkness that sent the rattling retreating deeper into the shadows. He stayed close to me, his hand constantly brushing against the small of my back, a physical tether that grounded me, making me feel impossibly safe in a world made of danger. By the time the sun began to peek over the horizon, painting the sky in pale grays and sickly yellows, Pollux's posture began to change. The arrogant swagger faded, his broad shoulders slumped, and a violent tremor racked his body. He stumbled, falling to his knees in the middle of a cracked suburban street. "Pollux!" I cried, dropping to my knees beside him. He looked up at me, and the dark fire in his eyes was gone. The piercing gaze was replaced by a soft, clouded vulnerability. The transition was complete. Angie?" Castor whispered, his voice trembling. He looked around wildly, his eyes welling with tears. "There was so much blood. I fell asleep. I'm sorry." He looked so weak, so entirely drained. The shift consumed a massive amount of energy. I instinctively wrapped my arms around him, pulling his head to my chest. He buried his face in my jacket, crying softly. "It's okay, Castor." I hushed him, stroking his tangled hair. "You're safe. We're safe." Elle and Roland watched from a distance, their expressions a mix of horror and confusion. I ignored them. I opened my pack and pulled out my last clean ration bar and a canteen of water. I broke off small pieces and fed them to Castor, wiping the grime from his face with a damp rag. As he ate, his trembling subsided. He looked up at me with such profound gratitude and adoration that it made my heart ache. "You stayed," he whispered, repeating Pollux's words, but with a completely different meaning. "You opened the cage." "I did," I smiled softly. "Pollux said I should ask you some questions. He said you're the brains." Castor offered a weak, shy smile. "Pollux is arrogant, but he keeps us alive. We are an anomaly, Angie." He sat up a little straighter, taking a sip of water. When he spoke, his scattered, erratic cadence was gone, replaced by a weary clarity. "My mother was infected while I was in the womb," Castor explained, his voice quiet. "She turned, but I was protected by the amniotic sac just long enough for the bioweapon to mutate rather than destroy. It happened at the exact moment the embryo was splitting. I was supposed to be a twin. The weapon. The Lamia technology. It's not just a mindless plague. It was designed to create a drone workforce. A hive mind of workers. Because I was infected during development, my brain absorbed a basic understanding of their technology. That's me, Castor, the mind. He paused, looking down at his hands. But the other half, the twin that didn't fully form into a separate body, it absorbed the physical mutations, the aggression, the strength. It became the apex predator the bioweapon was designed to create, but without the hive mind control. That's Pollux. We share a body, taking turns. He protects me from the monsters outside, and I protect him from the madness inside. I listened, mesmerized. He wasn't a freak, he was a miracle, a tragic, beautiful miracle. For the next few days, we fell into a rhythm. We took refuge in an abandoned town that had been entirely reclaimed by nature. Giant vines choked the ruined houses, and trees grew straight through the roofs of rusted cars. During the day, Castor was awake, though weak. I spent my time caring for him, talking to him. He was incredibly intelligent, gentle, and sweet. He looked at me as if I hung the moon and the stars. I found myself fiercely protective of his gentle soul. But when the sun went down, the monster came out to play. Pollux would emerge, stretching his powerful limbs, his eyes immediately seeking me out. He took over the role of provider and protector. On our second night in the overgrown town, Pollux vanished into the woods. He returned hours later, dragging the massive carcass of a mutated bear behind him with one hand, his other arm carrying a large makeshift sack woven from vines, filled with fresh, uncorrupted fruits he had somehow managed to find. He dropped the massive bear at my feet, the ground shaking with the impact. "For you," Pollux said, his chest heaving, a smear of fresh blood across his jaw. He looked immensely proud of himself, a dark knight bringing a dragon's hoard to his lady. It was the biggest spread of food I had ever seen in my life. I was overwhelmed. The sheer raw masculinity of his offering sent a flush of heat creeping up my neck. "Pollux, this is incredible, thank you." He stepped close, cupping my cheek with his large warm hand. "Only the best for my queen." I leaned into his touch, my heart racing. "It's too much for just us, Elle and Roland. They haven't eaten properly in days. They can help prepare the meat. Can they join us?" Pollux's eyes flicked to the shadows where Elle and Roland were cowering, terrified of him. His lip curled in disdain, but when he looked back at me, his expression softened. "If that is what you want, little bird, I will tolerate them. For you." That night, we feasted. We built a massive fire. Elle and Roland, though terrified, helped butcher the bear and roast the meat. For the first time in years, my belly was completely full. Later that night, while Elle and Roland slept on the far side of the fire, I sat with Pollux. He pulled me against his broad chest, wrapping his strong arms around me, cocooning me in his warmth. I rested my head against his beating heart, inhaling his scent of pine, musk, and danger. I was falling, and I was falling hard. I was hopelessly attracted to Pollux's fierce, possessive strength, his absolute certainty that I belonged to him. Every time he looked at me, every time he touched me, a heavy, intoxicating warmth flooded my veins, but I also found myself deeply attached to Castor. I loved Castor's gentle mind, his vulnerability, the way his eyes lit up when I explained a joke he didn't quite catch. I was falling in love with two halves of the same man, getting the intense, primal satisfaction of a protector and the deep, emotional intimacy of a soulmate. It was an instant, overwhelming connection that wiped away years of loneliness. We continued our journey north, well-fed and rested. A week later, we crested a large, rocky ridge, and the facility came into view. I expected a bunker, but this was a ship. A massive, sleek, stone-like monolith half buried in the side of a mountain. It didn't look human. It was smooth, devoid of windows or seams, thrumming with a low, sub-audible vibration that made my teeth ache. It was a Lamia vessel, left behind and abandoned. We didn't get within a mile of it before the ambush happened. They rose out of the dust and the rocks like ghosts, heavily armed military men, wearing sleek, dark armor that looked entirely too advanced to be scavenged. They held strange, glowing rifles that hummed with energy. And standing at the front of the pack, grinning his arrogant, punchable grin, was Jackson. "Well, well, well," Jackson called out, his voice amplified by some kind of speaker. "I told you I'd make a deal, Angie. I told you I'd be a king." "Jackson, you piece of shit!" Elle screamed, raising her machete. Jackson wagged a finger. "Put the toys down. My new friends here have weapons that will melt you into a puddle before you take 2 steps. I stepped in front of Castor, who was currently awake and trembling violently behind me. "What did you do, Jackson?" "I gave them the intel," Jackson bragged, puffing out his chest. "I told them about the freak, about how he tore through those rattlers, the scientists in that ship. They don't want to cure the disease, Angie. They want to control it. They're going to dissect our boy here, figure out how his muscles work, how his aggression spikes, and they're going to put it in their own soldiers. An army of superhumans. And I'm going to be a general." "You're a coward," I spat. Jackson's face darkened. "Take him," he ordered the soldiers. The soldiers moved forward. Behind me, Castor let out a terrifying, agonized scream. His bones popped and cracked. The tremor overtook him, violently and rapidly. He was forcing the shift, bringing Pollux out in the middle of the day. Pollux roared, a sound of pure, unadulterated fury, and launched himself over my head at the nearest soldier. He hit the man with the force of a bomb, crushing the soldier's high-tech armor like tin foil. He spun, ripping a glowing rifle from another man's hands and using it like a club to shatter a third soldier's helmet. "Run, Angie!" Pollux roared, his eyes blazing with protective rage. "Get out of here!" "Fire the tethers!" Jackson panicked, scrambling backward. 3 soldiers leveled strange, bulky weapons at Pollux. They fired. Instead of lasers or bullets, thick, glowing blue nets shot out, wrapping tightly around Pollux's massive frame. Pollux hit the ground hard. He roared, straining against the glowing binds, his muscles bulging impossibly, but the more he fought, the tighter the nets hummed, sending visible shocks of electricity through his body. He convulsed, his roars turning into grunts of pain. "No!" I screamed, running toward him, but Elle grabbed me around the waist, tackling me behind a large boulder as a volley of energy blasts scorched the earth where I had just been standing. "We have to go," Elle yelled, her voice panicked. "We can't fight that." I watched, tears streaming down my face, as the soldiers dragged the struggling, roaring Pollux toward the heavy armored vehicles parked near the ship. Jackson looked over his shoulder, laughing, before climbing into a truck. They drove away, leaving us in the dust. I fell to my knees, the dust settling around me, leaving a hollow, aching void in my chest. They had taken him. They had taken both of them, the fierce protector and the sweet soul. I looked at the massive obsidian ship in the distance. A cold, hard resolve crystallized in my veins, replacing the fear. "I'm going after him," I said, my voice eerily calm. I stood up, brushing the dirt from my knees. Elle looked at me, her eyes wide. "Are you insane? It's a military fortress. You saw those weapons." "I don't care," I said, loading a fresh magazine into my pistol. "He saved us. He protected me. I am not leaving him in there to be butchered." Roland stepped forward, his jaw set in a determined line, holding out his hunting knife. "I'm coming too." Elle stepped in front of the boy, pushing him back roughly. "No, you're not. You're going back south, to the trading post. You wait there." "I can fight," Roland protested. "You're a kid." Elle snapped, her voice cracking slightly, revealing a deep, hidden well of emotion. "You're going home, Roland. That's an order. Give us your gear." Roland looked like he wanted to argue, but the fierce, almost desperate look in Elle's eyes stopped him. He reluctantly unbuckled his spare ammunition pouches and handed over his heavy revolver. "Don't die," he muttered, turning and walking away, his shoulders slumped. I watched him go, then turned to Elle. "You love him, don't you? Like, actually love him?" Elle wouldn't look at me. She busied herself checking the chamber of Roland's revolver. "Shut up, Angie. You should have told him about your feelings," I pressed, the reality of our likely suicide mission making me bold. Elle finally looked up, her eyes hard and glistening. "I'll bother with doing that only if I survive what we're about to do. Now come on, before I lose my nerve." We walked for hours, using the rocky terrain as cover, slowly creeping closer to the massive alien ship. Up close, it was terrifying. It was smooth and cold, the metal feeling wrong to the touch, like frozen glass. Near the main entrance, a large blast door that was currently cracked open, they had set up a display, a warning to anyone who approached. It was a corpse, pinned to a massive metal board. It was one of them, the aliens, or, as the crude plaque beneath it read, Lamia, dissected specimen. I had never seen one in person. The stories didn't do it justice. The upper half was humanoid, but painfully skinny, with smooth, cyan-colored skin that looked like polished marble. It had no nose, just slits, and large, empty black eyes. A massive, fan-like crest started on its forehead and swept backward, extending past the back of its head. From the base of its neck, a thick, visible spine-like structure protruded from the skin, running all the way down its back and merging into its lower half. The lower half wasn't humanoid at all. It was the massive, muscular tail of a snake, covered in dark, iridescent scales. It was beautiful and utterly horrifying. God, Elle whispered, looking at the creature. They really are monsters. Keep moving, I said, tearing my eyes away. We slipped inside the ship. The interior was a labyrinth of glowing blue corridors and strange, organic-looking architecture. It felt less like a machine, and more like the belly of a metallic whale. We moved silently, relying on the shadows, avoiding the patrols of heavily armed soldiers. We found him in what looked like a holding cell block. He was in a cage again, suspended from the ceiling, a cage made of thick, glowing energy bars. But it wasn't the fierce Pollux pacing inside. The drugs and the shocks had forced the shift. It was Castor. He lay in a heap on the floor, trembling, his skin deathly pale. I rushed forward, dropping to my knees. Castor! His eyes fluttered open. He looked incredibly weak, barely able to lift his head. Angie, you came. Of course I came. I choked out, tears stinging my eyes. How do we get you out? Elle was already examining the control panel near the cage. It's alien tech, but it looks like it's been hardwired with human override switches. Give me a second. She smashed the butt of her gun into a glass panel and flipped a series of heavy mechanical switches. The glowing blue bars hummed and faded away. Castor collapsed, and I caught him, bearing his weight. He was so light, so incredibly frail. We have to go, I said, hauling his arm over my shoulder. Can you walk? No, Castor breathed, his head lolling against my neck. I can't. Pollux is dying. The shocks, they damaged the link. If he dies, I die. Panic seized my chest. No, I'm getting you out of here. Castor weakly grabbed my shirt collar. Angie, listen to me. The pull, the calling. I know where it is now. This ship, it was a medical frigate. It has a chamber. An integration pod. It's designed to repair and sequence Lamian DNA. What are you saying? I asked, my heart pounding. Take me there, Castor pleaded, his eyes locking onto mine with desperate clarity. The machine. It will complete the process that was started in the womb. It will merge us. Castor and Pollux, two halves made whole. Not just a mindless fighter, not just a weak mind. It will join the entities, but you have to hurry. Where is it? Elle asked, her gun raised, checking the corridor. Level 3. Core sector, Castor gasped. We practically dragged him through the ship. Castor guided us, his mind interacting with the ship's architecture on some instinctual level. He knew which turns to make, which doors to avoid. We reached a massive circular room humming with intense power. In the center of the room sat a strange device. It looked like a metallic flower bud, large enough to hold a man, with glowing blue veins pulsing with energy. That's it, Castor whispered. We hauled him toward the chamber. As we reached it, the metal petals hissed and opened, revealing a glowing, gel-like interior. Suddenly, a blaring, screeching alarm echoed through the ship. Flashing red lights bathed the room in a bloody hue. They know we're here, Elle cursed, running to the heavy blast doors that led into the room. She hit the controls and the massive doors slammed shut with a final thud. That won't hold them long. They'll blow it open. Angie, Castor said, his voice barely a whisper. I helped him climb into the chamber. The glowing gel seemed to reach out, clinging to his skin. He looked up at me, a profound sadness in his eyes. If this works, Castor and Pollux will be gone. The man who wakes up, he will be someone new. Someone with my mind and his strength, but a new soul. Tears spilled down my cheeks. I leaned down and pressed my lips to his, a desperate, fierce kiss, tasting salt and ash. I'll love whoever wakes up, just don't die on me. Castor smiled, a small, beautiful smile. I love you, Angie. The metallic petals hissed shut, sealing him inside. A blinding flash of blue light erupted from the chamber, the hum escalating to a deafening roar. Boom. The heavy blast doors behind us shuddered, denting inward. They were blasting their way in. Get ready! Elle yelled, taking cover behind a metal console, aiming her gun at the door. I drew my pistol and crouched beside her. Boom. The doors blew wide open in a shower of sparks and smoke. Dozens of soldiers poured into the room, their energy weapons leveled at us. Jackson walked in behind them, a smug, triumphant look on his face. Well, look what the cat dragged in, Jackson laughed. You girls just saved me the trouble of hunting you down. Kill them, but save the pod. The soldiers raised their weapons. I squeezed my eyes shut, preparing for the end. A sound pierced the air. It was a hiss, the sound of pressurized air releasing. The chamber behind us opened. The silence that fell over the room was absolute. Even the soldiers paused, their weapons hovering in hesitation. The man who stepped out of the chamber was naked, his body wreathed in dissipating blue steam. He was breathtaking. He had Pollux's towering, impossibly muscular physique, moving with the same predatory grace, but his posture was different. He stood perfectly straight, collected, confident. His dark hair was sleek, his face flawless. He opened his eyes. They were deep, fathomless, and radiated a calm, imposing, terrifying intellect. He didn't have a name yet, but he was a god among men. Fire! Jackson screamed, his voice cracking with sudden, inexplicable panic. The soldiers unleashed a volley of energy blasts. The new man did more than dodging, he calculated. His movements were precise, technical, and devastatingly efficient. He sidestepped a blast, closed the distance to the nearest soldier, and delivered a strike so fast I barely saw it. He struck nerve clusters, pressure points, snapping bones with surgical precision. He moved through the squad like water through rocks. He grabbed a soldier's wrist, turning the weapon to blast two other men before snapping the man's arm and taking the rifle for himself. He tossed a glowing energy rifle to Elle, and another to me, catching them perfectly out of the air. Take the left flank, he ordered. His voice was a perfect synthesis, the deep, resonant timbre of Pollux combined with the articulate, calm cadence of Castor. It was a voice that commanded absolute obedience. Elle and I didn't hesitate. We opened fire, the advanced alien weapons easily melting through the soldiers' armor. The new man didn't just fight, he orchestrated a slaughter. He used the alien technology against them, anticipating their tactics, countering their every move with brutal efficiency. Within minutes, the room was a slaughterhouse. Only Jackson remained, cowering behind a console, whimpering in terror. The man ignored Jackson for the moment. He walked over to a terminal on the wall, his hands flying across the alien interface with practiced ease. Castor's knowledge, Pollux's speed. He stopped, turning his head toward the ceiling. He opened his mouth, and a sound came out that chilled my blood. Click, clack, tick 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 tick. It was the rattling sound. It was amplified, structured, rhythmic. It was a command. He used the ship's communication arrays to broadcast the sound for miles. He was calling them. He walked back to the center of the room, stopping in front of Jackson. Jackson was on his knees, sobbing, begging for his life. Please, please, I'm sorry, Jackson blubbered. The man looked down at him, his face an emotionless mask. The mind forgives, Jackson, but the predator demands blood, and I am both. The sounds of heavy, scraping footsteps echoed from the corridors. The rattling grew deafening. The monsters had answered the call. They swarmed into the room, dozens of them, but they didn't attack us. They stopped in a circle around the new man, bowing their heads in terrifying reverence. The man pointed a single finger at Jackson. The rattlers descended. Jackson's screams were mercifully short as they tore him apart, infecting his wounds, initiating the transformation. He would become a mindless drone, forever serving the man he had tried to sell. The man turned his back on the carnage and walked toward me. He didn't seem to care that he was naked, entirely comfortable in his godlike skin. He stopped in front of me, looking down into my eyes. The intense, overwhelming connection was still there, burning hotter than ever, magnified 1,000 times. "You stayed," he said softly, reaching out to cup my cheek. His touch was warm, gentle, but humming with undeniable power. "You saved me. Both of me." "Who are you now?" I whispered, leaning into his palm, completely overwhelmed by his presence. "I am whoever you need me to be." He smiled, a devastatingly handsome expression. "The ship is active. I have control. We can go anywhere, do anything, but I need a name. Angie, give me a name." I looked around the room. I looked at the monsters bowing to him, creatures of death and shadows, now entirely under his command. I looked at the man who had conquered death to be with me. "Hades," I breathed, "Lord of the underworld." His smile widened, his dark eyes flashing with amusement and approval. "Hades, I like it." He pulled me closer, his arm wrapping securely around my waist. "And what does that make you?" "I don't know," I laughed, feeling a sudden, joyous release of tension. I looked at his flawless, incredibly human face and let out a breathless sigh. "I'm just glad the machine didn't make you look like one of those snake alien things we saw outside." Hades chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound that vibrated against my chest. He took my hand, raising it to his lips, and kissed my knuckles with tender, possessive devotion. "Come, my queen," Hades said, leading me toward the ship's control center, the horde of rattlers parting to make way for us. "Let's show this ruined world what happens when a monster falls in love." Epilogue. A year had passed since the day the sky turned blue again. The world was not at peace. There was still a severe lack of resources, still skirmishes between desperate settlements, still a long, hard road ahead for humanity. But it was, at the very least, less conflictive. A new law governed the wastelands, an unspoken treaty etched in fear and awe. As long as the humans didn't attack the rattlers didn't attack the humans. The translucent monsters no longer roamed blindly, tearing through settlements in mindless frenzies. They moved with purpose now, keeping to the shadows, patrolling borders, enforcing a silent, terrifying order. And high above the ruined plains of Montana, floating silently in the smog-free sky, was the source of that order. A massive, obsidian alien ship hung in the air, casting a long, protective shadow over the land below. There were rumors circulating in every trading post and scavenger camp. A myth of a king and queen, living in a floating castle, keeping the apocalypse on a tight leash. I stood on the observation deck of the ship, looking down at the world below, wearing a dress made of spun silver alien thread, a stark contrast to the rags I had worn a year ago. Strong arms wrapped around my waist from behind, pulling my back tightly against a broad, muscular chest. Hades buried his face in my neck, inhaling deeply, kissing the sensitive skin just below my ear. His touch still sent fireworks of instant heat coursing through my veins, exactly as it had the day he stepped out of the cage. Elle and Roland sent a message. "The southern settlements have agreed to the trade terms," Hades murmured, his deep voice vibrating against my skin. "Food and water in exchange for protection. The drones will ensure their borders are safe." "You're a good king, Hades," I smiled, leaning my head back against his shoulder. He turned me around in his arms, his dark, fathomless eyes locking onto mine with the same intense, unwavering devotion that had saved my life. He possessed Castor's beautiful mind to build a new world, and Pollux' terrifying strength to protect it, but above all, he was entirely, completely mine. "I am whatever you command me to be," he whispered, capturing my lips in a kiss that promised an eternity of safety, power, and unending, absolute love. The end.
My suffering didn't undo what I did. My death wouldn't bring back what I destroyed. My rebirth isn't a blessing or a reward. It is merely penance and a last chance to make amends. To Un-shatter A Mirror. The Iron Orchids Return. Chapter 1. The Hollow Victory. The smell of the ocean was wrong. Rather than salt and brine, It smelled like copper and burning meat. I lay on the shore of the artificial island, the black sand sticking to my wet armor. My breath came in ragged, painful gasps. The alien facility, a grotesque citadel of pulsing flesh and metal, was burning behind us. We had done it. We had completed the suicide mission. Magna was safe, for now. The leadership would be pleased. The propaganda machine would spin this into a legendary victory. But I felt nothing but a cold, hollow void in my chest. "David!" I croaked, trying to push myself up. My gauntlets were heavy, weighed down by the blood of 1,000 enemies and the guilt of one specific crime. He was standing a few meters away, facing the churning, dark waves, no longer wearing the exoskeleton. The 8 terrifying mechanical arms that had once torn through concrete and steel and through my own defenses were gone, discarded somewhere in the burning wreckage. He looked small again. He looked like the David I used to know, the naive boy who brought me coffee and blushed when I sharpened my sword. But the posture was wrong. His shoulders were slumped with a total resignation of the soul. "David," I said again, louder this time. I needed him to look at me. I needed him to yell, to scream, to activate those mechanical horrors and finish what he had started in the collapsed building back in the city. I needed punishment. He didn't turn. We can go back," I stammered. The great knight of Magna reduced to a begging child. "I can fix this. I can testify. I can tell them everything. I'll clear Andrea's name. I'll tell them I was the monster, not you." At the mention of her name, his shoulders tensed, just a fraction. He stepped toward the water. "David, please." I tried to stand, but my legs failed me. I crawled, my fingers digging into the wet ash. "Don't leave me here with this. Kill me, forgive me, but don't just walk away." He stopped. For a heartbreaking second, he turned his head. I saw his profile. He was pale, gaunt, his eyes hollowed out by a grief so profound it looked like madness. There was no anger there anymore. The rage that had fueled his transformation into that mechanical demon had burned out, leaving only ash. He didn't speak. He never spoke anymore. Not since the trial. Not since I killed her. He turned back to the horizon, to the endless gray ocean that separated us from home, and began to walk, instead of the extraction point. He walked along the shoreline, fading into the toxic mist rising from the water. He was leaving me alive. That was his cruelty. He was leaving me to live with the memory of what I had done, of Andrea's surprised eyes when my blade pierced her heart. He was leaving me with the memory of his own screams that day, the sound of his mind shattering. "David!" I screamed, my voice tearing my throat. The mist swallowed him. I was alone, the hero of Magna. The woman who murdered her best friend because she was too stupid to see a trap and too angry to ask questions. I curled into a ball on the alien sand, the victorious fire crackling behind me like laughter. If I had just listened, I thought, the darkness creeping in at the edges of my vision, if I had just stopped to think, if I could just go back. The world went black. Chapter 2. The Sunlight of the Past. "General? General Camilla?" The voice was annoying. It was buzzing in my ear like a persistent fly. I swatted at it, expecting to hit the damp sand of the alien island, but my hand hit something hard and smooth. Wood. "Whoa! Easy, Camilla. You've been out cold." My eyes snapped open. The beach was gone. And I wasn't in the damp, facing cells of the prison block. I was in a room bathed in warm, golden sunlight. The air smelled of sterile cleaner and coffee. I bolted upright, gasping for air. My hand instinctively went to my hip for my sword, but I was wearing a standard-issue casual uniform, not my armor. Hey, breathe. A hand touched my shoulder. I grabbed the wrist. Who are you? I snarled, adrenaline flooding my system. Where is David? Where? I froze. In front of me, eyes wide with shock, behind thick-rimmed glasses, was David. But not my David. Not the gaunt, silent ghost from the beach. Not the hooded, mechanical reaper who had broken my ribs in the ruins of the hospital. This was David from before. His cheeks were flushed with color. His eyes were bright, full of panic and confusion, not dead emptiness. He was wearing his lab coat, a coffee stain on the lapel. He looked healthy, whole. David? I whispered, my grip loosening. Ow, he squeaked. Camilla, are you okay? You fell asleep during the briefing prep. You were having a nightmare. I let him go and stumbled back, my boots hitting the floor. I looked around. I was in the tactical office of the Central Defense Hub. The calendar on the wall displayed a date that made my blood run cold. Month of Janus, day 4. 3 weeks. I was 3 weeks in the past. It was 3 weeks before the aliens infiltrated the inner circle. 3 weeks before they killed my lieutenant, Dahlia, and planted the evidence to frame Andrea. 3 weeks before I drove my sword through Andrea's chest. Camilla? David rubbed his wrist, looking concerned rather than afraid. Do I need to call a medic? You look like you've seen a ghost. I stared at him. I wanted to weep. I wanted to fall to my knees and beg for his forgiveness for things he hadn't experienced yet. But I was a general. I was a warrior. And I had been given the one thing I begged for on that shoreline. A chance. I surged forward and wrapped my arms around him. I hugged him so hard I heard the air leave his lungs. Camilla? He stammered, his body stiffening. I was never this affectionate. I was the Iron Maiden of Magna. Good morning to you too? I buried my face in his neck, smelling the scent of machine oil and cheap soap. It was the best smell in the world. You're alive, I whispered. You're just you. I think so? David chuckled nervously. Did you think I was replaced by a synth or something? I pulled back, gripping his shoulders. I looked into those brown eyes, searching for any trace of the monster he would become. There was none. Just kindness. Just the boy who loved both me and Andrea, the boy whose heart I was destined to break if I didn't change everything. Where is she? I demanded. Who? Andrea? David adjusted his glasses. She's in Lab 4, running the diagnostics on the new barrier tech. She's been there all night. You know how she gets when... I didn't let him finish. I turned and sprinted out of the office. Camilla, wait. The meeting with the council starts in 10 minutes, David called out, running after me. Cancel it! I yelled over my shoulder. You can't cancel on the council. Watch me. I ran through the pristine white corridors of the defense hub. I ignored the salutes of the soldiers I passed. I needed to see her. I needed to confirm that this wasn't just a dying hallucination. I burst into Lab 4. The door slid open with a hiss. The room was filled with holographic displays and scattered mechanical parts. In the center of the chaos, typing furiously on a floating keyboard, was a woman with sharp features, messy dark hair tied up in a bun, and a lab coat that was too big for her. Andrea. She didn't look up. David, if you're bringing me more tea, put it on the safe table. If you're telling me to sleep, get out. I stood frozen in the doorway, my chest heaving. She was alive. She was arrogant, brilliant, sarcastic, and alive. Andrea, I choked out. She paused. Her fingers stopped moving. She spun her chair around, her eyebrows raised in surprise. Camilla? I thought you were busy terrifying the new recruits. She looked me up and down, noting my disheveled appearance and the wild look in my eyes. Her expression shifted from annoyance to concern instantly. She was the smartest person in Magna. She noticed everything. What's wrong? She stood up, walking toward me. Is it the wall? Is there a breach? I walked up to her. I towered over her, but she had never been afraid of me. She was the only person, besides David, who treated me like a human being instead of a weapon. No breach, I said, my voice trembling. I reached out and touched her face. Her skin was warm, real. Okay, you're freaking me out, Andrea said softly, though she didn't pull away. Did you hit your head during sparring? I took a deep breath, forcing the soldier back into control. I couldn't tell them I was from the future. They would think I was insane or compromised by an alien psychic attack. I had to play this smart. I had to be the strategist Andrea always told me I could be. I just realized how lucky we are to be here, together. David skidded into the room behind me, panting. I caught up. Whew. Camilla. Seriously. The council. I looked at the two of them. David, the heart. Andrea, the mind. And me, the sword. In the old timeline, the sword had destroyed the other two. Not this time. Screw the council, I said, a fierce grin spreading across my face. We're going to get lunch, the three of us. Andrea blinked. Lunch? It's 9 a.m. Breakfast, then, I declared. And then, you two are going to listen to me very carefully, because I had a premonition, and we have a lot of work to do. Chapter 3. The Setup. In the original timeline, the alien infiltrators, shapeshifters known as the Simulacra, had spent months sowing discord between the military me and the science division, Andrea. They whispered rumors that Andrea was selling tech to the enemy. They planted faulty equipment that caused soldier deaths and blamed it on her designs. They built a wall of mistrust so high that when Dahlia died, I believed the lie without hesitation. I sat across from them in the small cafeteria, watching them eat. David was happily munching on a bagel. Andrea was picking at her food, watching me with calculating eyes. Okay, Andrea said, putting down her fork. Spill it! You're acting weird. You're looking at us like we're about to vanish. I know about the leak in Sector 7, I said calmly. Andrea stiffened. That's classified. Even for you. How did you... I know that the faulty barrier generators weren't a design flaw, I continued, leaning in. They were sabotaged. Specifically, the coolant lines were cut from the inside. And I know that Colonel Argos has been accessing your encrypted files using a drive skimmer. David choked on his bagel. Argos? But he's the head of internal affairs. He's the nicest guy in the building. He's a simulacrum, I said flatly. In the old timeline, we didn't find out Argos was an alien until after I had killed Andrea. He was the one who handed me the proof of her treason. Andrea narrowed her eyes. That's a heavy accusation, Camilla. Do you have proof? No. I lied. I had memories, not physical proof yet, but I know where to get it. Tonight, Argos is going to meet a contact in the lower city to hand off the defense grid codes. We're going to be there. We? David squeaked. I build robots, Camilla. I don't do covert ops. You built the Spider Exo prototype, didn't you? I asked. David froze. How? I haven't shown that to anyone. It's in a locked vault in my basement. It's for search and rescue. It's a masterpiece, I said, remembering how that machine had nearly torn me limb from limb. And you're going to bring it, because we might need heavy lifting. I turned to Andrea. And you're going to bring your EMP jammer, the portable one. Andrea looked at me, her mind racing. She was weighing the probability of me being crazy against the specificity of my knowledge. If you're wrong, Andrea said slowly, we'll be court-martialed for stalking a superior officer. If I'm right, I countered, we save the city, and we stop a traitor. I reached across the table and covered Andrea's hand with mine. Trust me, please. She looked at our hands, then up at my eyes. A flush crept up her neck. She looked at David, who was looking at my hand on hers, with a mix of jealousy and confusion. Fine, Andrea sighed. But if we get arrested, I'm blaming David. Hey, Chapter 4, The Spider and the Night. The lower city was a labyrinth of neon lights and rain-slicked concrete. It was the underbelly of Magma, where the wall's shadow was longest. We crouched on a rooftop overlooking an abandoned warehouse. The rain was pouring down, masking our heat signatures. This is insane, David whispered. He was wearing the prototype exoskeleton. It wasn't the weaponized horror from my future. It was bright yellow, industrial safety colors, and bulky. The 8 mechanical arms were folded neatly against his back. He looked like a heavy construction worker, not a villain. Quiet, I hissed. Below us, a figure in a hooded trench coat walked into the alley. It was Colonel Argos. A moment later, a second figure emerged from the shadows. This one was wrong. Its movements were too fluid, its limbs slightly too long. A simulacrum in its natural form, disguised only by a cloaking shimmer. Holy, David breathed. Record everything, I commanded Andrea. Andrea was already on it, her visor down, capturing the exchange. He's handing over a data drive. Audio confirms defense frequencies. My God, Camilla, you were right. That's enough, I said, standing up. Wait, we need to call backup, David hissed. No, I said, drawing my sword. The blade hummed with energy. We handle this. If we call it in, Argos might have allies who intercept the call. We take them down now. I leaped from the roof. The fall was 50 feet. I used my gravity boots to cushion the impact, landing in a crouch right between Argos and the alien. Evening, gentlemen, I said, straightening up. Argos spun around, his human face contorting into a snarl. General Camilla, you're out of your jurisdiction, and you're out of your skin, I replied. The alien hissed and lunged at me. It moved faster than a human, its arm transforming into a bone blade. In the old timeline, this speed would have surprised me. But I had fought David. I had fought on the Flesh Island. I had fought for years in a war that stripped me of everything. I sidestepped the strike with lazy ease and brought the pommel of my sword down on the alien's skull. It crumbled, momentarily stunned. Argos pulled a plasma pistol. You stupid bee. Thwip! A mechanical claw shot down from the roof, snatched the pistol out of Argos's hand, and crushed it into scrap metal. David dropped down behind me, the exoskeleton landing with a heavy thud. The yellow arms flared out, creating a protective wall around us. He looked terrified, but he stood his ground. Don't touch her, David said, his voice shaking but firm. Argos roared, his skin rippling as he shed his human disguise, revealing the gray, slimy bulk of a warrior-caste simulacrum. He grew to 8 feet tall, towering over David. David! Left flank! I shouted. On it! David yelled. 2 of his mechanical arms shot out, grabbing a dumpster and hurling it at the monster. The simulacrum smashed the dumpster aside, but it gave me the opening. I surged forward, sliding under its guard. My sword flashed upward, severing the nerve cluster in its leg. It howled and fell. Andrea, now! I screamed. Andrea dropped from the fire escape, landing gracefully. She slammed a device onto the wet pavement, the EMP jammer. A pulse of blue light exploded outward. The simulacrum shrieked as its cloaking tech and internal bio-augmentations short-circuited. It collapsed into a convulsing heap. I stood over Argos, the tip of my sword at his throat. "It's over," I said cold. David walked up beside me, his mechanical arms retracting. He was breathing hard, his eyes wide with adrenaline. We did it?" "We did it," I said. I looked at him. This was the turning point. In another life, he used those arms to tear me apart. Tonight, he used them to save me. I holstered my sword and grabbed the collar of David's lab coat, pulling him down for a fierce kiss. It was impulsive. It was unprofessional. But I had died on a beach of black sand, regretting that I never did it. David froze, his arms flailing, the mechanical limbs twitching in confusion. Then he melted against me. I pulled back, breathless. David looked like his brain had just rebooted. "Wah! Wah!" he stammered. "Nice moves, Robo-Boy," Andrea said, stepping up beside us. She was smirking, but I saw the flash of hurt in her eyes. I didn't hesitate. I turned and grabbed Andrea, pulling her in too. I kissed her with the desperation of someone who had murdered her in another life and needed to taste the life in her now. Andrea stiffened, gasped, and then kissed me back with equal intensity, her hands tangling in my hair. I pulled back, holding them both by the napes of their necks. We stood in the rain, over the defeated alien spy. "I love you both," I said fiercely, "and I'm not letting anyone hurt either of you ever again." David and Andrea looked at each other, then at me. "Well," David said, a goofy grin spreading across his face, "that was certainly better than a staff meeting." Chapter 5. The Change in Trajectory. The exposure of Argos sent shockwaves through Magma. With the evidence Andrea decrypted from the drive, we rooted out 6 other spies in the upper echelon. The planned invasion, the one that would have breached the wall in 2 months, was thwarted before it even began. But I knew the timeline wasn't fully safe yet. The aliens were desperate. They would try the trigger event. They would try to kill Dahlia. Dahlia was my lieutenant, a fierce redhead with a laugh that could crack glass. In the old timeline, her death was the catalyst for my madness. 2 weeks after the alley fight, the alarm sounded. Sector 4, a breach. "This is it," I told them. "We were in the command center. This is the trap. Sector 4 is a decoy," Andrea said, looking at the screens. "The energy readings are too clean. It's a lure. They want to draw the elites away." I nodded. "They're going after the barracks. They're going after the off-duty officers." "Dahlia's in the barracks," David realized. "Gear up," I ordered. This time, we didn't go to Sector 4. We went straight to the barracks. When we arrived, the slaughter had just begun. A squad of assassin-class simulacra were moving through the halls. I saw her. Dahlia. She was cornered at the end of a hallway, holding off 2 aliens with a broken riot shield. She was bleeding. "Camilla!" she screamed. "David, bowling ball!" I shouted, coming through. David, now piloting a refined, combat-ready version of the exoskeleton, painted matte black and gold, per Andrea's suggestion, charged down the hall. He didn't use weapons. He used momentum. He curled the arms around him like a protective sphere and rolled, smashing into the aliens with the force of a wrecking ball. The aliens went flying. I sprinted past him, leaping over Dahlia. As the aliens scrambled to recover, I unleashed a flurry of strikes. I didn't fight with anger this time. I fought with precision. I was a surgeon, removing a cancer. Slice, parry, thrust. The 2 assassins fell. "General?" Dahlia slid down the wall, clutching her side. "How did you know?" I reached down and hauled her up, checking her wound. It was superficial. She was alive. "Lucky guess," I said, my voice thick with emotion. I looked back. David was using his mechanical arms to create a barricade, shielding a group of terrified recruits. Andrea was behind him, dual-wielding plasma pistols. She insisted on field testing them, covering his flank. They were a team. We were a team. The tragedy was cancelled. Chapter 6. The Iron Orchid. 6 months later. The war wasn't over, but the tide had turned. With the spies gone and Andrea's technology advancing without sabotage, we pushed the aliens back from the wall. We were winning. I stood on the balcony of the new command spire, overlooking the city. It was a clear night. The stars were visible. Thinking deep thoughts, I turned. David and Andrea were there. They were holding hands. It had been a complicated 6 months. Navigating a triad relationship while running a war effort wasn't easy. There was jealousy, awkwardness, and arguments about who left wet towels on the bathroom floor. But there was also laughter. There was warmth in the bed. There was the feeling of being anchored. David had refined his exoskeleton. He called it the Guardian suit now. The public loved him. He wasn't the monster of the ruins. He was the shield of Magma. Andrea was the head of the science division, universally respected. And I was no longer just the weapon. I was thinking about the beach, I said softly. The beach? David asked, tilting his head. We haven't been to the beach. The coast is still a quarantine zone. A dream I had, I said, a long time ago. Andrea walked over and leaned against the railing next to me. She wore a silk dress, a stark contrast to her usual lab coat. Was it a bad dream? The worst, I admitted. I lost everything. No, I broke everything in it. David stepped up on my other side, wrapping one of his human arms around my waist. The mechanical arms of his suit, which he wore even for formal events now, he felt naked without them, hovered gently behind us, holding champagne flutes. Well? David smiled, his eyes crinkling. You're awake now. I looked at them. In the original timeline, I had begged for a chance to make things right. The universe had listened. I looked at David's back. In my memory, I saw him walking away into the mist, a broken, hollow shell. Now, he turned his back to me only to grab a drink from his mechanical claw. He turned back, smiling, offering the glass to me. To the future? He proposed. To the future, Andrea agreed, clinking her glass against his. I took the glass. The champagne bubbled, golden and bright. I thought about the man with the 8 arms who had tortured me in the ruins. I thought about the woman I had stabbed. I thought about the guilt that should have crushed me. But the guilt was fading, replaced by the warmth of their bodies against mine. I had cheated fate. I had stolen a happy ending from the jaws of a tragedy. I took a sip. It tasted like victory. Not the hollow victory of the alien island, but a real, sweet victory. To us, I said. And as I drank, I finally let the image of the dying girl on the black sand fade away. She was gone. I was Camilla, the Iron Orchid of Magma, and I had everything I ever wanted. And looking at David and Andrea, alive and safe and mine, I knew I had won the only war that mattered. So, Andrea said, breaking the moment with a smirk, David has a new idea for the mech arms. He wants to install a massage function. I choked on my champagne. He what? David blushed crimson. It has therapeutic applications for post-battle recovery. He wants to tickle us, Andrea whispered loudly. I do not. I laughed. I threw my head back and laughed until tears streamed down my face, as if, only for a moment, I had forgotten how to mourn. Do it, I told David, grabbing his lapel. Install it. Really? He beamed. Really. The city lights twinkled below us, a sea of stars reflecting the ones above. We were safe. We were together, and the future was wide open. Chapter 7. Shadows of the Simulacra. Happiness is suspicious. For a soldier, peace is just the deep breath before the ambush. Even with Argos gone and Dahlia saved, I couldn't relax. My knowledge of the future was becoming spotty. I had changed so much that the script I remembered was dissolving. The major beats, the invasion, the specific traitors were gone, but the enemy was adaptable. The simulacra weren't just shapeshifters. They were a hive mind. They learned. If brute force failed, they used psychology. If infiltration failed, they used terror. 3 months after the barracks incident, the attacks on the wall stopped completely. "It's too quiet," I said, pacing the floor of our shared apartment. It was a luxury apartment in the spire, a perk of being the triad of salvation, as the media called us. David was on the couch, tinkering with a drone the size of a hummingbird. Andrea was reading a physical book, her legs draped over David's lap. "Maybe they gave up," David suggested hopefully. "Maybe the EMP blast scared them off." "They don't get scared, David," I said, stopping by the window. "They regroup. In the old timeline. In my dream. They stopped attacking right before they unleashed the behemoths." Andrea looked up. "Behemoths?" "Bioengineered siege breakers," I explained. 50 feet tall, armor impervious to standard ballistics. They smash the gates, and the swarm pours in. "We don't have anything that can penetrate that kind of armor," Andrea mused, her mind already working. "Not unless we scale up the plasma output of the defense grid to 300%, which would melt the grid," David added. "Exactly. Unless," Andrea sat up, her eyes lighting up, "unless we use the exoskeleton tech. David, your hydraulic pressure output is insane. If we combined that with a pile bunker mechanism." "I could punch through them?" David asked, his eyes going wide. "Like a superhero?" "Like a can opener," I corrected. "But we need to be ready. They'll come at the new moon. That's when the tide is highest. It masks their seismic approach." "The new moon is in 4 days," David swallowed. "Then we have 4 days to turn you into a Titan Slayer," I said. This was the beauty of the second chance. In the old life, the behemoths breached the wall. Thousands died. We held them back only by sacrificing the outer district. This time, I wasn't going to give them an inch. The next 4 days were a blur of sparks, caffeine, and grinding metal. Andrea and David worked in a fugue state. They stripped the Guardian suit down and rebuilt it. They added heavy plating, upgraded the servos, and installed the pile bunkers, retractable tungsten spikes on the 2 upper mechanical arms, driven by explosive charges. I spent the time drilling the troops. I reorganized the defense protocols, moving the heavy artillery to the sections of the wall I knew were vulnerable. I ignored the complaints of the older generals. I had the political capital now, and I spent it ruthlessly. "General Camilla, you're exposing the northern flank," General Holloway argued. "The northern flank is a cliff face," I snapped. "The behemoths can't climb it. They'll come through the drain pipes in the south. Move the tanks. Now." He grumbled, but he obeyed. On the night of the new moon, the rain was torrential. I stood on the southern wall, the wind whipping my cape. David was beside me, encased in his new suit. It was massive now, a walking tank. The 8 arms twitched with anticipation. "You okay?" I asked, my voice barely audible over the storm. "I'm terrified," David admitted, his voice coming through the comms. "But I'm here. I won't let them touch you," I promised. "You open the shell. I kill the meat inside." "Romantic," Andrea's voice crackled in our ears. She was in the control tower, managing the grid. "Here they come," I whispered. The ocean boiled. 3 massive shapes rose from the surf. They were nightmares made of gray flesh and chitin. The behemoths. They roared, a sound that shook the very stones of the wall. "Fire!" I commanded. The artillery barrage lit up the night. Shells hammered the monsters, but as I predicted, they exploded harmlessly against the thick carapace. "They're not stopping!" a soldier screamed. "David," I said, calm. "You're up." "Deploying," David said. He leaped from the wall. He fired the jump jets, slowing his descent. He landed in the shallow water with a splash that rivaled the monsters. He looked tiny compared to them, an ant facing a boot. The lead behemoth roared and swung a massive claw. David didn't dodge. He caught it. 4 of his mechanical arms slammed upward, catching the descending limb. The ground cracked beneath him, but he held. The hydraulics whined, screaming against the tonnage. "Now!" I yelled, diving off the wall after him. David gritted his teeth. "Piston! Punch!" The 2 upper arms, the ones with the tungsten spikes, shot forward. Boom. The explosive charges fired. The spikes drove into the behemoth's chest plate. Chitin shattered. Green blood sprayed like a geyser. The monster shrieked and staggered back. I was already in the air. I used my grappling hook to latch onto David's shoulder, swinging around him like a pendulum. I launched myself into the hole David had made. I landed inside the open wound. The smell was atrocious. I didn't hesitate. I drove my energized sword deep into the pulsing purple organ in the center of the cavity. The behemoth shuddered and collapsed. I backflipped out, landing on David's shoulder. "1 down!" David cheered. "2 to go!" I shouted. "Don't get cocky!" The fight that followed was the stuff of legends. It was a dance of steel and death. David was the anvil, immovable and devastating. I was the hammer, fast and precise. Andrea was the eyes, calling out attacks before they happened, diverting power to David's shields exactly when he needed it. We slaughtered them. When the sun rose, 3 carcasses littered the beach. The wall stood untouched. Not a single soldier had died. I stood on top of the dead behemoth, covered in alien gore. David opened his cockpit, gasping for fresh air. The troops on the wall were cheering. They were chanting our names. "Camilla! David! Andrea!" I looked down at David. He looked up at me, his face smeared with grease, his eyes shining with adrenaline and pride. "We did it," he breathed. "This was the high. This was the drug." In the old timeline, this battle would have been a massacre. It would have been a desperate, clawing fight for survival. But with foreknowledge, with trust, and with the combined power of the 3 of us, it was a stomp. It was gratifying. Chapter 8. The Ghost of the Future. Peace brings its own problems, specifically boredom and reflection. A month after the behemoth battle, things were normal. Too normal. I found myself waking up at night, sweating, reaching for a sword that wasn't there. The trauma of the old timeline hadn't vanished just because the events had changed. The memories were still there. One night, I couldn't sleep. I got up and walked to the living room. David was there. He was sitting on the balcony, staring at the moon. He wasn't wearing the suit, but he had a blueprint on his lap. "Can't sleep?" he asked without turning. "No," I said, sitting beside him. "Me neither." He tapped the blueprint. "I keep trying to design the next upgrade, but I don't know what we're fighting anymore." "That's a good thing, David." "Is it?" He turned to me. His eyes were serious. "Camilla, you know things. Impossible things. You knew about Argos. You knew about the ambush. You knew about the behemoth's weak points." I froze. I hadn't told them the truth. Not the whole truth. "David." "I'm not stupid," he said softly. I'm the smartest engineer in Magna, second only to Andrea, and I know patterns. You changed, Camilla, overnight. You went from the strict, distant general to this, to us. He reached out and took my hand. His fingers were rough, scarred from his work. Did something happen? He asked. Did you lose us? The question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. I looked at him. I could lie. I could say it was a psychic vision. I could say it was classified intel. But I was done with lies. The old Camilla lied to herself. The new Camilla had to be better. Yes, I whispered. I lost you both. David didn't pull away. He squeezed my hand tighter. How? The aliens, I said, tears pricking my eyes. They tricked me. They made me think Andrea was a traitor. They made me kill her. David inhaled sharply. And you, I continued, the dam breaking. You saw it. It broke you. You built the arms not to protect, but to kill. You hunted me down. You became a monster, David. A beautiful, terrifying monster. And it was all my fault. I told him everything. The fight in the ruins, the torture, the suicide mission, the beach. When I finished, silence stretched between us. I waited for him to pull away. I waited for the horror to cross his face. Who wants to sleep next to the woman who murdered their best friend in another life? David stood up. He walked to the railing. That explains the sudden hugging, he said, his voice trembling slightly. I'm sorry, I sobbed. I'm so sorry. David turned around. He walked back to me and knelt down. He took my face in his hands. You came back, he said firmly. You came back, he repeated. You lived through hell, and the first thing you did, the very first thing, was run to save us. You didn't run away. You didn't hide. You fixed it. I killed her, David. You saved her, he corrected. The Camilla in that timeline, she was a victim too. She was played, but you beat them. He leaned his forehead against mine. You are not that woman, he whispered, and I am not that monster. We are here. We are now. I'm afraid, I admitted. I'm afraid that one day I'll wake up and be back on that beach. Then I'll build a boat, David said, and I'll come get you. I laughed, a wet, choked sound. You're ridiculous. I'm serious, he said. No one gets left behind. Not anymore. The door to the bedroom slid open. Andrea stood there, rubbing her eyes. She looked rumpled and sleepy. Why is everyone crying on the balcony? She yawned. Is the world ending again? David looked at me, then at Andrea. He smiled. No, just catching up. Andrea walked over and plopped down on my other side, leaning her head on my shoulder. Well, catch up quieter. I have a meeting at 0700. She closed her eyes, instantly drifting back to sleep. I sat there, sandwiched between the two people I loved most in the universe. The engineer and the scientist, the heart and the mind, and me, the shield. I looked at the blueprint on David's lap. It wasn't a weapon. It was a design for a prosthetics clinic, civilian application, the note said, for victims of the war. I closed my eyes. The smell of burning meat and copper was gone. All I could smell was the ocean breeze and the scent of jasmine from Andrea's shampoo. The timeline was healed. The scar remained, but scars are just proof that you survived. Epilogue. The Garden of Iron. 2 years later. The war ended not with a bang, but with a treaty. Once we broke their behemoths and exposed their leadership, the simulacra realized Magma was too costly to conquer. They retreated to the dark side of the planet, an uneasy truce, but a truce, nonetheless. I retired from active duty. I was still a general, but I spent more time in the academy than on the wall. I taught tactics. I taught the new recruits to question orders, to trust their instincts, and to never, ever assume their friends were traitors. I stood in the garden of our home. It was a real house now, just outside the city limits, where the reclamation projects were turning the wasteland green again. David was in the yard, using the exoskeleton to uproot a dead tree stump. The Guardian suit had been retired from combat, stripped of its armor, and painted a cheerful blue. He used it for heavy landscaping now. Andrea was on the porch, nursing a baby. Our baby. Biological science had come a long way in Magma, thanks to Andrea. I walked over to them. The baby, a little girl named Dahlia, was asleep. She had David's nose and my eyes. "She's out," Andrea whispered. "Finally." "David's making a racket," I noted, watching him wrestle with the stump. "He's having fun," Andrea smiled. "He likes feeling useful." I watched him. The mechanical arms moved with fluid grace, an extension of his will. He laughed as the stump finally gave way, tossing it onto a pile of wood. He saw me watching and waved. One of the mechanical claws waved too. I waved back. This was it. It was the boring, mundane, beautiful Tuesday afternoon. It was the lack of fear. It was the knowledge that when I went to sleep tonight, I would wake up in the same bed, with the same people. I walked down the steps and into the grass. David powered down the suit and stepped out of it. He wiped sweat from his forehead. "Stump's gone," he announced proudly. "Good job, hero," I said, kissing his cheek. "What's for dinner?" he asked. "Andrea ordered pizza," I said. "Yes!" He pumped a fist. We walked back to the house together, hand in hand. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the grass. But the shadows weren't scary anymore. They were just shadows. I paused at the door and looked back at the blue exoskeleton standing silent in the garden. It looked like a statue of a guardian angel. "Coming?" David asked, holding the door open. "Yeah," I said, turning away from the past. "I'm coming home." The door closed. The lock clicked. And for the first time in 2 lifetimes, Camilla was truly, finally, safe. The end.
They say that when you brush past death, you leave a little piece of yourself behind. I didn't leave anything behind on the rain-slicked asphalt of Route 4. Instead, I brought something back. Modern Queen Tales presents The Ones No One Should See. Chapter 1, The Awakening. I woke up to the sterile, stinging scent of bleach and the rhythmic, hollow beep of a heart monitor. My head throbbed, a dull, heavy ache pulsing behind my eyes, but as I blinked against the harsh fluorescent lights of the hospital room, the doctor assured my frantic parents that I was incredibly lucky. A mild concussion, a few scrapes, and a bruised rib. The car that had swerved onto the sidewalk and clipped me had sent me flying, but I had miraculously avoided any lasting physical injuries, or so they thought. Call me Sawako, by the way. Sawako Fukuda. It was my second night in the hospital when the world shifted. My parents had finally gone home to rest, and the ward was cloaked in that heavy, unnatural quiet that only hospitals possess. I was staring at the ceiling, trying to ignore the lingering headache, when the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath plumed in the air, a tiny white cloud in the dimness. Then, I heard the weeping. It was a wet, ragged sound, coming from the corner of the room near the privacy curtain. I slowly turned my head, my neck stiff. Crouching there was a woman. Her hospital gown was soaked in dark, viscous fluid, and her hair hung in matted clumps over her face. As I watched, frozen in absolute terror, she slowly lifted her head. Where her eyes should have been, there were only hollow, dark voids. She reached a trembling, translucent hand toward me, her jaw unhinging in a silent, agonizing scream. I squeezed my eyes shut, burying my face in the scratchy hospital pillow, and pressed the call button until my thumb ached. When the night nurse bustled in, turning on the lights and asking what was wrong, the room was empty. The temperature was normal. But I could still smell it, a faint, metallic stench of old blood and ozone. That was the beginning. Over the next few weeks, I realized the horrifying truth. The accident had broken something inside me, or perhaps opened a door that was meant to stay firmly shut. I could see them, the lingering dead, the spirits, the ghosts. They were everywhere. They clung to the handrails on the subway, their faces twisted in eternal boredom or despair. They lingered at intersections, repeating the last frantic moments of their lives. Some were mere shadows, harmless echoes of the past. Others were twisted, grotesque things born of malice and regret, radiating a cold, nauseating aura. I quickly learned the most important rule of my new, terrifying reality. Never let them know you can see them. If I made eye contact, if I flinched when a mangled spirit dragged itself across my path, they would notice. And when they noticed, they swarmed. They were desperate for acknowledgement, for a connection to the living world. I spent my days walking a tightrope of feigned ignorance. I learned to look straight through the horrors that haunted the streets of my town. I trained my face into a mask of placid indifference, even when a spirit with half a face was screaming inches from my ear. I just wanted to be a normal 17-year-old girl. I wanted to worry about college entrance exams, the upcoming cultural festival, and what to eat for lunch. I wanted nothing to do with the supernatural. I decided my best strategy was to simply ignore them until, hopefully, they faded away. It was a flawless plan. Until Misato got involved. Chapter 2. The Tunnel. Misato had been my best friend since middle school. She was everything I was not. Loud, impulsive, fearless, and currently obsessed with the occult. While I was actively trying to ignore the very real, very horrifying spirits surrounding us, Misato was spending her weekends trying to find fake ones. Come on, Sawako. It's an abandoned railway tunnel. People say they hear disembodied voices echoing from it at night, Misato pleaded, tugging on the sleeve of my school uniform. We were walking home, the late afternoon sun casting long golden shadows across the pavement. Misato, we have a math test on Friday. We shouldn't be wandering around old structural hazards, I reasoned, keeping my eyes fixed firmly ahead. I deliberately ignored the shadowy, elongated figure draped over the telephone pole to our left. You're no fun since the accident, she pouted, though her eyes were bright with mischief. Just a quick peek. If we don't see anything, I'll buy you a crepe. The expensive kind with the strawberries and cheesecake bites. I sighed. I was weak when it came to sugar, and Misato knew it. Fine. 10 minutes. Then we leave. The abandoned tunnel was located at the edge of town, half swallowed by overgrown vines and dense, encroaching woods. As we approached the gaping dark mouth of the tunnel, every instinct I possessed screamed at me to run. The air here didn't just feel heavy, it felt thick, almost gelatinous. The familiar metallic scent of ozone and rot was overpowering. Isn't it wonderfully creepy? Misato whispered, clicking on her heavy-duty flashlight. The beam cut through the gloom, illuminating damp brick walls covered in faded graffiti. It's dirty, I muttered, hugging my arms around myself. I kept my gaze firmly on the ground, terrified of what I might see if I looked up into the darkness. We ventured about 50 feet inside. The temperature dropped drastically. Misato was chattering excitedly about cold spots and EMF readings, completely oblivious to the fact that the shadows dancing on the walls were not caused by her flashlight. They were writhing. Okay, Misato, we saw it. Let's go. Wait, I think I see something further in. Misato took a sudden, eager step forward. There was a sickening crack, followed by a sharp cry of pain. Misato crumpled to the damp gravel-strewn ground, her flashlight rolling away and casting a chaotic spinning beam of light against the walls. Misato! I rushed forward, dropping to my knees beside her. My ankle, she gasped, her face pale in the ambient light. I stepped on a loose rock. It twisted. Oh, it hurts, Sawako. I don't think I can stand. Panic flared in my chest. Okay, let me look. I reached for her ankle, but as I did, my gaze involuntarily flicked upwards. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. The tunnel was infested. Drawn by Misato's sudden burst of pain and fear, the shadows were peeling themselves away from the damp bricks. They were horrendous, misshapen creatures. Some resembled bloated, drowned corpses. Others were amalgamation of limbs and teeth, crawling across the curved ceiling like monstrous spiders. Their eyes, dozens of glowing, hateful pinpricks, were fixed entirely on us. They were murmuring, a cacophony of overlapping, desperate whispers that scraped against the inside of my skull. So warm. Give it to us. So much pain. Let us taste. Sawako? Misato asked, her voice trembling. Why are you looking like that? What's wrong? I couldn't warn her. If I spoke to them, if I acknowledged them, they would frenzy. I swallowed hard, my whole body shaking uncontrollably. Nothing, just trying to figure out how to carry you. But they were closing in. A creature with long, skeletal fingers reached out, its translucent nails grazing Misato's hair. Misato shivered, rubbing her arms. Did the wind just pick up? It's freezing. It wasn't wind. It was the deathly chill of a spirit trying to drain her life force. I was about to collapse. The fear was a physical weight, crushing my lungs. There were too many. We were trapped in the dark, and I was entirely helpless. I squeezed my eyes shut, preparing for the icy, suffocating grasp of the spirits. Then, a voice cut through the darkness. It was calm, low, and perfectly steady. Shido, dinner! Misato shrieked as a sudden, violent gust of wind whipped through the tunnel, sending debris flying. But I didn't just feel the wind, I saw it. A streak of brilliant, blinding white light entered the tunnel at an impossible speed. It was beautiful and terrifying, all at once. The light zigzagged through the enclosed space, leaving a trail of shimmering sparks in its wake. Every time the light collided with one of the grotesque spirits, the creature let out a high-pitched, agonizing wail before dissolving into a cloud of dark ash. Snap, snap, snap. The light was systematically snatching the spirits, devouring them one by one in a matter of seconds. The remaining creatures, sensing the overwhelming power of the light, scattered, fleeing into the walls and deeper into the earth, their hateful whispers turning into shrieks of terror. As the last spirit vanished, the streak of light slowed, gracefully circling back toward the entrance of the tunnel. Footsteps crunched on the gravel. A boy walked out of the gloom, holding a sleek, black flashlight. He looked to be about 19, tall and lean, dressed in dark cargo pants and a simple, black long-sleeved shirt. He had messy, raven-black hair that fell slightly into his eyes, and a face that was strikingly, almost unfairly, handsome. His features were sharp, aristocratic, and currently set in a deep scowl. The streak of light flew toward him and landed lightly on his broad shoulder. The blinding glow faded, revealing its true form. It wasn't just a ball of light. It was a majestic white bird, resembling a falcon but infinitely more ethereal, with a brilliant, glowing crest and a long, silken tail that seemed to drift like smoke. What do you two think you're doing wandering around in a dark, unstable tunnel? The boy demanded, his voice carrying an authoritative edge that made me flinch. It's dangerous. You could get seriously hurt. Misato, recovering from her shock, stared at him, wide-eyed. We were just exploring. I tripped. The boy sighed, a sound of profound annoyance, and walked over to us. He crouched beside Misato, shining his light on her swelling ankle. He smelled of pine needles, rain, and something sharp and electric, like the air right after a lightning strike. It's a bad sprain, he said, his long, calloused fingers probing the joint with surprising gentleness. Misato winced, but didn't pull away. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a roll of athletic tape, and expertly wrapped her ankle, securing it tightly. Can you stand? He asked. He stood up and offered Misato his hand, pulling her to her feet while she leaned heavily against him. I was still frozen on the ground, staring, not at the boy, but at the bird on his shoulder. It tilted its head, its intelligent golden eyes fixing directly on me. It ruffled its luminous feathers, letting out a soft, satisfied trill. It had just eaten a dozen ghosts, and now it was preening. The boy turned his gaze to me. His eyes were dark, almost black, and intensely sharp. For a split second, as his eyes met mine, his brow furrowed in a minute expression of surprise. He looked from me, to the bird, and back to me. He knows I can see it, I thought, panic rising anew. Come on, he said abruptly, breaking the eye contact. He hauled Misato's arm over his shoulder. I'm calling a cab. You're going to the hospital. He half-carried Misato out of the tunnel, and I scrambled to my feet, following closely behind, desperate to get out of the cursed place. When we reached the main road, a cab was already pulling up. He must have texted for one while bandaging Misato. He helped Misato into the back seat and turned to me. "Thank you," I managed to say, my voice raspy. My heart was still hammering against my ribs. "But what were you doing in there? With a flashlight?" I couldn't bring myself to mention the bird. His expression remained perfectly blank, a polite, detached mask slipping seamlessly over his features. "It's a shortcut. To get to work. Be more careful next time, kids." He closed the cab door before I could say another word. As the taxi pulled away, I looked back through the rear window. He was standing on the side of the road, watching us go. The majestic white bird was still perched on his shoulder, glowing softly in the twilight. Misato leaned back against the seat with a dramatic sigh. "Did you feel that crazy wind? And who was that guy? He was gorgeous. So rude. But mysteriously rude, you know?" I nodded absently, my hands trembling in my lap. Misato had only felt the wind. She hadn't seen the light, or the bird, or the spirits. But I had. And more importantly, that boy knew I had. Chapter 3. The Tea House. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the blinding streak of light devouring those grotesque horrors. But more prominently, I saw the boy's dark, piercing eyes boring into mine. He had looked me dead in the eye when the spirits fled. He hadn't dismissed my terror as a reaction to the dark or Misato's injury. He had evaluated me. The next morning, a Saturday, I left Misato a text checking on her ankles sprained, crutches for a week, and set out. I needed answers. I couldn't go back to ignoring the supernatural world when I had just witnessed someone actively fighting it. He had mentioned the tunnel was a shortcut to his job. The tunnel led from the residential district straight through the woods toward the eastern edge of town, an area known exclusively for its sprawling, affluent estates and traditional establishments. I spent 3 hours walking the perimeter of the eastern district, looking for any sign of him. I was about to give up, my feet aching in my sneakers, when I saw it, through the imposing wooden gates of the Shofuso, a highly exclusive, traditional Japanese tea house. I spotted a flash of white. I crept closer, peering through the ornate bamboo fencing. The tea house grounds were immaculate. Lush, manicured pine trees framed a large koi pond, the gravel paths raked into perfect, sweeping patterns, and there he was. He was wearing traditional, dark blue workers' clothes. The sleeves rolled up to reveal toned forearms. He was kneeling on the grass, meticulously pruning a bonsai tree with a pair of sharp shears. He looked incredibly out of place, too young and too sharply intense to be a humble gardener. But it was what was perched on a low stone lantern nearby that confirmed I had found the right person, the white bird. In the daylight, it was even more breathtaking, its feathers shimmering with an iridescent sheen. I took a deep breath, pushed the wooden gate open, and stepped onto the gravel. The sound of my footsteps made him pause. He didn't turn around immediately. He simply snipped another branch, his movements precise. "The tea house doesn't open to the public until noon," he said, his voice carrying clearly across the quiet garden. "And reservations are required. I'm not here for tea," I said, my voice braver than I felt. He finally turned, wiping his hands on a towel at his waist. When he saw me, his polite customer service expression vanished entirely. His jaw tightened, and he let out a long, slow breath. "You," he stated. It wasn't a question. "Me," I confirmed, stepping closer. The white bird let out a happy chirp and fluttered over, landing lightly on the boy's shoulder again. It rubbed its beak against his cheek. "That shortcut excuse was a lie," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "There is no way. Walking through an abandoned, haunted tunnel is a convenient commute. Who are you? And what is that?" I pointed directly at the bird. Genki stared at me for a long, heavy moment. He looked around the empty garden, then gestured with a jerk of his head toward a secluded wooden pavilion near the koi pond. "Come here, before someone sees you making a scene." I followed him to the pavilion. Once we were shielded from the main building by the foliage, he turned to face me. He crossed his arms over his chest, making him look even broader and more intimidating. "My name is Genki," he said flatly. "And since you are stubbornly persistent and evidently not completely blind, I'll drop the act. You're entirely too much trouble for your own good, do you know that?" "Excuse me?" I bristled, my fear momentarily overridden by indignation. "I didn't ask to be attacked by creepy tunnel monsters." "No, you didn't," Genki agreed, his dark eyes narrowing as he stepped closer. "The scent of pine and rain was stronger now, but you might as well have rolled out a red carpet for them. Do you have any idea what you look like to the things in the dark?" I swallowed hard, backing up until my shoulders hit the wooden railing of the pavilion. I just try to ignore them." Genki let out a harsh, humorless laugh. "Ignore them? That's your survival strategy? You're an idiot." Before I could protest the insult, the white bird flew from his shoulder and landed on the railing right beside my hand. Up close, I could see that it wasn't made of flesh and blood. It was composed of pure, vibrating energy. "This is Shiro," Genki said, his tone shifting from angry to analytical. "He isn't a bird. He's a shikigami, a familiary spirit. And I am a yureigari, a ghost hunter, though the title is heavily romanticized. My family, the Kusanagi, have been culling malevolent spirits for centuries. Though, we're a bit strapped for cash these days, hence the gardening job. A ghost hunter." I repeated, the words feeling ridiculous in my mouth. "Like in the anime?" "Less dramatic, more dangerous," Genki corrected dryly. He leaned in closer, trapping me between his arms as he placed his hands on the railing on either side of me. My breath hitched. He was so close I could see the individual lashes framing his intense dark eyes. "Now, let's talk about you," he murmured, his voice dropping to a low, serious tenor. "When I saw you in that tunnel, I was shocked. Normal humans can't see Shiro's true form. They just see a gust of wind or a trick of the light. But you saw him." "I was in a car accident a few months ago," I blurted out, unable to hold his gaze. I looked at his chest instead. I hit my head. "Ever since I woke up, I've been able to see them." Genki's expression darkened. He lifted a hand, and for a terrifying second, I thought he was going to touch me. Instead, his fingers hovered an inch from my forehead. I felt a strange, tingling warmth radiate from his palm. "It wasn't just a concussion," Genki said softly, pulling his hand back. "Every human has a seal that keeps their spiritual energy contained. Your accident, it cracked your seal. Your latent energy is leaking out. Is that bad?" I whispered. "To ghosts?" Genki stepped back, though his gaze remained fiercely locked on mine. "To ghosts, you smell like a 5-star buffet. You are a beacon of pure, raw life force. The things in that tunnel weren't just passing by, they were actively hunting you. And as your seal continues to deteriorate, bigger, nastier things are going to come looking for a meal." A cold dread pooled in my stomach. The horrible, visceral memory of the spirits in the tunnel came rushing back. The whispering, the skeletal fingers. "Can you fix it?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Can you seal it back?" Genki sighed, running a hand through his messy black hair. "Eventually. It takes time, specific rituals, and a lot of energy to repair a shattered soul seal. But in the meantime," he looked at me, a calculating gleam entering his eyes. "In the meantime, what?" "If you stay like this, walking around unprotected, you won't last a week," Genki warned, his tone brutally honest. "Something will drag you into the dark and drain you dry." I squeezed my eyes shut, a tear escaping down my cheek. I just wanted to be normal. I didn't want to be a buffet for monsters. "But," Genki continued, his voice softening slightly, "I have a proposition." I opened my eyes. "What kind of proposition?" Genki gestured to the majestic white bird, which was currently nibbling affectionately on my sleeve. "Shiro is a spirit eater. He thrives on the very malevolent energy that is trying to consume you. But finding strong, malicious spirits to feed him is time-consuming. I have to track them, bait them, hunt them." He looked back at me, a slow, almost predatory smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. "You, on the other hand, attract them just by breathing. So, here is the deal. I will act as your bodyguard. I will stick to you, protect you, and make sure nothing touches you until I can fix your seal. And in exchange? I asked, though I already knew the answer. In exchange, you act as his lure, Genki said. You draw them out. Shiro eats them. We all win. It was insane. It was dangerous. I was agreeing to be live bait for terrifying spectral monsters. But looking into Genki's confident, unwavering eyes, and feeling the protective warmth radiating from the small spirit bird beside me, I knew I didn't have a choice. Okay, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Deal. Genki's smirk widened into a genuine, devastatingly handsome smile. Good girl. Now, give me your phone. Why? I asked, startled. If I'm going to be your bodyguard, I need to be with you, Genki said, plucking my phone from my unresisting hand and typing his number in. Which means, starting Monday, I'll be picking you up for school. Be ready at 7:30. And try not to get eaten over the weekend. Chapter 4. The Lure. If I thought seeing ghosts was stressful, it was nothing compared to the absolute chaos that became my life on Monday morning. True to his word, Genki was leaning against the stone wall outside my apartment complex at exactly 7:30. He had ditched the traditional gardener's clothes for a pair of dark tailored jeans, a white t-shirt, and a black leather jacket that made him look like he had stepped off a movie poster. Shiro, invisible to everyone else, was perched regally on his shoulder. As I walked out, clutching my school bag like a shield, Genki pushed himself off the wall. Morning bait, he greeted smoothly. My name is Sawako, I grumbled, though my face felt unreasonably hot. Right, Sawako. He fell into step beside me. He was significantly taller than me, his long strides forcing me to walk a little faster. The walk to school was distracting. I was hyper-aware of his proximity. The way his shoulder brushed mine, the way he casually scanned the alleys and rooftops, his dark eyes sharp and assessing. A few low-level spirits lurked near the bus stop, but the moment they sensed Genki and the hungry presence of the Shikigami on his shoulder, they vanished into thin air. It was the first time in months I felt genuinely safe walking down the street. But that safety came with a severe social cost. When we arrived at the gates of my high school, the bustling crowd of students collectively froze. Conversations died. Dozens of eyes turned toward us. I was notoriously average. I had a small circle of friends, average grades, and completely unremarkable looks. Suddenly showing up with an older, incredibly handsome, bad boy aesthetic guy walking protectively by my side was the equivalent of dropping a bomb in the courtyard. Who is that? I heard a girl from my homeroom whisper loudly to her friend. Is that Sawako? No way. Are they dating? Misato, who was leaning on her crutches near the shoe lockers, dropped her jaw. She hobbled over as fast as she could. Sawako! What? Who? She looked at Genki, her eyes wide, recognizing him from the night of the tunnel. Tunnel guy! Genki offered Misato a charming, entirely fake smile. The polite mask was back. Good morning. I'm Genki. I'm a friend of Sawako's. I was just making sure she got to school safely. He turned to me, reaching out to gently tuck a stray lock of hair behind my ear. His fingers brushed my skin, sending a jolt of electricity down my spine. I stared at him, my eyes wide with panic. What was he doing? I'll pick you up after practice, Genki said, his voice loud enough for the eavesdropping girls to hear. He leaned down, his face inches from mine, and whispered, so only I could hear, there's a Class 3 spirit hovering near the gym. Don't go near it. I'll handle it later. He pulled back, gave me a heart-stopping wink, and walked away, leaving me standing in a sea of aggressive whispers and Misato's frantic interrogation. For the next 2 weeks, this became my life. Genki was relentless. He walked me to school, he met me for lunch, bringing beautifully prepared, expensive-looking bento boxes he claimed were leftovers from the tea house, and he walked me home. To the rest of the school, it looked like I had bagged the most devoted, mysterious, and insanely attractive older boyfriend in the city. The envy was palpable. Girls glared at me in the hallways. Boys gave Genki a wide berth. Misato demanded details I couldn't give her, spinning wild romantic fantasies about how we met. The reality was far less romantic and far more terrifying. I was the bait. And it worked flawlessly. My cracked seal was drawing spirits in like moths to a flame. Genki would take me to romantic spots, an abandoned park at twilight, the dusty archives of the local library, the dark alley behind the karaoke box, and we would wait. The moment the temperature dropped and the malicious whispers started, Genki would step in front of me. His aura would change, shifting from relaxed to lethally focused. He would command Shiru with a single sharp word, and the majestic white bird would become a streak of devastating light, tearing the spirits apart and feasting on their energy. I hated the fear. I hated the cold, creeping dread when the spirits manifested. But I didn't hate being with Genki. Behind his arrogant exterior and constant teasing about me being his walking buffet, there was a fierce, unwavering protectiveness. When a particularly aggressive spirit, a towering, multi-limbed monstrosity, managed to get too close to me at the old shrine, Genki hadn't just used Shiru. He had physically thrown himself between me and the creature, using a glowing, inscribed talisman to banish it, taking a nasty spectral burn to his forearm in the process. He had simply bandaged it with a shrug, told me I was clumsy for tripping, and bought me ice cream on the way home. He was infuriating, he was arrogant, he was absolutely breathtaking. And as the days bled into weeks, I realized with a sinking heart that the fake dating act was becoming entirely too real for me. I was falling for my bodyguard. Chapter 5. The Confession. It happened on a Friday evening, nearly a month after the incident in the tunnel. We were sitting on the roof of my apartment building. The city lights stretched out below us like a sea of stars. It was a clear, crisp night. Shiro was perched happily on the railing, fat and glowing with energy after having devoured a nasty cluster of spirits hovering near the local cemetery. Genki was sitting beside me, his long legs stretched out, an open grimoire resting in his lap. He had been chanting softly for the past hour, tracing intricate glowing symbols in the air that faded into my chest. "There," Genki finally said, exhaling a long, tired breath. He closed the heavy book. "It's done," I blinked, touching my chest. "What's done?" "The seal," Genki said, turning to look at me. The harsh lines of his face were softened by the moonlight. He looked exhausted but relieved. "It's repaired, fully closed. You aren't leaking spiritual energy anymore." I sat in silence, processing his words. "So, I'm not a 5-star buffet anymore?" "No," Genki chuckled softly. "You're just regular, unappetizing sawako again. To them, anyway. And I won't attract them? Not any more than a normal person. You'll still see the occasional low-level ghost because of your lingering sensitivity. But the big ones? The ones that want to eat you? They won't even know you're there." Relief washed over me, so intense it made my knees weak. I was safe. I could walk down the street without the constant, paralyzing fear of being hunted. I was normal again, but as the relief settled, a cold, heavy ache replaced it in my chest. If I wasn't the bait anymore, our deal was over. Genki didn't need me to feed Shiru. He didn't need to walk me to school, or bring me lunch, or stand between me and the dark. The fake dating, the stolen glances, the protective touches, it was all going to end. "I see," I said, looking down at my hands. I fought to keep my voice steady, to hide the sudden sting of tears behind my eyes. "So, I guess this is it. Contract fulfilled." Genki was quiet for a long time. The silence stretched between us, thick and uncomfortable. I couldn't bear to look at him. I started to gather my jacket, preparing to stand up and walk away before I humiliated myself by crying, "Sawako." His hand closed gently over my wrist, stopping me. His grip was warm and firm. I finally looked up. Genki was staring at me, his dark eyes intense and unreadable. The arrogant, teasing smirk was entirely gone. "You think I'm just going to walk away?" he asked, his voice rough. "Why wouldn't you?" I countered, my defenses rising to cover my hurt. "You said it yourself. You needed a lure for Shiro." "I'm not a lure anymore." "You don't have to pretend to be my boyfriend just to keep an eye on your food source." Genki winced slightly, his thumb brushing over the pulse point on my wrist. "Sawako, you really are an idiot sometimes." "Hey, do you really think I dragged you into all this just for bait?" Genki shifted closer, the scent of pine and rain wrapping around me. Shiru and I were surviving perfectly fine before I met you. We didn't need a lure. I frowned in confusion. But, you said. I lied. Genki interrupted quietly. He let go of my wrist, reaching up to cup my cheek. His calloused fingers were incredibly gentle against my skin. Or rather, I told a half-truth to give you a reason to let me stay close to you. My heart gave a violent stutter in my chest. I don't understand. Genki sighed, his gaze dropping to my lips for a fleeting second before meeting my eyes again. Do you remember when you were in the hospital? The night you first saw a spirit? A chill ran down my spine at the memory. Yes, the weeping woman. I was there, Genki said softly. My eyes widened. What? I was tracking that spirit. It was a nasty one, feeding on the sorrow of the patients. I entered your room to banish it, and when I did, I saw you watching me. Genki smiled, a small, self-deprecating curve of his lips. Normal humans can't see me when I'm manipulating spiritual energy. But you sat up in your hospital bed, terrified, and looked right at me, right at Shiru. He leaned in closer, his thumb tracing the line of my jaw. I realized your seal was cracked. I knew what would happen. I knew you would become a target. So, I started watching over you, following you, making sure nothing got too close while you recovered. The pieces fell into place. The feeling of being watched on the train, the times when the air would suddenly clear of the heavy, oppressive dread of the spirits. It hadn't been luck. The tunnel, I breathed out, was no accident. Genki confirmed. I felt the surge in your energy when your friend got hurt. I knew the spirits would swarm. I barely made it in time. He rested his forehead against mine. I could feel the heat radiating from him, feel the steady, rapid thumping of his heart echoing my own. I proposed the lure deal because you were stubborn and terrified, and it was the only way I could think of to stay by your side, 24/7, to protect you without sounding like a completely unhinged stalker. Genki confessed, his voice dropping to a husky whisper. I didn't pretend to be your boyfriend for Shiro, Sawako. I did it because I wanted to be. My breath hitched. All the fear, the anxiety, the sadness of the past month melted away, leaving only a dizzying, effervescent joy. You like me? I whispered, needing to hear it plainly. Genki let out a soft, exasperated laugh, his breath ghosting over my lips. I've spent the last month fighting off literal demons for you, carrying your heavy school bags and glaring at every teenage boy who looks in your general direction. Yes, Safako. I am completely embarrassingly obsessed with you. I couldn't help it. A huge, beaming smile broke across my face. I reached up, grabbing the lapels of his leather jacket, and pulled him the last few inches toward me. Good, I murmured, right before he closed the distance. His kiss was like the rest of him, intense, demanding, and incredibly warm. It felt like standing in the sun after a long, freezing night. The world around us, with its invisible ghosts and shadowy dangers, faded entirely. There was only him. A happy, trilling sound broke us apart minutes later. Shiro had flown down from the railing and was hovering between us, glowing brightly and looking incredibly pleased with himself. Genki laughed, resting his chin on top of my head and wrapping his arms securely around my waist. See? Even the bird approves! The next Monday morning, the sun was shining brightly as I walked toward the school gates. The world was still the same. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a gray, transparent figure lingering near a vending machine, trapped in a loop of searching for lost coins. I didn't ignore it out of fear anymore. I simply ignored it because it didn't matter. Because waiting for me at the front gate, leaning casually against the brick pillar, was Genki. He was wearing his leather jacket, looking devastatingly cool and drawing the awestruck, envious stares of every girl walking past. As I approached, his sharp eyes found mine in the crowd. The polite, detached mask he wore for the rest of the world instantly melted away, replaced by a warm, private smile meant only for me. He pushed off the wall, walking toward me and casually intertwining his fingers with mine. On his shoulder, invisible to the jealous whispers and the bustling students, the majestic white bird ruffled its glowing feathers. I wasn't a lure anymore. I didn't have to be afraid of the dark. I squeezed Genki's hand, feeling the solid, reassuring warmth of him, and smiled. Let the girls stare. I had a cool, mysterious boyfriend, a magical spirit-eating bird, and finally, some peace and quiet.
If you enjoyed this quick escape, hit the subscribe button for new stories twice a week. Until then, I'll see you at the next flip of the pages.